Part 2.
Chapter 13 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Trail of the White Mice. The United States Secret Service, announced Bill Quinn, is by long odds the best-known branch of the governmental detective bureaus. The terror which the continental crook feels at the sound of the name Scotland Yard finds its echo on this side of the Atlantic whenever a criminal knows that he has run afoul of the USSS. For Uncle Sam never forgives an injury or forgets a wrong. Sooner or later he's going to get his man, no matter how long it takes nor how much money it costs. But the Secret Service, strictly speaking, is only one branch of the organization. There are others which work just as quietly and just as effectively. The Department of Justice, which had charge of the violation of neutrality laws, banking, and the like. The Treasury Department, which, through the Customs Service and the Bureau of Internal Revenue, wages constant war on the men and women who think they can evade the import regulations and the laws against illicit manufacture of alcohol. The Pension Bureau of the Interior Department, which is called upon to handle hundreds of frauds every year, and the Post Office Department, which guards the millions of dollars entrusted to the mails. Each of these has its own province. Each works along its own line in conjunction with the others, and each of them is, in reality, a secret organization which performs a vastly important service to the nation as a whole. When you speak of the Secret Service, the Treasury Department's organization comes immediately to mind, coupled with a panorama of counterfeiters, anarchists, revolutionaries, and the like. But the field of the Secret Service is really limited when compared to the scope of the other organizations. Look around this room, and he made a gesture which included the four walls of the library den in which we were seated, a room in which the usual decorations had been replaced by a strange collection of unusual and, in a number of instances, gruesome relics. Every one of those objects is a memento of some exploit of the men engaged in Secret Service, Quinn went on. That Chinese hatchet up there came very close to being buried in the skull of a man in San Diego, but its principal mission in life was the solution of the mystery surrounding the smuggling of thousands of pounds of opium. That water-stained cup was fished out of the Missouri River after its owner had apparently committed suicide, but the Pension Bureau located him 7 years later with the aid of a fortune-teller in Seattle. At the side of the bookcase there, you will find several of the original poison pen letters, which created so much consternation in Kansas City a few years ago, letters which Allison of the Postal Inspection Service finally traced to their source after the local authorities had given up the case as impossible of solution. The woman whose picture appears on the other wall was known as Mrs. Armitage, and that was about all they did know about her, save that she was connected with one of the foreign organizations, and that in some mysterious way she knew everything that was going on in the State Department almost as soon as it was started. And there, under that piece of silk which figured in one of the boldest smuggling cases that the Treasury Department ever tackled, is the blurred postmark which eventually led to the discovery of the man who murdered Montgomery Marshall, a case in which our old friend Sherlock Holmes would have reveled. But it's doubtful if he could have solved it any more skillfully than did one of the post office operatives. "What's the significance of that white mouse on the mantelpiece?" I inquired, sensing the fact that Quinn was in one of his storytelling moods. "It hasn't any significance," replied the former government agent, "but it has a story, one which illustrates my point that all the nation's detective work isn't handled by the Secret Service by a long shot. Did you ever hear of H. Gordon Fowler, alias W.C. Evans? No, I replied. I don't think I ever did. Well, a lot of people have, to their sorrow, laughed Quinn, reaching for his pipe. No one appears to know what Fowler's real name is, continued the former operative. He traveled under a whole flock of aliases, which ran the gamut of the alphabet from Andrews to Zachary. But, to save mixing things up, suppose that we assume that his right name was Fowler. He used it for 6 months at one time out of Minneapolis, and got away with $20,000 worth of stuff. For some time previous to Fowler's entrance upon the scene, various wholesale houses throughout the country had been made the victims of what appeared to be a ring of bankruptcy experts, men who would secure credit for goods, open a store, and then fail. Meanwhile, the merchandise would have mysteriously vanished, and the proprietor would be away on a vacation from which, of course, he would never return. On the face of it, this was a matter to be settled solely by the Wholesalers' Credit Association, but the Postal Inspection Service got into it through the fact that the mails were palpably being used with intent to defraud, and therefore Uncle Sam came to the aid of the businessmen. On the day that the matter was reported to Washington, the chief of the Postal Inspection Service pushed the button which operated a buzzer in the outer office and summoned Hal Preston, the chap who later on was responsible for the solution of the Marshall murder mystery. "Hal," said the chief with a smile, "here's a case I know you'll like. It's right in the line of routine, and it ought to mean a lot of traveling around the country. Quick jumps at night, and all that sort of stuff." Preston grunted, but said nothing. You couldn't expect to draw the big cases every time, and besides, there was no telling when something might break, even in the most prosaic of assignments. "Grant, Wilcox and Company in Boston report that they've been stung twice in the same place by a gang of bankruptcy sharks," the chief went on. "And they're not the only ones who have suffered. Here's a list of the concerns and the men that they've sold to. You'll see that it covers the country from Joachim, Washington, to Montclair, New Jersey. So they appear to have their organization pretty well in hand. Ordinarily, we wouldn't figure in this thing at all, but the gang made the mistake of placing their orders through the mail, and now it's up to us to land 'em. Here's the dope. Hop to it." That night, while en route to Mount Clemens, Michigan, where the latest of the frauds had been perpetrated, Preston examined the envelope full of evidence and came to a number of interesting conclusions. In the first place, the failures had been staged in a number of different localities. Erie, Pennsylvania had had one of them under the name of Colin Hill. There had been another in Sioux City, where Immerling Brothers had failed. Metcalf and Newman, Illinois, had likewise contributed their share, as had Minneapolis, Newark, Columbus, White Plains and Newburgh, New York, San Diego, California, Joachim, Washington, and several other points. But the point that brought Hal up with a jerk was the dates attached to each of these affairs. No two of them had occurred within 6 months of the other, and several were separated by as much as a year. "Who said this was a gang?" he muttered. "Looks a lot more like the work of a single man with plenty of nerve, and from the amount of stuff he got away with, he ought to be pretty nearly in the millionaire class by now. There's over $200,000 worth of goods covered by this report alone, and there's no certainty that it is complete. Well, here's hoping. It's always easier to trail one man than a whole bunch of them." In Mount Clemens, Preston found further evidence which tended to prove that the bankruptcy game was being worked by a single nervy individual posing under the name of Henry Gerard. Gerard, it appeared, had entered the local field about a year before, apparently with plenty of capital, and had opened 2 prosperous stores on the principal street. In August, about 2 months before Preston's arrival, the proprietor of the Gerard stores had left on what was apparently scheduled for a 2 weeks' vacation. That was the last that had been heard of him, in spite of the fact that a number of urgent creditors had camped upon his trail very solicitously. The stores had been looted, only enough merchandise being left to keep up the fiction of a complete stock, and Gerard had vanished with the proceeds. After making a few guarded inquiries in the neighborhood of the store, Preston sought out the house where Gerard had boarded during his stay in Mount Clemens. There he found that the missing merchant, in order to allay suspicion, had paid the rental of his apartment for 3 months in advance, and that the place had not been touched since, save by the local authorities who had been working on the case. "You won't find a thing there," the chief of police informed Hal in response to a request for information. "Gerard skipped, and that's all there is to it. We've been over the place with a fine-tooth comb, and there ain't a scrap of evidence. We did find some telegrams torn up in his wastebasket, but if you can make anything out of 'em, it's more than I can," and he handed over an envelope filled with scraps of finely torn yellow paper. "Not the slightest indication of where Gerard went?" inquired Preston, as he tucked the envelope in an inside pocket. "Not a bit," echoed the chief. "He may be in China now, so far as we know." "Was he married?" "Nobody here knows nothing about him," the chief persisted. "They do say as how he was right sweet on a girl named Anna something or other, who lived in the same block. But she left town before he did, and she ain't come back neither." "What did you say her name was?" "Anna Vaughn, I believe she called herself. You might ask Mrs. Morris about her. She had a room at her place, only a few doors away from where Gerard stayed." The apartment of the man who had vanished, Preston found, was furnished in the manner typical of 1,000 other places. Every stick of furniture appeared to have seen better days, and no 2 pieces could be said to match. Evidently, Gerard had been practicing economy in his domestic arrangements in order to save all the money possible for a quick getaway. What was more, he had carefully removed everything of a personal nature, save a row of books which decorated the mantelpiece in one of the rooms. It was toward these that Preston finally turned in desperation. All but one of them were the cheaper grade of fiction, none of which bore any distinguishing marks, but the exception was a new copy of the latest railroad guide. Just as Preston pounced upon this, he heard a chuckle from behind him, and, whirling, saw the chief of police just entering the door. "Needn't worry with that, young man," he urged. "I've been all through it, and there ain't nothing in it. Just thought I'd drop up to see if you'd found anything," he added, in explanation of his sudden appearance. "Have you?" "No," admitted the postal operative. "Can't say that I have. This is the first piece of personal property that I've been able to locate, and you say there is nothing in this?" "Nary a clue," persisted the chief, but Preston, as if loath to drop the only tangible reminder of Gerard, idly flipped the pages of the guide, and then stood it on edge on the table, the covers slightly opened. Then, as the chief watched him curiously, he closed the book, opened it again, and repeated the operation. "What's the idea? Trying to make it do tricks?" the chief asked, as Hal stood the book on edge for the 3rd time. "Hardly that. Just working on a little theory of my own," was the response, as the post office man made a careful note of the pages at which the guide had fallen open, the same one which had presented itself to view on 2 other occasions. "Here, would you like to try it?" And he handed the volume to the chief. But that functionary only shrugged his shoulders and replaced the guide upon the mantelpiece. "Some more of your highfalutin detective work, eh?" he muttered. "Soon you'll be claiming that book can talk." "Possibly not out loud," smiled Hal, "but they can be made to tell very interesting stories now and then, if you know how to handle 'em. There doesn't seem to be much here, Chief, so I think I'll go back to the hotel. Let me know if anything comes up, will you?" And with that he left. But before returning to the hotel, he stopped at the house where Anna Vaughn had resided, and found out from the rather garrulous landlady that Gerard had appeared to be rather smitten with the beautiful stranger. "She certainly was dressed to kill," said the woman who ran the establishment. "A big woman, and strong as all outdoors. Mr. Gerard came here 3 or 4 nights a week while she was with us, and he didn't seem to mind the mice at all." "Mind the what?" snapped Preston. "The mice. The white mice that she used to keep as pets," explained the landlady. "Had half a dozen or more of them running over her shoulders, but I told her that I couldn't stand for that. She could keep 'em in her room if she wanted to, but I had to draw the line somewhere. Guess it was on their account that she didn't have any other visitors. So far as I know, Mr. Gerard was the only one who called on her." "When did Miss Vaughn leave?" Hal inquired. "Mrs. Vaughn," corrected the woman. "She was a widow, though she was young and pretty enough to have been married any time she wanted to be. Guess the men wouldn't stand for them mice, though. She didn't stay very long, just about 6 weeks. Left somewheres about the middle of July." "About 2 weeks before Gerard did?" "About that, though I don't just remember the date." A few more inquiries elicited the fact that Mrs. Vaughn's room had been rented since her departure, so Preston gave up the idea of looking through it for possible connecting links with the expert in bankruptcy. Returning to the hotel, the operative settled down to an examination of the scraps of torn telegrams which the chief had handed him. Evidently they had been significant, he argued, for Gerard had been careful to tear them into small bits, and it was long past midnight before he had succeeded in piecing the messages together, pasting the scraps on glass in case there had been any notations on the reverse of the blank. But when he had finished, he found that he only had added one more puzzling aspect to the case. There were 3 telegrams filed within a week, and all dated just before Gerard had left town. "Geraldine, Anna, May, and Florence are in Chicago," read the message from Evanston, Illinois. "George, William, Catherine, Ray, and Stephen still in St. Louis," was the wire filed from Detroit. The third message, from Minneapolis, detailed the fact that "Frank, Vera, Marguerite, Joe, and Walter are ready to leave St. Paul." None of the telegrams was signed, but, merely as a precaution, Preston wired Evanston, Detroit, and Minneapolis to find out if there was any record of who had sent them. "Agent here recalls message," came the answer from Detroit the next day. "Filed by woman who refused to give her name. Agent says sender was quite large, good-looking, and very well dressed." "Anna Vaughn," muttered Preston, as he tucked the telegram in his pocket and asked to be shown a copy of the latest railway guide. Referring to a note which he had made on the previous evening, Hal turned to page 251 and 2, the part of the book which had fallen open 3 times in succession when he had examined it in Gerard's rooms, and noted that it was the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe timetable, westbound. Evidently, the missing merchant had invested in a copy of the guide rather than run the risk of leaving telltale timetables around his apartment, but he had overstepped himself by referring to only one portion of the book. "Not the first time that a crook has been just a little too clever," mused Preston, with a smile. "If it had been an old copy, there wouldn't have been any evidence, but a new book, opened several times at the same place, can be made to tell tales. His Honor the Chief of Police to the contrary." It was clear, therefore, that Preston had 3 leads to work on. Anna Vaughan, a large, beautiful woman, well-dressed and with an affection for white mice; the clue that Gerard was somewhere in the Southwest, and at least the first name of 14 men and women connected with the gang. But right there he paused. Was there any gang? The dates of the various disappearances tended to prove that there wasn't, but the messages received by Gerard certainly appeared to point to the fact that others were connected with the conspiracy to defraud. Possibly one of the clerks who had been connected with the Gerard stores would be able to throw a little light upon the situation. It wasn't until Hal interviewed the woman who had acted as cashier and manager for the second store that he found the lead he was after. In response to his inquiry as to whether she had ever heard the missing proprietor speak of any of the persons mentioned in the wires, the cashier at first stated definitely that she hadn't, but added a moment later, "Come to think of it, he did, not as people, but as trunks." "What's that?" exclaimed the operative. "Trunks?" "Yes. I remember some time last spring, when we were figuring on how much summer goods we ought to carry, I mentioned the matter to Mr. Gerard, and almost automatically he replied, 'I'll wire for Edna and Grace.' Thinking he meant saleswomen, I reminded him that we had plenty, particularly for the slack season. He colored up a bit, caught his breath, and turned to the subject by stating that he always referred to trunks of goods in terms of people's first names, girls for the feminine stuff, and men's for the masculine. But Edna and Grace weren't on your list, were they?" "No," replied Preston, "but that doesn't matter. Besides, didn't the 2 trunks of goods arrive?" "Yes, they came in a couple of weeks later." "Before Mrs. Vaughan came to town?" "Oh, yes, some time before she arrived." "I thought so," was Preston's reply, and, thanking the girl, he wandered back to the hotel, convinced that he had solved at least one of the mysteries, the question of what Gerard did with his surplus bankrupt stock. It was evidently packed in trunks and shipped to distant points, to be forwarded by the Vaughan woman upon instructions from Gerard himself. The wires he had torn up were merely confirmatory messages, sent so that he would have the necessary information before making a getaway. "Clever scheme, all right," was Hal's mental comment. "Now the next point is to find some town in the Southwest where a new store has been opened within the past 2 months." That night the telegraph office at Mount Clemens did more business than it had had for the past year. Wires, under the government frank, went out to every town on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe, and to a number of adjacent cities. In each case the message was the same. "Wire name of any new clothing store opened within past 2 months. Also description of proprietor. Urgent. Preston, USPIS." 14 chiefs of police replied within the next 48 hours, but of these only 2, Leavenworth and Fort Worth, contained descriptions which tallied with that of Henry Girard. So, to facilitate matters, Preston sent another wire. Has proprietor mentioned in yesterday's wire a wife or woman friend who keeps white mice as pets? Fort Worth replied facetiously that the owner of the new store there was married, but that his wife had a cat, which might account for the absence of the mice. Leavenworth, however, came back with, "Yes, Mrs. Noble, wife of owner of outlet store, has white mice for pets. Why?" "Never mind reason," Preston replied. "Watch Noble and wife until I arrive, leaving today." 10 minutes after reaching Leavenworth, Preston was ensconced in the office of the chief of police, outlining the reason for his visit. "I'm certain that Noble is the man you want," said the chief, when Hal had finished. "He came here some 6 weeks or more ago, and at once leased a store, which he opened a few days later. The description fits him to a T, except for the fact that he's evidently dispensed with the mustache. The Vaughn woman is posing as his wife, and they've rented a house on the outskirts of town. What do you want me to do? Nab him right away?" "No," directed the operative. "I'd rather attend to that myself, if you don't object. After trailing them this far, I'd like to go through with it. You might have some men handy, though, in case there's any fuss." Just as Mr. and Mrs. C.K. Noble were sitting down to dinner, there was a ring at their front door bell, and Noble went to see who it was. "I'd like to speak to Mr. H. Gordon Fowler," said Preston, his hand resting carelessly in the side pocket of his coat. "No, Mr. Fowler lives here," was the growling reply from the inside. "Then Mr. W.C. Evans or Mr. Henry Girard will do," snapped the operative, throwing his shoulder against the partly opened door. Noble, or Fowler as he was afterward known, stepped aside as Hal plunged through, and then slammed the door behind him. "Get him, Anna," he called, throwing the safety bolt into position. The next thing that Preston knew, a pair of arms, bare and feminine, but strong as iron, had seized him around the waist, and he was in imminent danger of being bested by a woman. With a heave and a wriggling twist, he broke the hold and turned, just in time to see Fowler snatch a revolver from a desk on the opposite side of the room and raise it into position. Without an instant's hesitation, he leaped to one side, dropped his hand into his coat pocket, and fired. Evidently the bullet took effect, for the man across the room dropped his gun, spun clean around, and then sank to the floor. As he did so, however, the woman hurled a heavy vase directly at Preston's head, and the operative sank unconscious. "Well, go on," I snapped when Quinn paused. "You sound like a serial story, to be continued in our next. What happened then?" "Nothing, beyond the fact that 3 policemen broke in some 10 seconds after Hal fired, grabbed Mrs. Vaughn, or whatever her name was, and kept her from beating Hal to death, as she certainly would have done in another minute. Fowler wasn't badly hurt. In fact, both of them stood trial the next spring, Fowler drawing 6 years, and Anna Vaughn 1. Incidentally, they sent him back to Leavenworth to do time, and, as a great concession, allowed the woman to take 2 of her white mice with her. I managed to get one of the other 4, and when it died, had it stuffed as a memento of a puzzling case well solved. It's a hobby of mine, keeping these relics. That hatchet, for example. Remind me to tell you about it sometime. The mice were responsible for finding one man in 50 million, which is something of a job in itself. But the hatchet figured in an even more exciting affair. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Wah Lee and the Flower of Heaven. Yes, there's quite a story attached to that, remarked Bill Quinn one evening, as the conversation first lagged and then drifted away into silence. We were seated in his den at the time, the library which he had ornamented with relics of a score or more of cases in which the various governmental detective services had distinguished themselves, and I came to with a start. "What?" I exclaimed. "Story in what?" "In that hatchet, the one on the wall there that you were speculating about. It didn't take a psychological sleuth to follow your eyes and read the look of speculation in them. That's a trick that a sparrow cop could pull." "Well, then, suppose you pay the penalty for your wisdom and spin the yarn," I retorted, none the less glad of the opportunity to hear the facts behind the sinister red stain which appeared on the blade of the Chinese weapon, for I knew that Quinn could give them to me if he wished. "Frankly, I don't know the full history of the hatchet," came the answer from the other side of the fireplace. "Possibly it goes back to the Ming dynasty, whenever that was, or possibly it was purchased from a mail-order house in Chicago. Chop suey isn't the only Chinese article made in this country, you know, but my interest in it commenced with the night when Ezra Marks— However, let's start at the beginning. Marks," continued the former operative, "was, as you probably recall, one of the best men ever connected with the Customs Service. It was he who solved the biggest diamond smuggling case on record, and he was also responsible for the discovery of the manner in which 30,000 yards of very valuable silk was being run into the country every year without visiting the custom office. That's a piece of the silk up there, over the picture of Mrs. Armitage. It wasn't many months before the affair of the Dillingham diamonds that official Washington in general, and the offices of the Customs Service in particular, grew quite excited over the fact that a lot of opium was finding its way into California. Of course, there's always a fair amount of hop on the market, provided you know where to look for it, and the government has about as much chance of keeping it out altogether as it has of breaking up the trade of moonshine whiskey. The mountaineer is going to have his liquor, and the Chink is going to have his dope, no matter what you do. But it's up to the Internal Revenue Bureau and the Customs Service to see that neither one arrives in wholesale quantities. And that was just what was happening on the coast. In fact, it was coming in so fast that the price was dropping every day, and the California authorities fairly burned up the wires cross-continent with their howls for help. At that time, Marks, Ezra by name and E.Z. by nickname, was comparatively a new member of the force. He had rendered valuable service in Boston, however, and the chief sent for him and put the whole thing in his hands. "Get out to San Diego as quickly as you know how," snapped the chief, tossing over a sheaf of yellow telegraph slips. "There's all the information we have, and apparently you won't get much more out there, unless you dig it up for yourself. All they seem to know is that the stuff is coming in by the carload and is being peddled in all the hop joints at a lower price than ever before. It's up to you to get the details. Any help you need will be supplied from the San Francisco office, but my advice is to play a lone hand. You're likely to get further than if you have a gang with you all the time." "That's my idea, Chief," drawled Ezra, who hailed from Vermont and had all the New Englanders' affection for single-handed effort, not because he had the least objection to sharing the glory, but simply because he considered it the most efficient way to work. "I'll get right out there and see how the land lays." "Needn't bother to report until you discover something worthwhile," added the chief. "I'll know that you're on the job, and the farther you keep away from headquarters, the less suspicion you're likely to arouse." This was the reason that, beyond the fact that they knew that an operative named Marks had been sent from Washington to look into the opium matter, the government agents on the coast were completely in the dark as to the way in which the affair was being handled. In fact, the chief himself was pretty well worried when 2 months slipped by without a word from Ezra. But the big, raw-boned Yankee was having troubles of his own. Likewise, he took his instructions very seriously, and didn't see the least reason for informing Washington of the very patent fact that he had gotten nowhere and found out nothing. "They know where they can reach me," he argued to himself one night, about the time that the chief began to wonder if his man were floating around the bay with a piece of Chinese rope about his neck. "Unless I get a wire, they won't hear anything until I have at least a line on this gang." Then, on going over the evidence which he had collected during the weeks that he had been in San Diego, he found that there was extremely little of it. Discreet questioning had developed the fact, which he already knew, that opium was plentiful all along the coast, and that, presumably, it was supplied from a point in the south of the state. But all his efforts to locate the source of the drug brought him up against a blank wall. In order to conduct his investigations with a minimum of suspicion, Marks had elected to enter San Diego in the guise of a derelict, a character which he had played to such perfection that 2 weeks after he arrived, he found himself in court on the charge of vagrancy. Only the fact that the presiding magistrate did not believe in sentencing first offenders saved him from 10 days in the workhouse, an opportunity which he was rather sorry to miss, because he figured that he might pick up some valuable leads from the opium addicts among his fellow prisoners. The only new point which he had developed during his stay in the underworld was that someone named Sprague, presumably an American, was the brains of the opium ring and had perfected the entire plan. But who Sprague was, or where he might be found, were matters which were kept in very watchful secrecy. "I give it up," muttered the operative, shrugging his arms into a threadbare coat and shambling out of the disreputable rooming-house which passed for home. "Work doesn't seem to get me anywhere. Guess I'll have to trust to luck." And he wandered out for his nightly stroll through the Chinese quarter, hoping against hope that something would happen. It did, in bunches. Possibly it was luck. Possibly it was fate, which, after all, is only another name for luck, that brought him into an especially unsavory portion of the city shortly after midnight. He had wandered along for 3 hours or more, with no objective in view, save occasional visits to dive where he was known, when he heard something which caused him to whirl and automatically reach for his hip pocket. It was the cry of a woman, shrill and clear, the cry of a woman in mortal danger. It had only sounded once, but there was a peculiar muffled quality at the end of the note, suggestive of a hand or a gag having been placed over the woman's mouth. Then silence, so still as to be almost oppressive. Puzzled, Mark stood stock still and waited. So far as he could remember, that was the first time that he had heard anything of the kind in Chinatown. He knew that there were women there, but they were kept well in the background, and, apparently, were content with their lot. The woman who had screamed, however, was in danger of her life. Behind one of those flimsy walls, some drama was being enacted in defiance of the law. Something was being done which meant danger of the most deadly kind to him who dared to interfere. For a full minute, Marks weighed the importance of his official mission against his sense of humanity. Should he take a chance on losing his prey merely to try to save a woman's life? Should he attempt to find the house from which the scream had come and force the door? Should he— But the question was solved for him in a manner even more startling than the cry in the night. While he was still debating, the door of a house directly in front of him opened wide, and a blinding glare of light spread fan-wise into the street. Across this there shot the figure of what Marks at first took to be a man, a figure attired in a long, heavily embroidered jacket and silken trousers. As it neared him, however, the operative sensed that it was a woman, and an instant later he knew that it was the woman whose stifled scream had halted him only a moment before. Straight toward Marks she came, and close behind her, their faces set in a look of deadly, implacable rage, raced two large Chinamen. Probably realizing that she stood no chance of escape in the open street, the woman darted behind Marks and prepared to dodge her pursuers. As she did so, the operative caught her panting appeal, "Save me! For the sake of the gods, save me!" That was all that was necessary. Ezra sensed in an instant the fact that he had become embroiled in what bade fair to be a tragedy, and braced himself for action. He knew that he had no chance for holding off both men, particularly as he did not care to precipitate gunplay. But there was the hope that he might divert them until the girl escaped. As the first of the two men leaped toward him, Marks swung straight for his jaw, but his assailant ducked with what was almost professional rapidity, and the blow was only a glancing one. Before the operative had time to get set, the other man was upon him, and in utter silence, save for their labored breathing and dull thuds as blows went home, they fought their way back to the far side of the street. As he retreated, Marks became conscious that, instead of making her escape, the girl was still behind him. The reason for this became apparent when the larger of the Chinamen suddenly raised his arm, and the light from the open doorway glinted on the blade of a murderous, short-handled axe, the favorite weapon of Tong warfare. Straight for his head the blade descended, but the girl's arm, thrust out of the darkness behind him, diverted the blow, and the hatchet fairly whistled as it passed within an inch of his body. Realizing that his only hope of safety lay in reaching the opposite side of the sidewalk, where he would be able to fight with his back against the wall, Marks resumed his retreat, his arms moving like flails, his fists crashing home blows that lost much of their power by reason of the heavily padded jackets of his opponents. Finally, after seconds that seemed like hours, one of his blows found the jaw of the man nearest him, and Marks wheeled to set himself for the onrush of the other, the man with the hatchet. But just at that moment his foot struck the uneven curbing and threw him off his balance. He was conscious of an arc of light as the blade sang through the air. He heard a high, half-muffled cry from the girl beside him, and he remembered trying to throw himself out of the way of the hatchet. Then there was a stinging, smarting pain in the side of his head and in his left shoulder, followed by the blackness of oblivion. From nowhere, apparently a long distance off, there came a voice which brought back at least a part of the operative's last failing consciousness, a voice which called a name vaguely familiar to him. "Sprague! Sprague!" "Sprague?" muttered Marks, trying to collect himself. "Who is Sprague?" Then, as he put it later, he went off. How much time elapsed before he came to, he was unable to say, but subsequent developments indicated that it was at least a day and a night. He hadn't the slightest idea what had occurred meanwhile. He only knew that he seemed to drift back to consciousness and a realization that his head was splitting as if it would burst. Mechanically he stretched his legs and tried to rise, only to find that what appeared to be a wooden wall closed him in on all sides, leaving an opening only directly above him. For an appreciable time he lay still, trying to collect his thoughts. He recalled the fight in the open street, the intervention of the girl, the fall over the curb, and then there was something that he couldn't remember, something vital that had occurred just after he had tried to dodge the hatchet blade. "Yes," he murmured as memory returned. "It was someone calling for Sprague, Sprague." "Hush!" came a whispered command out of the darkness which surrounded him, and a hand, soft and very evidently feminine, covered his mouth. "You must not mention that name here. It means the death, instant and terrible. They are discussing your fate in there now, but if they had thought that you knew Wah Lee, your life would not be worth a yen." "Wah Lee? Who is he?" Marks replied, his voice pitched in an undertone. "I don't remember any Wah Lee. And who are you?" "Who I am does not matter," came out of the darkness. "But Wah Lee, he is the master of life and death, the high priest of the flower of heaven. Had it not been for him, you would have been dead before this." "But I thought—" "That he desired your life? So he did, and does. But they have to plan the way in which it is to be taken, and the disposition which is to be made of your body. That was what gave me my opportunity for binding up your wound and watching for you to wake." In spite of himself, Marks could not repress a slight shudder. So they were saving him for the sacrifice, eh? They were going to keep him here until their arrangements were complete and then make away with him, were they? Moving cautiously so as to avoid attracting attention, the operative slipped his right hand toward his hip pocket, only to find that his automatic was missing. As he settled back with a half moan, he felt something cold slipped into the box beside him, and the girl's voice whispered, "Your revolver. I secured it when they brought you in here. I thought you might need it later, but be very careful. They must not suspect that you have wakened." "I will," promised Marks. "But who are you? Why should you take such an interest in me?" "You tried to save me from something that is worse than death," replied the girl. "You failed, but it was not your fault. Could I do less than to help you?" "But what was it you feared?" "Marriage. Marriage to the man I loathe above all others, the man who is responsible for the opium that is drugging my people, the man who is known as Wah Lee, but who is really an American." Here she hesitated for a moment, and then hissed, "Sprague." "Sprague?" Marks echoed, sitting bolt upright. But the girl had gone, swallowed up somewhere in the impenetrable darkness which filled the room. His brain cleared by the realization that he had blundered into the heart of the opium runner's den. It took Ezra only a few seconds to formulate a plan of action. The first thing, of course, was to get away. But how could that be accomplished when he did not even know where he was, or anything about the house? The girl had said something about the fact that they were considering his fate. Who were they, and where were they? Obviously, the only way to find out was to do a little scouting on his own account. So, slowly and carefully, he raised himself clear of the box-like arrangements in which he had been placed, and tried to figure out his surroundings. His hand, groping over the side, came into almost instant contact with the floor, and he found it a simple matter to step out into what appeared to be a cleared space in the center of a comparatively large room. Then, curious as to the place where he had been concealed, he felt the box from one end to the other. The sides were about 2 feet high and slightly sloping, with an angle near the head. In fact, both ends of the affair were narrower than the portion which had been occupied by his shoulders. Piled up at either end of this box were others, of the same shape and size. What could their purpose be? Why the odd shape? Suddenly the solution of the mystery flashed across the operative's mind. Coffins. Coffins which appeared to be piled up on all sides of the storeroom. Was this the warehouse for a Chinese undertaker, or was it... One coffin over which he nearly tripped gave him the answer. It was partly filled with cans, unlabeled and quite heavy. Containers which Marks felt certain were packed full of opium and smuggled in some manner inside the coffins. Just as he arrived at this conclusion, Marks's eye was caught by a tiny streak of light filtering through the wall on the opposite side of the room. Making his way carefully toward this, he found that the crack presented a fairly complete view of an adjoining apartment, in which 3 Chinese, evidently of high degree, were sorting money and entering accounts in large books. As he looked, a 4th figure entered the room, a man who caused him to catch his breath and flatten himself against the wall. For he recognized the larger of the 2 Chinamen who had attacked him the night before, or whenever it was. This was the man to whom the girl had alluded as Wali, High Priest of the Flower of Heaven, which was merely another way of saying that he had charge of the opium shipments. As he entered, the others rose and remained standing until he had seated himself. Then one of them commenced to speak in rapid, undistinguishable Chinese. Before he had time to pronounce more than a few words, however, Wali interrupted him with a command couched in English to "Cut that out. You know I don't understand that gibberish well enough to follow you." "Beg pardon," replied the other. "I always forget. You are so like one of us that even in private I find it hard to remember." Wali said nothing, but slipping off his silken jacket, settled back at his ease. A moment later, Marks was amazed to see him remove his mandarin's cap, and with it came a wig of coal-black hair. For the first time, the government agent realized what the girl had meant when she intimated that Wali and Sprague were one and the same, an American who was masquerading as Chinese in order to further his smuggling plans. "Word has just arrived," continued the man who had first spoken, "that the boat will be off Point Banda tonight. That will allow us to pick up the coffins before daybreak and bury them until such time as the American hounds are off their guard." "Yes," grunted Sprague, "and let's hope that's soon. We must have $50,000 worth of the stuff cached on the other side of the border, and orders are coming in faster than we can fill them. I think it would be best to run this cargo right in. We can stage a funeral if necessary, and avoid suspicion in that way. Wait a minute, I've got a hunch. What about the bum we carried in here last night? The one that tried to help Anita in her getaway?" Anita? Yes, my girl. I can't remember that rigmarole you people call her. Anita's her name from now on. He is in the next room, unconscious. Two of the men dumped him in one of the empty coffins and let him stay there. Good, chuckled Sprague. We'll just let him remain. Run him across the border and bring his body back in a big hearse. The coffin and the body will be real, but there'll be enough cans of dope packed in and around him and in the carriages of the mourners to make us all rich. It's the chance of a lifetime for a big play, because no one will ever suspect us or even inquire into his identity. Behind the thin wall which separated him from the next room, Marks stiffened, and his fingers wound themselves even more tightly around the butt of his automatic. It is not given to many men to hear their death sentence pronounced in a manner as dramatic and cold-blooded as were the words which came from the outer apartment. By listening intently, Ezra learned that the coup would be sprung sometime within the next few hours, the conspirators feeling that it would not be safe to delay, as the opium shipment was due before dawn. Moving silently, and aided somewhat by the fact that his eyes had become a little accustomed to the inky blackness, Marks made his way back to the place where he had awakened. He knew that that was where they would expect to find him, and he also knew that this was the one place to avoid. So he located the door, and, finding it bolted from the outside, placed himself where he would be at least partly sheltered when the party entered. After what seemed to be an interminable time, he finally heard a sound from the hallway, the soft slip-slip of felt shoes approaching. Then the bolt was withdrawn, and the door opened, admitting the 4 men whom he had seen in the other room, and behind them, carrying a lantern, came the girl. Nerving himself for a supreme leap, Marks waited until all 5 visitors were inside the room, and then started to slip through the open doorway. But his movement attracted the attention of the man called Sprague, and, with a cry of warning, he wheeled and fired before the operative could gain the safety of the hall. Knowing that his body, outlined against the light from outside, would make an ideal target, Ezra dropped to the floor and swung his automatic into action. As he did so, the girl extinguished the lantern with a single swift blow, leaving the room in total blackness, save for the path made by the light in the hallway. For probably 20 seconds there wasn't a sound. Then Marks caught a glimpse of a moving figure and fired, leaping to one side as he did so in order to avoid the fusillade directed at the flash of his revolver. By a cry from the other side of the room, he knew that his shot had gone home, and a moment later he had an opportunity to wing another of his assailants, again drawing a volley of shots. The last shot in his clip fired with a prayer, but it evidently went home, for only silence, punctuated by moans from the opposite side of the room, ensued. That night, concluded Quinn, a big sailing vessel was met off Point Banda, and they found a full month's supply of opium aboard of her. A search of Lower California, near the border, also disclosed a burying ground, with many of the graves packed with cans of the drug. The raid, of course, was a violation of Mexican neutrality, but they got away with it. "The girl?" I cut in. "What became of her?" When the police reached the house a few moments after Marks had fired the last shot, they found that Sprague was dead with one of Ezra's bullets through his brain. The 3 Chinamen were wounded, but not fatally. The girl, however, was huddled in a corner, dead. No one ever discovered whether she stopped one of the bullets from Marks's revolver, or whether she was killed by Sprague's men as a penalty for putting out the lantern. Undoubtedly, that saved Ezra's life, which was the reason that he saw that she was given a decent funeral and an adequate memorial erected over her grave. He also kept her jacket as a memento of the affair, turning the hatchet over to me for my collection. Under it you will find a copy of the wire he sent the chief. Curious, I went over and read the yellow slip framed beneath the weapon. Opium smuggled in coffins. American at head of ring, dead. Gang broken up. Opium seized. What next? Marks. Didn't wait long for another assignment, did he? I inquired. No, was the response. When you're working for Uncle Sam, you come to find that excitement is about the only thing that keeps your nerves quiet. Sometimes, as in Marks's case, it's the thrill of the actual combat. But more often, it's the search for a tangible clue, the groping in the dark for something you know exists, but which you can't lay your hands on. That was the trouble with the Cheney case. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Man with Three Wives. One of the first things to strike the eye of the visitor who enters the library den of William J. Quinn, known to his friends and former associates in the United States Secret Service as Bill, is a frame which stands upon the mantel and contains the photographs of three exceptionally pretty women. Anyone who doesn't know that this room is consecrated to relics of the exploits of the various governmental detective services might be pardoned for supposing that the three pictures in the single frame are photographs of relatives. Only closer inspection will reveal the fact that beneath them appears a transcript from several pages of a certain book of records, the original of which is kept at the New York City Hall. These pages state that, but suppose we let Quinn tell the story, just as he told it one cold November night, while the wind was whistling outside and the cheery warmth of the fire made things extremely snug within. Secret Service men, said Quinn, divide all of their cases into two classes, those which call for quick action and plenty of it, and those which demand a great deal of thought and only an hour or so of actual physical work. Your typical operative, Allison, who was responsible for solving the poison pen puzzle, for example, or Hal Preston, who penetrated the mystery surrounding the murder of Montgomery Marshall, is essentially a man of action. He likes to tackle a job and get it over with. It doesn't make any difference if he has to round up a half-dozen counterfeiters at the point of a single revolver, as Tommy Callahan once did, or break up a gang of train robbers who have sworn never to be taken alive. As long as he has plenty of thrills and excitement, as long as he is able to get some joy out of life, he doesn't give a hang for the risk. That's his business, and he loves it. But it's the long-drawn-out cases which he has to ponder over and consider from a score of angles that, in the vernacular of vaudeville, capture his angora. Give him an assignment where he can trail his man for a day or two, get the lay of the land, and then drop on the bunch like a ton of brick, and everything's fine. Give him one of the other kind, and, well, he's just about as happy as Guy Randall was when they turned him loose with instructions to get something on Carl Cheney. Remember during the early days of the war, when the papers were full of stories from New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Milwaukee, and points west about gatherings of pro-German sympathizers who were determined to aid the fatherland? Theoretically, we were neutral at that time, and these people had all the scope they wanted. They did not confine themselves to talk, however, but laid several plans which were destined to annoy the government and to keep several hundred operatives busy defeating them, for they were aimed directly at our policy of neutrality. As a campaign fund to assure the success of these operations, the German sympathizers raised not less than $16 million, a sum which naturally excited the cupidity not only of certain individuals within their own ranks, but also of persons on the outside, men who were accustomed to live by their wits, and who saw in this gigantic collection the opportunity of a lifetime. When you consider that you can hire a New York gangster to commit murder for a couple of $100s, and the Union scale has been known to be even lower, it's no wonder that the mere mention of $16 million caused many a crook of international reputation to figure how he could divert at least a part of this to his own bank account. That's the way, as it afterward turned out, that Carl Cheney looked at it. Cheney had rubbed elbows with the police on several occasions prior to 1914. It was suspected that he had been mixed up in a number of exceptionally clever smuggling schemes, and that he had had a finger in one or two operations which came perilously close to blackmail. But no one had ever been able to get anything on him. He was the original Finnegan, in again, gone again. By the time the plan came to a successful conclusion, all that remained of Count Carl's connection with it was a vague and distinctly nebulous shadow. And you simply can't arrest shadows, no matter how hard you try. The New York police were the first to tip Washington off to the fact that Cheney, who had dropped his aristocratic alias for the time being, was back in this country, and had been seen in the company of a number of prominent members of a certain German-American club which wasn't in any too good repute with the Department of Justice by reason of the efforts of some of its members to destroy the neutral stand of the nation. "Have no indications of what Cheney is doing," the report admitted, "but it will be well to trail him. Apparently he has some connection, officially or unofficially, with Berlin. Advise what action you wish to take." Whereupon the chief wired back, "Operative assigned to Cheney case leaves tonight. Meanwhile, please watch." It wasn't until after the wire had been sent that Guy Randall was summoned to the inner sanctum of the Secret Service and informed that he had been elected to trail the elusive suspect and find out what he was up to. "So far as our records show," stated the chief, "no one has ever been able to catch this Cheney person in the act of departing from the straight and narrow path. However, that's a matter of the past. What we've got to find out is what he is planning now, why he is in New York, and why he has attached himself to the pro-German element, which has all kinds of wild schemes up its sleeve." "And I'm the one who's going to handle it?" inquired Guy with a grimace. "Precisely," grinned the chief. "Oh, I know it doesn't look like much of a job, and I grant you that the thrill element will probably be lacking, but you can't draw a snap every time. All that's asked is that you get something on Cheney, something which will withstand the assaults of the lawyers he will undoubtedly hire the minute we lay hands on him. Therefore, you've got to be mighty careful to have the right dope. If you're satisfied that he's doing nothing out of the way, don't hesitate to say so. But I don't expect that your report will clear him, for, from what we already know of the gentleman, he's more likely to be implicated in some plan aimed directly at a violation of neutrality, and it's essential that we find out what that is before we take any radical step." "What do you know about Cheney?" was Randall's next question. followed by an explanation from the chief that the Count had been suspected in a number of cases and had barely been able to escape in time. "But," added the head of the Secret Service, "he did escape, and that's what we have to prevent this time. He's a fast worker and a clever one, which means that you've got to keep continually after him. Call in all the help you need, but if you take my advice, you'll handle the case alone. You're apt to get a lot further that way." Agreeing that this was the best method to pursue, Randall caught the midnight train for New York and went at once to police headquarters, where he requested a full description of Cheney's previous activities. "You're asking for something what ain't," he was informed, ungrammatically, but truthfully. "We've never been able to get a thing on the Count, though we're dead certain that he had a finger in several crooked plays. The Latimer letters were never directly traced to him, but it's a cinch that he had something to do with their preparation, just as he had with the blackmailing of old man Branchfield and the smuggling of Van Heusen emeralds. You remember that case, don't you? The one where the stones were concealed in a life preserver, and they staged a man overboard stunt just as the ship came into the harbor? Nobody ever got the stones or proved that they were actually smuggled. But the Count happened to be on the ship at the time, just as he happened to be in Paris when they were sold. We didn't even dare arrest him, which accounts for the fact that his photograph doesn't ornament the rogues' gallery." "Well, what's the idea of trailing him, then?" "Just to find out what he is doing. What do you call those birds that fly around at sea just before a gale breaks? Stormy petrels? That's the Count. He's a stormy petrel of crookedness. Something goes wrong every time he hits a town, or rather just after he leaves, for he's too clever to stick around too long. The question now is, what's this particular storm, and when is it going to break?" "Fine job to turn me loose on," grumbled Randall. "It is that," laughed the captain who was dispensing information. "But you can never tell what you'll run into, me boy. Why, I remember once—" Randall, however, was out of the office before the official had gotten well started in his reminiscences. He figured that he had already had too much of a grouch to listen patiently to some long-winded story dug out of the musty archives of police history, and he made his way at once to the hotel where Carl Cheney was registered, flaunting his own name in front of the police, whom he must have known were watching him. Neither the house detective nor the plainclothesman who had been delegated to trail Cheney could add anything of interest to the little that Randall already knew. The Count, they said, had conducted himself in a most circumspect manner, and had not been actually seen in conference with any of the Germans with whom he was supposed to be in league. "He's too slick for that," added the man from the central office. "Whenever he's got a conference on, he goes up to the club, and you can't get in there with anything less than a battering ram and raiding squad. There's no chance to plant a dictaphone, and how else are you going to get the information?" "What does he do at other times?" countered Guy, preferring not to reply to the former question until he had gotten a better line on the case. "Behaves himself," was the laconic answer. "Takes a drive in the park in the afternoon, dines here or at one of the other hotels, goes to the theater, and usually finishes up with a little supper somewhere among the white lights." "Any women in sight?" "Yes, two. A blonde from the girl show that's playing at the Knickerbocker, and a redhead. Don't know who she is, but they're both good lookers. No scandal, though. Everything appears to be on the level, even the women." "Well," mused the government operative after a moment's silence, I guess I better get on the job. Probably means a long stretch of dull work, but the sooner I get at it, the sooner I'll get over it. Where is Cheney now? Up in his room. Hasn't come down to breakfast yet. Yes, there he is now, just getting out of the elevator, headed toward the dining room. And the plainclothesman indicated the tall figure of a man about 40, a man dressed in the height of fashion, with spats, a cane, and a morning coat of the most correct cut. Want me for anything? Not a thing, said Randall absently. I'll pick him up now. You might tell the chief to watch out for a hurry call from me, though I'm afraid he won't get it. As events proved, Randall was dead right. The Central Office heard nothing from him for several months, and even Washington received only stereotyped reports indicative of what Cheney was doing, which wasn't much. Shortly after the first of the year, Guy sent a wire to the chief, asking to be relieved for a day or two in order that he might be free to come to Washington. Sensing the fact that the operative had some plan which he wished to discuss personally, the chief put another man on Cheney's trail and instructed Randall to report at the Treasury Department on the following morning. "What's the matter?" inquired the man at the head of the service, as Guy, a little thinner than formerly, and showing by the wrinkles about his eyes the strain under which he was working, strolled into the office. "Nothing's the matter, Chief, and that's where the trouble lies. You know I've never kicked about work, no matter how much of it I've had. But this thing's beginning to get on my nerves. Cheney is planning some coup, I'm dead certain of that. What it's all about, though, I haven't the least idea. The plans are being laid in the German-American Club, and there's no chance of getting in there." "How about bribing one of the employees to leave?" "Can't be done. I've tried it half a dozen times. They're all Germans, and, as such, in the organization. However, I have a plan. Strictly speaking, it's outside the law, but that's why I wanted to talk things over with you." When Randall had finished outlining his plan, the chief sat for a moment in thought. Then, "Are you sure you can put it over?" he inquired. "Of course I can. It's done every other day, anyhow, by the cops themselves. Why shouldn't we take a leaf out of their book?" "I know, but there's always the possibility of a diplomatic protest." "Not in this case, Chief. The man's only a waiter, and, besides, before the embassy has a chance to hear about it, I'll have found out what I want to know. Then, if they want to raise a row, let 'em." The upshot of the matter was that, about a week later, Franz Heilmann, a waiter employed at the German-American Club in New York, was arrested one night and haled into night court on a charge of carrying concealed weapons, a serious offense under the Sullivan Act. In vain he protested that he had never carried a pistol in his life. Patrolman Flaherty, who had made the arrest, produced the weapon which he claimed to have found in Heilmann's possession, and the prisoner was held for trial. Bright and early the next morning, Randall, disguised by a mustache which he had trained for just such an occasion, and bearing a carefully falsified letter from a German brewer in Milwaukee, presented himself at the employees' entrance of the German-American Club and asked for the steward. To that individual he told his story, how he had tried to get back to the fatherland and had failed, how he had been out of work for nearly a month, and how he would like to secure employment of some kind at the club where he would at least be among friends. After a thorough examination of the credentials of the supposed German, who had explained his accent by the statement that he had been brought to the United States when very young and had been raised in Wisconsin, the steward informed him that there was a temporary vacancy in the club staff which he could fill until Heilman returned. "The duties," the steward added, "are very light, and the pay, while not large, will enable you to lay by a little something toward your return trip to Germany." Knowing that his time was limited, Randall determined to let nothing stand in the way of his hearing all that went on in the room where Cheney and his associates held their conferences. It was the work of only a few moments to bore holes in the door which connected this room with an unused coat closet, plugging up the holes with corks stained to simulate the wood itself, and the instant the conference was on, the new waiter disappeared. An hour later, he slipped out of the side entrance to the club, and the steward is probably wondering to this day what became of him. Had he been able to listen in on the private wire which connected the New York office of the Secret Service with headquarters at Washington, he would have had the key to the mystery. "Chief," reported Randall, "I've got the whole thing. There's a plot on foot to raise 150,000 German reservists, men already in this country, mobilizing them in 4 divisions, with 6 sections. The first 2 divisions are to assemble at Silver Creek, Michigan, the first one seizing the Welland Canal, and the second capturing Windmill Point, Ontario. The third is to meet at Wilson, New York, and will march on Port Hope. The fourth will go from Watertown, New York, to Kingston, Ontario, while the fifth will assemble somewhere near Detroit and proceed toward Windsor. The sixth will stage an attack on Ottawa, operating from Cornwall. They've got their plans all laid for the coup, and Cheney reported today that he intends to purchase some 85 boats to carry the invading force into the Dominion. The only thing that's delaying the game is the question of provisions for the army. Cheney's holding out for another advance. From what I gathered, he's already received a lot, and claims that he will be powerless until he gets it. I didn't stay to listen to the argument, for I figured that I'd better leave while the leaving was good. The reply that came back from Washington was rather startling to the operative, who expected only commendation and the statement that his task was completed. "What evidence have you that this invasion is planned?" "None besides what I heard through holes which I bored in one of the doors of the German-American Club this morning." "That won't stand in court. We don't dare to arrest this man Cheney on that. You've got to get something on him." "Plant it?" "No, get it straight. And we can't wait for this expedition to start, either. That would be taking too much of a chance. It's up to you to do a little speedy work in the research line. Dig back into the Count's past and find something on which we can hold him, for he's very evidently the brains of the organization, in spite of the fact that he probably is working only for what he can get of that fund that the Germans have raised. I understand that it's $16 million, and that's enough to tempt better men than Cheney. Now, go to it, and remember, you've got to work fast." Disappointed, chagrined by the air of finality with which the receiver at the Washington end of the line was hung up, Randall wandered out of the New York office with a scowl on his face and deep lines of thought between his eyes. If he hadn't been raised in the school which holds that a man's only irretrievable mistake is to quit under fire, he'd have thrown up his job right there and let someone else tackle the work of landing the Count. But he had to admit that the chief was right, and, besides, there was every reason to suppose that grave issues hung in the balance. The invasion of Canada meant the overthrow of American neutrality, the failure of the plans which the President and the State Department had so carefully laid. Cheney was the crux of the whole situation. Once held on a charge that could be proved in court, the plot would fall through for want of a capable leader, for the operative had learned enough during his hour in the cloakroom to know that the Count was the mainspring of the whole movement, despite the fact that he undoubtedly expected to reap a rich financial harvest for himself. Selecting a seat on the top of a Fifth Avenue bus, Randall resigned himself to a consideration of the problem. The whole thing, he figured, simmers down to Cheney himself. In its ramifications, of course, it's a question of peace or war, but in reality, it's a matter of landing a crook by legitimate means. I can't plant a gun on him like they did on Heilman, and there's mighty little chance of connecting him with a Branchfield case or the Van Heusen emeralds at this late date. His conduct around town has certainly been blameless enough. Not even any women to speak of. Wait a minute, though. There were two. The blonde from the Knickerbocker and that red-haired dame. He's still chasing around with the blonde, but what's become of Miss Redhead? This train of thought had possibilities. If the girl had been cast aside, it was probable that she would have no objection to telling what she knew, particularly as the color of her hair hinted at the possession of what the owner would call temperament, while the rest of the world forgets to add the last syllable. It didn't take long to locate the owner of the fiery tresses. A quick roundup of the head waiters at the cafes which Cheney frequented, a taxi trip to Washington Square, and another to the section above Columbus Circle, and Randall found that the red-haired beauty was known as Olga Brainerd, an artist's model, whose face had appeared upon the cover of practically every popular publication in the country. She had been out of town for the past 2 months, he learned, but had just returned, and had taken an apartment in a section of the city which indicated the possession of considerable capital. "Miss Brainerd," said Randall, when he was face to face with the Titian beauty in the drawing-room of her suite, "I came with a message from your friend, Carl Cheney." Here he paused and watched her expression very closely. As he had hoped, the girl was unable to master her feelings. Rage and hate wrote themselves large across her face, and her voice fairly snapped as she started to reply. Randall, however, interrupted her with a smile and the statement, "That's enough. I'm going to lay my cards face up on the table. I am a Secret Service operative seeking information about Cheney. Here is my badge, merely to prove that I'm telling the truth. We have reason to believe that the Count, as he is called, is mixed up with a pro-German plot which, if successful, would imperil the peace of the country. Can you tell us anything about him?" "Can I?" echoed the girl. "The beast! He promised to marry me more than 2 months ago, and then got infatuated with some blonde chit of a chorus girl. Just because I lost my head and showed him a letter I had received, a letter warning me against him, he flew into a rage and threatened—well, never mind what he did say. The upshot of the affair was that he sent me out of town and gave me enough money to last me some time. But he'll pay for his insults." "Have you the letter you received?" asked Randall casually, as if it meant little to him whether the girl produced it or not. "Yes, I kept it. Wait a moment and I'll get it for you." A few seconds later she was back with a note, written in a feminine hand, a note which read, "If you are wise, You will ask the man who calls himself Carl Chaney what he knows of Paul Weiss, of George Winters, and Oscar Stanley. You might also inquire what has become of Florence and Rose. Signed, Amelia. Randall looked up with a puzzled expression. "What's all this about?" he inquired. "Sounds like Greek to me." "To me, too," agreed the girl. "But it was enough to make Carl purple with rage, and, what's more, to separate him from several $1,000s. "Weiss, Winters, and Stanley," mused Guy. "Those might easily be Chaney's former aliases. Florence, Rose, and Amelia? I wonder. Come on, girl. We're going to take a ride down to City Hall. I've got a hunch." Late that afternoon, when Carl Chaney arrived at his hotel, he was surprised to find a young man awaiting him in his apartment. A man who appeared to be perfectly at ease, and who slipped over and locked the door once the Count was safely within the room. "What does this mean?" demanded Chaney. "By what right—" "It means," snapped Randall, "that the game's up." Then, raising his voice, he called, "Mrs. Weiss?" and a tall woman parted the curtains at the other end of the room. "Mrs. Winters?" and another woman entered. "Mrs. Stanley," and a third came in. With his finger still caressing the butt of the automatic which nestled in his coat pocket, Randall continued, "Chaney, or whatever your real name is, there won't be any invasion of Canada. We know all about your plans. In fact, the arsenal on West Houston Street is in possession of the police at this moment. It was a good idea, and undoubtedly you would have cleaned up on it, were it not for the fact that I am under the far from painful necessity of arresting you on a charge of bigamy, or would you call it trigamy? The records at City Hall gave you away, after one of these ladies had been kind enough to provide us with a clue to the 3 aliases under which you conducted your matrimonial operations. Come on, Count. The Germans may need you worse than we do, but we happen to have you." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. After 7 Years. Bill Quinn was disgusted. Someone, evidently afflicted with an ingrowing sense of humor, had sent him the prospectus of a school which professed to be able to teach budding aspirants the art of becoming a successful detective for the sum of $25, and Quinn couldn't appreciate the humor. "How to become a detective in 10 lessons," he snorted. "It only takes one for the man who's got the right stuff in him, and the man that hasn't better stay out of the game altogether." "Well," I retorted, anxious to stir up any kind of an argument that might lead to one of Quinn's tales about the exploits of Uncle Sam's sleuths, "just what does it take to make a detective?" It was a moment or two before Quinn replied. Then, "There are only 3 qualities necessary," he replied. "Common sense, the power of observation, and perseverance. Given these 3, with possibly a dash of luck thrown in for good measure, and you'll have a crime expert who could stand the heroes of fiction on their heads. Take Larry Simmons, for example. No one would ever have accused him of having the qualifications of a detective, any more than they would have suspected him of being one. But Larry drew a good-sized salary from the Bureau of Pensions because he possessed the 3 qualities I mentioned. He had the common sense of a physician, the observation of a trained newspaper reporter, and the perseverance of a bulldog. Once he sunk his teeth in a problem, he never let loose, which was the reason that very few people ever put anything over on the Pension Bureau as long as Larry was on the job. That cap up there, and Quinn pointed to a stained and dilapidated bit of headgear which hung upon the wall of his den, is a memento of one of Simmons's cases. The man who bought it would tell you that I'm dead right when I say that Larry was persevering. That's putting it mildly. Quite a while back, continued Quinn, picking up the thread of his story, there was a man out in St. Joseph, Missouri, named Dave Holden. No one appeared to know where he came from, and as he conducted himself quietly and didn't mix in with his neighbors' affairs, no one cared very much. Holden hadn't been in town more than a couple of weeks when one of the older inhabitants happened to inquire if he were any kin to old Dave Holden, who had died only a year or two before. "No," said Holden, "I don't believe I am. My folks all came from Ohio, and I understand that this Holden was a Missourian." "That's right," agreed the other, "and a queer character, too. Guess he was pretty nigh the only man that fought on the Union side in the Civil War that didn't stick the government for a pension. Had it coming to him, too, 'cause he was a captain when the war ended. But he always said he didn't consider that Uncle Sam owed him anything for doing his duty. Spite of the protest of his friends, Dave wouldn't ever sign a pension blank either." A few more questions, carefully directed, gave Holden the history of his namesake, and that night he lay awake trying to figure out whether the plan which had popped into his head was safe. It promised some easy money, but there was the element of risk to be considered. "After all," he concluded, "I won't be doing anything that isn't strictly within the law. My name is David Holden, just as the old man's was. The worst that they can do is turn down the application. I won't be committing forgery or anything of the kind, and maybe it'll slip through, which would mean a pile of money, because they'll kick in with all that accumulated during the past 50 years. So it was that, in the course of time, an application was filed at the Bureau of Pensions in Washington for a pension due David Holden of St. Joseph, Missouri, who had fought in the Civil War with the rank of captain. But when the application had been sent over to the War Department, so that it might be compared with the records on file there, it came back with the red-inked notation that Captain David Holden had died 2 years before, giving the precise date of his demise as evidence. The moment that the document reached the desk of the supervisor of pensions, he pressed one of the little pearl buttons in front of him and asked that Larry Simmons be sent in. When Larry arrived, the chief handed him the application without a word. "Right, I'll look into this," said Larry, folding the paper and slipping it into the pocket of his coat. "Look into it?" echoed the supervisor. "You'll do more than that. You'll locate this man Holden, or whatever his right name is, and see that he gets all that's coming to him. There've been too many of these cases lately. Apparently, people think that all they have to do is to file an application for a pension and then go off and spend the money. Catch the first train for St. Joe and wire me when you've landed your man. The district attorney will attend to the rest of the matter." The location of David Holden, as Simmons found, was not the simplest of jobs. The pension applicant, being comparatively a newcomer, was not well known in town, and Simmons finally had to fall back upon the expedient of watching the post-office box which Holden had given as his address, framing a dummy letter so that the suspect might not think that he was being watched. Holden, however, had rented the box for the sole purpose of receiving mail from the Pension Bureau. He had given the number to no one else, and the fact that the box contained what appeared to be an advertisement from a clothing store made him stop and wonder. By that time, however, Simmons had him well in sight, and followed him to the boarding-house on the outskirts of the town where he was staying. That evening, while he was still wondering at the enterprise of a store that could obtain a post-office box number from a government bureau at Washington, the solution of the mystery came to him in a decidedly unexpected manner. The house in which Holden was staying was old-fashioned, one of the kind that are heated, theoretically at least, by registers, open gratings in the wall. Holden's room was directly over the parlor on the first floor, and the shaft which carried the hot air made an excellent sound transmitter. So it happened that Simmons, after having made a number of inquiries around town about the original Dave Holden, called at the boarding-house that night to discover what the landlady knew about the other man of the same name who was seated in the room above. Suddenly, like a voice from nowhere, came the statement in a high-pitched feminine voice, "I really don't know anything about him at all. Mr. Holden came here about 6 weeks ago and asked me to take him in to board. He seemed to be a very nice, quiet gentleman who was willing to pay his rent in advance. So I let him have one of the best rooms in the house." At the mention of his name, Holden listened intently. Who was inquiring about him, and why? There was only a confused mumble, apparently a man's reply, pitched in a low tone, and then the voice of the landlady again came clearly through the register. "Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't do anything like that. Mr. Holden is—" But that was all that the pension applicant waited for. Moving with the rapidity of a frightened animal, he secured 1 or 2 articles of value from his dresser, crammed a hat into his pocket, slipped on a raincoat, and vaulted out of the window, alighting on the sloping roof of a shed just below. Before he had quitted the room, however, he had caught the words, "Arrest on a charge of attempting to obtain money under false pretenses." Some 2 minutes later there was a knock on his door, and a voice demanded admittance. There was no reply. Again the demand, followed by a rattling of the doorknob and a tentative shake of the door. In all, it was probably less than 5 minutes after Larry Simmons had entered the parlor before he had burst in the door of Holden's room. But the bird had flown, and the open window pointed to the direction of his flight. Unfortunately for the operative, the night was dark, and the fugitive was decidedly more familiar with the surrounding country than Larry was. By the time he had secured the assistance of the police, half an hour had elapsed, and there weren't even any telltale footprints to show in which direction the missing man had gone. "See that men are placed as to guard the railroad station," Simmons directed, "and pass the word up and down the line that a medium-sized man, about 35 years of age, with black hair and a rather ruddy complexion, a man wanted by the government on a charge of false pretenses, is trying to make his escape. If anyone reports him, let me know at once." That, under the circumstances, was really all that Larry could do. It ought to be an easy matter to locate the fugitive, he figured, and it would only be a question of a few days before he was safely in jail. Bright and early the next morning, the operative was awakened by a bellboy, who informed him that the chief of police would like to see him. "Show him in," said Larry, fully expecting to see the chief enter with a handcuffed prisoner. But the head of the police force came in alone, carrying a bundle, which he gravely presented to Simmons. "What's this?" inquired the pension agent. "All that's left of your friend Holden," was the reply. "One of my men reported late last night that he had heard a splash in the river as though someone had jumped off the wharf, but he couldn't find out anything more. To tell the truth, he didn't look very hard, because we had our hands full with a robbery of Green's clothing store. Someone broke in there and—" "Yes, but what about Holden?" Simmons interrupted. "Guess you'll have to drag the river for him," answered the chief. "We found his coat and vest and raincoat in the dock this morning, and on top of them was this note, addressed to you." The note, as Larry found an instant later, read, "I'd rather die in the river than go to jail. Tell your boss that he can pay 2 pensions now, one for each of the Dave Holdens." The signature, almost illegible, was that of David Holden, number 2. "No doubt that your man heard the splash when Holden went overboard last night?" inquired the operative. "Not the least in the world. He told me about it, but I didn't connect it with the man you were after, and, besides, I was too busy right then to give it much thought." "Any chance of recovering the body?" "Mighty little at this time of the year. The current's good and strong, and the chances are that he won't turn up this side of the Mississippi, if then. It was only by accident that we found his cap. It had lodged under the dock, and we fished it out less than half an hour ago," and the chief pointed to a water-soaked piece of cloth which Simmons recognized as the one which Holden had been wearing the evening before. "Well, I don't suppose there's anything more that we can do," admitted Larry. "I'd like to have the river dragged as much as possible, though I agree with you that the chances for recovering the body are very slim. Will you look after that?" "Sure I will, and anything else you want done." The chief was nothing if not obliging, a fact which Simmons incorporated in his official report, which he filed a few days later, a report which stated that David Holden, wanted on a charge of attempting to obtain money under false pretenses, had committed suicide by drowning rather than submit to arrest. "The body has not been recovered," the report admitted, "but this is not to be considered unusual at this time of the year when the current is very strong. The note left by the fugitive is attached." Back from Washington came the wire, "Better luck next time. Anyhow, Holden won't bother us again." "If this were a moving picture," Quinn continued after a pause, "there would be a subtitle here announcing the fact that 7 years are supposed to elapse. There also probably would be a highly decorated explanatory title informing the audience that Uncle Sam never forgets nor forgives, a fact that is so perfectly true that it's a marvel that people persist in trying to beat the government. Then the scene of the film would shift to Seattle, Washington. They would have to cut back a little to make it clear that Larry Simmons had, in the meantime, left the Pension Bureau and entered the employment of the Post Office Department, being desirous of a little more excitement and a few more thrills than his former job afforded. But he was still working for Uncle Sam, and his memory, like that of his employer, was long and tenacious. One of the minor cases which had been bothering the department for some time past was that of a ring of fortune-tellers who, securing information in devious ways, would pretend that it had come to them from the spirit world and use it for purposes which closely approximated blackmail. Simmons, being in San Francisco at the time, was ordered to proceed to Seattle and look into the matter. Posing as a gentleman of leisure with plenty of money and but little care as to the way in which he spent it, it wasn't long before he was steered into what appeared to be the very center of the ring, the residence of Madame Ahara, who professed to be able to read the stars, commune with spirits, and otherwise obtain information of an occult type. There Larry went through all the usual stages, palmistry, spiritualism, and clairvoyance, and chuckled when he found, after his third visit, that his pocket had been picked of a letter purporting to contain the facts about an escapade in which he had been mixed up a few years ago. The letter, of course, was a plant placed there for the sole purpose of providing a lead for Madame and her associates to follow, and they weren't long in taking the tip. The very next afternoon, the government agent received a telephone call notifying him that Madame had some news of great importance which she desired to impart, information which had come to her from the other world, and in which she felt certain he would be interested. Larry asked if he might bring a friend with him, but the request, as he had expected, was promptly refused. The would-be blackmailers were too clever to allow first-hand evidence to be produced against them. They wished to deal only with the principals, or, as Madame informed him over the phone, the message was of such nature that only he should hear it. "Very well," replied Simmons. "I'll be there at 11 this evening." It was not his purpose to force the issue at this time. In fact, he planned to submit to the first demand for money and trust to the confidence which this would inspire to render the blackmailers less cautious in the future. But something occurred which upset the entire scheme, and, for a time at least, threatened disaster to the post office schemes. Thinking that it might be well to look the ground over before dark, Larry strolled out to Madame Ahara's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and took up his post on the opposite side of the street, studying the house from every angle. While he was standing there, a man came out, a man who was dressed in the height of fashion, but whose face was somehow vaguely familiar. The tightly waxed mustache and the iron-gray goatee seemed out of place, for Simmons felt that the last time he had seen the man he had been clean-shaven. Where was it, he thought, as he kept the man in sight, though on the opposite side of the street? New York? No. Washington? Hardly. St. Louis? No, it was somewhere where he was wearing a cap that was water-stained, and I've got it! In St. Joseph, the man who committed suicide the night I went to arrest him for attempting to defraud the Pension Bureau. It's he, sure as shooting. But just as Simmons started across the street, the traffic cop raised his arm, and when the apparently interminable stream of machines had passed, the man with the mustache was nowhere to be seen. He had probably slipped into one of the nearby office buildings. But which? That was a question which worried Larry for a moment or two. Then he came to the conclusion that there was no sense in trying to find his man at this moment. The very fact that he was in Seattle was enough. The police could find him with little difficulty. But what had Holden been doing at the clairvoyance? Had he fallen into the power of the ring, or was it possible that he was one of the blackmailers himself? The more Larry thought about the matter, the more he came to the conclusion that here was an opportunity to kill two birds with a single stone, to drive home at least the entering wedge of the campaign against the clairvoyance, and at the same time to land the man who had eluded him 7 years before. The plan which he finally evolved was daring, but he realized that the element of time was essential. Holden must not be given another opportunity to slip through the net. That night, when Larry kept his appointment at Madame's, he saw to it that a cordon of police was thrown around the entire block, with instructions to allow no one to leave until after a prearranged signal. "Don't prevent anyone from coming into the house," Simmons directed, "but see that not a soul gets away from it. Also, you might be on the lookout for trouble. The crowd's apt to get nasty, and we can't afford to take chances with them." A tall, dark-skinned man, attired in an Arabian burnous and wearing a turban, answered the ring at the door, precisely as Larry anticipated, for the stage was always set to impress visitors. Madame herself never appeared in the richly decorated room where the crystal-gazing séances were held, preferring to remain in the background and to allow a girl, who went by the name of Yvette, to handle visitors, the explanation being that Madame receives the spirit messages and transmits them to Yvette, her assistant. Simmons therefore knew that, instead of dealing with an older and presumably more experienced woman, he would only have to handle a girl, and it was upon this that he placed his principal reliance. Everything went along strictly according to schedule. Yvette, seated on the opposite side of a large crystal ball, in which she read strange messages from the other world, visions transmitted from the cellar by means of a cleverly constructed series of mirrors, told the operative everything that had been outlined in the letter taken from his pocket on the preceding night, adding additional touches founded on facts which Larry had been careless enough to let slip during his previous visits. Then she concluded with a very thinly veiled threat of blackmail if the visitor did not care to kick in with a certain sum of money. Larry listened to the whole palaver in silence, but his eyes were busy trying to pierce the dim light in which the room was shrouded. So far as he could see, the door through which he had entered formed the only means of getting into the room, but there were a number of rugs and draperies upon the walls, any one of which might easily mask a doorway. When the girl had finished, the operative leaned forward and hitched his chair around so that he could speak in a whisper. "If you know what's good for you," he cautioned, "don't move. I've got you covered, in the first place, and secondly, there's a solid cordon of police around this house. Careful, not a sound. I'm not after you. I want the people who are behind you. Madame and her associates. This blackmailing game has gone about far enough, but I'll see that you get off with a suspended sentence if you do as I tell you. If not—" and the very abruptness with which he stopped made the threat all the more convincing. What do you want me to do?" stammered the girl, her voice barely audible. "Turn state's evidence and tip me off to everyone who's in on this thing," was Larry's reply, couched in the lowest of tones. "There's not a chance of escape for any of you, so you might as well do it and get it over with. Besides that, I want to know where I can find a man with a waxed mustache and iron-gray goatee who left this house at 10 minutes past 5 this afternoon." "Madame!" exclaimed the girl. "Davidson!" "Yes, Madame and Davidson, if that's the name he goes by now. It was Holden the last time I saw him." "He—" and the girl's voice was a mere breath. "He is Madame." "What?" "Yes, there is no Madame O'Hara. Davidson runs the whole thing. He is—" But at that moment, one of the rugs on the wall which Larry was facing swung outward, and a man sprang into the room, a man whose face was purple with rage, and who leaped sidewise as he saw Larry's hand snap an automatic into view above the pedestal on which the crystal ball reposed. In a flash, Simmons recognized two things: his danger, and the fact that the man who had just entered was Holden, alias Davidson, blackmailer and potential thief. Before the government agent had time to aim, the head of the clairvoyant ring fired. But his bullet, instead of striking Larry, shattered the crystal ball into fragments, and the room was plunged into total darkness. In spite of the fact that he knew the shot would bring speedy relief from outside the house, Simmons determined to capture his man single-handed and alive. Half leaping, half falling from the chair in which he had been seated, the operative sprang forward in an attempt to nail his man while the latter was still dazed by the darkness. But his foot, catching in one of the thick rugs which carpeted the floor, tripped him, and he fell, a bullet from the other's revolver plowing through the fleshy part of his arm. The flash, however, showed him the position of his adversary, and it was the work of only a moment to slip forward and seize the blackmailer around the waist, his right hand gripping the man's wrist and forcing it upward so that he was powerless to use his revolver. For a full minute they wrestled in the inky darkness, oblivious to the fact that the sound of blows on the outer door indicated the arrival of reinforcements. Then suddenly Larry let go of the blackmailer's arm and, whirling him rapidly around, secured a half-Nelson that threatened to dislocate his neck. "Drop it," he snarled. "Drop that gun before I wring your head off." And the muffled thud, as the revolver struck the floor, was the signal that Holden had surrendered. A moment later, the light in the center of the room was snapped on, and the police sergeant inquired if Larry needed any assistance. "No," replied Simmons grimly, "but you might lend me a pair of bracelets. This bird got away from me once, some 7 years ago, and I'm not taking any more chances." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Poison Pen Puzzle. Beside the bookcase in the room which Bill Quinn likes to dignify by the name of library, though it's only a den, ornamented with relics of scores of cases in which members of the different government detective services have figured, hangs a frame containing 4 letters, each in a different handwriting. Beyond the fact that these letters obviously refer to some secret in the lives of the persons to whom they are addressed, there is little about them that is out of the ordinary. A close observer, however, would note that in none of the 4 is the secret openly stated. It is only hinted at, suggested, but by that very fact it becomes more mysterious and alarming. It was upon this that I commented one evening as I sat, discussing things in general, with Quinn. "Yes," he agreed, "the writer of those letters was certainly a genius. As an author, or as an advertising writer, or in almost any other profession where a mastery of words and the ability to leave much to the imagination is a distinct asset, they would have made a big success." "They?" I inquired. "Did more than one person write the letters?" "Don't look like the writing of the same person, do they?" countered Quinn. "Besides, that was one of the many phases of the matter which puzzled Elmer Allison, and raised the case above the dead level of ordinary blackmailing schemes." "Allison," Quinn went on, settling comfortably back in his big armchair, "was, as you probably remember, one of the star men of the Postal Inspection Service, the chap who solved the mystery of the lost $100,000 in Columbus. In fact, he had barely cleared up the tangle connected with the letters when assigned to look into the affair of the missing money, with what results you already know. The poison pen puzzle, as it came to be known in the department, first bobbed up some 6 months before Allison tackled it. At least, that was when it came to the attention of the Postal Inspection Service. It's more than likely that the letters had been arriving for some time previous to that, because one of the beauties of any blackmailing scheme, such as this one appeared to be, is that 90% of the victims fear to bring the matter to the attention of the law. They much prefer to suffer in silence, kicking in with the amounts demanded, than to risk the exposure of their family skeletons by appealing to the proper authorities. A man by the name of Tyson, who lives in Madison, Wisconsin, was the first to complain. He informed the postmaster in his city that his wife had received 2 letters, apparently in a feminine handwriting, which he considered to be very thinly veiled attempts at blackmailing. Neither of the letters was long, just a sentence or 2, but their ingenuity lay in what they suggested rather than in their actual threats. The first one read, "Does your husband know the details of that trip to Fond du Lac? He might be interested in what Hastings has to tell him." The second, which arrived some 10 days later, announced, "The photograph of the register of a certain hotel in Fond du Lac for June 8th might be of interest to your husband. Who can tell?" That was all there was to them, but it doesn't take an expert in plot building to think of a dozen stories that could lie back of that supposedly clandestine trip on the 8th of June. Tyson didn't go into particulars at the time. He contented himself with turning the letters over to the department with the request that the matter be looked into at once. Said that his wife had handed them to him and that he knew nothing more about the matter. All that the postal authorities could do at the time was to instruct him to bring in any subsequent communications. But as the letters stopped suddenly, and Tyson absolutely refused to state whether he knew of anyone who might be interested in causing trouble between his wife and himself, there was nothing further to be done. Tracing a single letter, or even 2 of them, is like looking for a certain star on a clear night. You've got to know where to look before you have a chance of finding it. And the postmark on the letters wasn't of the least assistance. Some 3 or 4 weeks later, a similar case cropped up. This time it was a woman who brought in the letters, a woman who was red-eyed from lack of sleep and worry. Again, the communications referred to a definite escapade, but still they made no open demand for money. By the time the 3rd case cropped up, the postal authorities in Madison were appealing to Washington for assistance. Before Bolton and Clark, the 2 inspectors originally assigned to the case, could reach the Wisconsin capital, another set of the mysterious communications had been received and called to the attention of the department. During the 3 months which followed, no less than 6 complaints were filed, all of them alleging the receipt of veiled threats, and neither the local authorities nor the men from Washington could find a single nail on which to hang a theory. Finally, affairs reached such a stage that the chief sent for Allison, who had already made something of a name for himself, and told him to get on the job. "Better make the first train for Madison," were the directions which Elmer received. "So far as we can tell, this appears to be the scheme of some crazy woman, intent upon causing domestic disturbances rather than a well-laid blackmailing plot. There's no report of any actual demand for money, just threats or suggestions of revelations which would cause family dissension. I don't have to tell you that it's wise to keep the whole business away from the papers as long as you can. They'll get next to it sometime, of course, but if we can keep it quiet until we've landed the author of the notes, it'll be a whole lot better for the reputation of the department. Bolton and Clark are in Madison now, but their reports are far from satisfactory, so you better do a little investigating of your own. You'll have full authority to handle the case any way that you see fit. All we ask is action before somebody stirs up a real row about the inefficiency of the service and all that rot." Elmer smiled grimly, knowing the difficulties under which the department worked, difficulties which make it hard for any bureau to obtain the full facts in a case without being pestered by politicians and harried by local interests, which are far from friendly. For this reason, you seldom know that Uncle Sam is conducting an investigation until the whole thing is over and done with, and the results are ready to be presented to the grand jury. Premature publicity has ruined many cases and prevented many a detective from landing the men he's after, which was the reason that Allison slipped into town on rubber heels, and his appearance at the office of the postmaster was the first indication that official had of his arrival. "Mr. Gordon," said Allison, after they had completed the usual preliminaries connected with credentials and so forth, "I want to tackle this case just as if I were the first man who had been called in. I understand that comparatively little progress has been made." "Comparatively little is good," chuckled the postmaster. "And I don't wish to be hindered by any more erroneous theories which may have been built up. So, if you don't mind, we'll run over the whole thing from the beginning." "Well," replied the postmaster, "you know about the Tyson letters, and—" "I don't know about a thing," Elmer cut in. "Or at least we'll work on the assumption that I don't. Then I'll be sure not to miss any points, and at the same time I'll get a fresh outline of the entire situation." Some 2 hours later, Postmaster Gordon finished his resume of the various cases which were puzzling the police and the postal officials, for a number of the best men in the police force had been quietly at work trying to trace the poison pen letters. "Are these all the letters that have been received?" Allison inquired, indicating some 30 communications which lay before him on the desk. "All that have been called to the attention of this office. Of course, there's no telling how many more have been written, about which no complaint has been made. Knowing human nature, I should say that at least 3 times that number have been received, and possibly paid for. But the recipients didn't report the matter, for reasons best known to themselves. As a matter of fact— But you are not interested in gossip." "I most certainly am," declared Allison. "When you're handling a matter of this kind, where backstairs intrigue and servants' hall talk is likely to play a large part, gossip forms a most important factor. What does Dame Rumor say in this case?" "So far as these letters are concerned, nothing at all. Certain influences, which it's hardly necessary to explain in detail, have kept this affair out of the papers. But gossip has it that at least 3 divorces within as many months have been caused by the receipt of anonymous letters, and that there are a number of other homes which are on the verge of being broken up for a similar reason." "That would appear to bear out your contention that other people have received letters like these, but preferred to take private action upon them. Also that, if blackmail were attempted, it sometimes failed. Otherwise, the matter wouldn't have gotten as far as the divorce court." Then, after a careful study of several of the sample letters on the desk, Allison continued, "I suppose you have noted the fact that no 2 of these appear to have been written by the same person?" "Yes, but that is a point upon which handwriting experts fail to agree. Some of them claim that each was written by a different person. Others maintain that one woman was responsible for all of them, and a third school holds that either 2 or 3 people wrote them. What are you going to do when experts disagree?" "Don't worry about any of them," retorted Allison. "If we're successful at all, We won't have much trouble in proving our case without the assistance of a bunch of so-called experts who only gum up the testimony with long words that a jury can't understand. Where are the envelopes in which these letters were mailed? Most of the people who brought them in failed to keep the envelopes, but we did manage to dig up a few. Here they are." And the postmaster tossed over a packet of about half a dozen of various shapes and sizes. "Hum," mused the postal operative. "All comparatively inexpensive stationery. Might have been bought at nearly any corner drugstore. Any clue to the postmarks?" "Not the slightest. As you will note, they were mailed either at the Central Post Office or at the railroad station, places so public that it's impossible to keep a strict watch for the person who mailed them. In one case, that of the Osgoods, we cautioned the wife to say nothing whatever about the matter, and then ordered every clerk in the post office to look out for letters in that handwriting, which might be slipped through the slot. In fact, we closed all the slots save one, and placed a man on guard inside, night and day." "Well, what happened?" inquired Allison, a trifle impatiently, as the postmaster paused. "The joke was on us. Some 2 days later, a letter which looked suspiciously like these was mailed. Our man caught it in time to dart outside and nail the person who posted it. Fortunately, we discovered that she was Mrs. Osgood's sister-in-law, and that the letter was a perfectly innocent one." "No chance of her being mixed up in the affair?" "No. Her husband is a prominent lawyer here, and, besides, we've watched every move she's made since that time. She's one of the few people in town that we're certain of." "Yet you say her handwriting was similar to that which appears on these letters?" "Yes, that's one of the many puzzling phases of the whole matter. Every single letter is written in a hand which closely resembles that of a relative of the person to whom it is addressed. So much so, in fact, that at least 4 of the complainants have insisted upon the arrest of these relatives, and have been distinctly displeased at our refusal to place them in jail merely because their handwriting is similar to that of a blackmailer." "Why do you say blackmailer? Do you know of any demand for money which has been made?" "Not directly. But what other purpose could a person have than to extract money? They'd hardly run the risk of going to the pen in order to gratify a whim for causing trouble." "How about the Tysons and the Osgoods, and the other people who brought these letters in? Didn't they receive subsequent demands for money?" "They received nothing, not another single letter of any kind." "You mean that the simple fact of making a report to your office appeared to stop the receipt of the threats?" "Precisely. Now that you put it that way, it does look odd. But that's what happened." Allison whistled. This was the first ray of light that had penetrated a very dark and mysterious case, and with its aid he felt that he might, after all, be successful. Contenting himself with a few more questions, including the names of the couples whom gossip stated had been separated through the receipt of anonymous communications, Allison bundled the letters together and slipped them into his pocket. "It's quite possible," he stated, as he opened the door leading out of the postmaster's private office, "that you won't hear anything more from me for some time. I hardly think it would be wise to report here too often, or that if you happen to run into me on the street that you would register recognition. I won't be using the name of Allison anyhow, but that of Gregg, Alvin Gregg, who has made a fortune in the operation of chain stores, and is looking over the field with a view to establishing connections here." Greg, by the way, is stopping at the Majestic Hotel, if you care to reach him." And with that he was gone. Allison's first move, after establishing his identity at the hotel, was to send a wire to a certain Alice Norcross in Chicago, a wire which informed her that "my sister, Mrs. Mabel Kennedy, requests your presence in Madison, Wisconsin, urgent and immediate." The signature was Alvin Gregg, E.A., and to an inquisitive telegraph operator who inquired the meaning of the initials, Allison replied, "Electrical assistant, of course," and walked away before the matter could be further discussed. The next evening, Mrs. Mabel Kennedy registered at the Majestic Hotel, and went up to the room which Mr. Gregg had reserved for her, the one next to his. "It's all right, Alice," he informed her a few moments later, after a careful survey had satisfied him that the hall was clear of prying ears. "I told them all about you, that you were my sister and everything, so it's quite respectable." Mrs. Kennedy, or Alice Norcross, as she was known to the members of the postal service whom she had assisted on more than one occasion when the services of a woman with brains were demanded, merely smiled and continued to fix her hair before the mirror. "I'm not worrying about that," she replied. "You boys can always be trusted to arrange the details, but traveling always did play the dickens with my hair. What's the idea, anyhow? Why am I Mrs. Mabel Kennedy, and what's she supposed to do?" In a few words, Allison outlined what he was up against. Evidently the operation of a very skillful gang of blackmailers who were not only perfectly sure of their facts, but who didn't run any risks until their victims were too thoroughly cowed to offer any resistance. "The only weak spot in the whole plan," concluded the operative, "is that the letters invariably cease when the prospective victims lay their case before the postmaster." "You mean that you think he's implicated?" "No, but someone in his office is," snapped Allison. "Else how would they know when to lay off? That's the only lead we have, and I don't want to work from it, but up to it. Do you know anyone who's socially prominent in Madison?" "Not a soul, but it's no trick to get letters of introduction, even for Mrs. Mabel Kennedy." "Fine, go to it. The minute you get 'em, start a social campaign here. Stage several luncheons, bridge parties, and the like. Be sure to create the impression of a woman of means. And if you can drop a few hints about your none too spotless past, so much the better." "You want to draw their fire, eh?" "Precisely. It's unfortunate that we can't rig up a husband for you. That would make things easier. But when it's known that I, Alvin Gregg, am your brother, I think it's more than likely that they'll risk a couple of shots." It was about a month later that Mrs. Kennedy called up her brother at the Hotel Majestic and asked him to come over to her apartment at once. "Something stirring?" inquired Allison as he entered the drawing-room of the suite which his assistant had rented in order to bolster up her social campaign. "The first nibble," replied the girl, holding out a sheet of violet-tinted paper on which appeared the words, "Of course, your brother and your friends know all about the night you spent alone with a certain man in a cabin in the Sierras." "Great Scott!" ejaculated Allison. "Do you mean to say it worked?" "Like clockwork," was the girl's reply. "Acting on your instructions, I made a special play for Snaith, the postmaster's confidential secretary and general assistant. I invited him to several of my parties, and paid particular attention to what I said when he was around. The first night I got off some clever little remark about conventions, laughing at the fact that it was all right for a woman to spend a day with a man, but hardly respectable for her to spend the evening. The next time he was there, and he was the only one in the party who had been present on the previous occasion, I turned the conversation to snowstorms and admitted that I had once been trapped in a storm in the Sierra Nevadas and had been forced to spend the night in a cabin. But I didn't say anything then about any companion. The third evening, when an entirely different crowd, with the exception of Snaith, was present, someone brought up the subject of what constitutes a gentleman, and my contribution was a speech to the effect that one never knows what a man is until he is placed in a position where his brute instincts would naturally come to the front. Not a single of those remarks was incriminating or even suspicious, but it didn't take a mastermind to add them together and make this note. Snaith was the only man who could add them, because he was the only one who was present when they were all made. "Fine work," applauded Allison. "But there's one point you've overlooked. This letter, unlike the rest of its kind, is postmarked Kansas City, while Snaith was here day before yesterday when this was mailed." "I know, because Clark's been camping on his trail for the past 3 weeks." "Then that means—" "That Snaith is only one of the gang, the stool pigeon, or in this case the lounge lizard, who collects the information and passes it on to his chief?" "Exactly. Now, having Mr. Snaith where I want him, and knowing pretty well how to deal with his breed, I think the rest will be easy. I knew that somebody in the postmaster's office must be mixed up in the affair, and your very astute friend was the most likely prospect. Congratulations on landing him so neatly." "Thanks," said the girl. "But what next?" "For you, not a thing. You've handled your part to perfection. The rest is likely to entail a considerable amount of strong arm work, and I'd rather not have you around. Might cramp my style." That night, or rather about 3 o'clock on the following morning, Sylvester Snaith, confidential secretary to the postmaster of Madison, was awakened by the sound of someone moving stealthily about the bedroom of his bachelor apartment. Before he could utter a sound, the beam of light from an electric torch blazed in his eyes, and a curt voice from the darkness ordered him to put up his hands. Then, "What do you know about the anonymous letters which have been sent to a number of persons in this city?" demanded the voice. Not a thing," stammered the clerk, trying to collect his badly scattered senses. "That's a lie. We know that you supplied the information upon which those letters were based. Now, come through with the whole dope, or, by hell, I'll—" The blue steel muzzle of an automatic which was visible just outside the path of light from the torch completed the threat. Snaith, thoroughly cowed, came through, told more than even Allison had hoped for when he had planned the night raid on a man whom he had sized up as a physical coward. Less than an hour after the secretary had finished, Elmer was on his way to Kansas City, armed with information which he proceeded to lay before the chief of police. "Spencerian Peter, eh?" grunted the chief. "Sure, I know where to lay my hands on him. Been watching him more or less ever since he got out of Leavenworth a couple of years back. But I never connected him with this case." "What do you mean, this case?" demanded Allison. "Did you know anything about the poison pen letters in Madison?" "Madison? No. But I know about the ones that have set certain people here by the ears for the past month. I thought that was what you wanted him for. Evidently the game isn't new." "Far from it," Elmer replied. I don't know how much he cleaned up in Wisconsin, but I'll bet he got away with a nice pile. Had a social pet there, who happened to be the postmaster's right-hand man, collect the scandal for him, and then he'd fix up the letters, faking some relative's handwriting with that infernal skill of his. Then his man Friday would tip him off when they made a holler to headquarters, and he'd look for other suckers rather than run the risk of getting the department on his trail by playing the same fish too long. That's what finally gave him away. That and the fact that his assistant was bluffed by an electric torch and an empty gun. "Well, I'll be hanged," muttered the chief. "You might have been explaining the situation here, except that we don't know who his society informant is. I think we'd better drop in for a call on Spencerian this evening." The call was made on scheduled time, Quinn concluded, but it was hardly of a social nature. You wouldn't expect a post office operative, a chief of police, and half a dozen cops to stage a pink tea. Their methods are inclined to be a trifle more abrupt, though Pete, as it happened, didn't attempt to pull any rough stuff. He dropped his gun the moment he saw how many guests were present, and it wasn't very long before they presented him with a formal invitation to resume his none too comfortable but extremely exclusive apartment in Leavenworth. Snaith, being only an accomplice, got off with 2 years. The man who wrote the letters, and who was the principal beneficiary of the money which they produced, drew 10. "And who got the credit for solving the puzzle?" I inquired. "Allison or the Norcross girl?" "Allison," replied Quinn. "Alice Norcross only worked on condition that her connection with the service be kept quite as much of a secret as the fact that her real name was Mrs. Elmer Allison." "What? She was Allison's wife?" I demanded. "Quite so," said the former operative. "If you don't believe me, there's a piece of her wedding dress draped over that picture up there," and he pointed to a strip of white silk that hung over one of the framed photographs on the wall. "But I thought you said—" "That was part of the famous 30,000 yards which was nailed just after it had been smuggled across the Canadian border? I did. But Allison got hold of a piece of it and had it made up into a dress for Alice. So that bit up there has a double story. You know one of them. Remind me to tell you the other sometime." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. 30,000 Yards of Silk. "I'd sure like to lead the life of one of those fictional detective heroes," muttered Bill Quinn, formerly of the United States Secret Service, as he tossed aside the last volume of crime stories that had come to his attention. "Nothing to do but trail murderers and find the person who lifted the diamond necklace and stuff of that kind. They never have a case that isn't interesting, or, for that matter, one in which they aren't successful. Must be a great life." "But aren't the detective stories of real life interesting and oftentimes exciting?" I inquired, adding that those which Quinn had already told me indicated that the career of a government operative was far from being deadly monotonous. "Some of them are," he admitted, "but many of them drag along for months or even years, sometimes petering out for pure lack of evidence. Those, of course, are the cases you never hear of, the ones where Uncle Sam's men fall down on the job. Oh, yes, they're fallible, all right. They can't solve every case, any more than a doctor can save the life of every patient he attends. But the percentage, though high, doesn't approach the success of your Sherlock Holmeses and your thinking machines, your Grices and Sweetwaters and Lecoqs. How is it, then, that every story you've told dealt with the success of a government agent, never with his failure? Quinn smiled reminiscently for a moment. Then, "What do doctors do with their mistakes?" he asked. "They bury 'em, and that's what any real detective will do. Try to forget, except for hoping that someday he'll run up against the man who tricked him. Again, most of the yarns I've told you revolved around some of the relics of this room," waving his hand to indicate the walls of his library. "And these are all mementos of successful cases. There's no use in keeping the other kind. Failures are too common and brains too scarce. That bit of silk up there—" "Oh, yes," I interrupted. "The one that formed part of Alice Norcross's wedding dress." "And figured in one of the most sensational plots to defraud the government that was ever uncovered," added Quinn. "If Ezra Marks hadn't located that shipment, I wouldn't have had that piece of silk, and there wouldn't be any story to tell. So, you see, it's really a circle after all." "Marks," Quinn went on, "was one of the few men connected with any branch of the government organizations who really lived up to the press agent notices of the detectives you read about. In the first place, he looked like he might have stepped out of a book, big and long-legged and lanky. A typical Yankee, with all of the New Englander's shrewdness and common sense. If you turned Ezra loose on a case, you could be sure that he wouldn't sit down and try to work it out by deduction. Neither would he plunge in and attempt by sheer bravado and gunplay to put the thing over. He'd mix the two methods and, more often than not, come back with the answer. Then, too, Marks had the very happy faculty of drawing assignments that turned out to be interesting. Maybe it was luck, but more than likely it was because he followed plans that made him so, preferring to wait until he had all the strings to a case and then stage a big roundup of the people implicated. You remember the case of the Englishman who smuggled uncut diamonds in the bowl of his pipe, and the one you wrote under the title of Wah Lee and the Flower of Heaven? Well, those were typical of Ezra's methods. The first was almost entirely analytical, the second mainly gunplay, plus a painstaking survey of the field he had to cover. But when Marks was notified that it was up to him to find out who was running big shipments of valuable silks across the Canadian border without the formality of visiting the custom house and making the customary payments, he found it advisable to combine the two courses. It was through a wholesale dealer in silks in Seattle, Washington, that the Customs Service first learned of the arrival of a considerable quantity of this valuable merchandise, offered through certain underground channels at a price which clearly labeled it as smuggled. Possibly the dealer was peeved because he didn't learn of the shipment in time to secure any of it. But his reasons for calling the affair to the attention of the Treasury Department don't really matter. The main idea was that the silk was there, that it hadn't paid duty, and that someone ought to find out how it happened. When a second and then a third shipment was reported, Marks was notified by wire to get to Seattle as fast as he could, and there to confer with the collector of the port. It wasn't until after he had arrived that Ezra knew what the trouble was, for the story of the smuggled silk hadn't penetrated as far south as San Francisco, where he had been engaged in trying to find a cargo of smuggled coolies. "Here's a sample of the silk," announced the collector of the port at Seattle, producing a piece of very heavy material, evidently of foreign manufacture. "Beyond the fact that we've spotted 3 of the shipments, and know where to lay our hands on them if wanted, I've got to admit that we don't know a thing about the case. The department, of course, doesn't want us to trace the silk from this end. The minute you do that, you lay yourself open to all sorts of legal tangles and delays, to say nothing of giving the other side plenty of time to frame up a case that would sound mighty good in court. Besides, I haven't enough men to handle the job in the short space of time necessary. So you'll have to dig into it and find out who got the stuff in and how. Then we'll attend to the fences who've been handling it here." "The old game of passing the buck," thought Ezra, as he fingered the sample of silk meditatively. "I'll do the work and they'll get the glory. Oh, well. Any idea of where the shipments came from?" he inquired. "There's no doubt but that it's of Japanese manufacture, which, of course, would appear to point to a shipping conspiracy of some nature. But I hardly think that's true here. Already 18 bolts of silk have been reported in Seattle, and, as you know, that's a pretty good-sized consignment. You couldn't stuff 'em into a pill-box or carry 'em inside a walking-stick like you could diamonds. Whoever's handling this job is doing it across the border rather than via the shipping route." "No chance of a slip-up in your information, is there, Chief?" Ezra inquired anxiously. "I'd hate to start combing the border and then find that the stuff was being slipped in through the port." "No," and the collector of customs was positive in his reply. "I'm not taking a chance on that tip. I know what I'm talking about. My men have been watching the shipping like hawks. Ever since that consignment of antique ivory got through last year, we've gone over every vessel with a microscope, probing the mattresses and even pawing around in the coal bins. I'm positive that there isn't a place big enough to conceal a yard of silk that the boys haven't looked into, to say nothing of 18 bolts. Besides," added the collector, "the arrival of the silk hasn't coincided with the arrival of any of the ships from Japan, not by any stretch of the imagination." "All right, I'll take up the trail northward then," replied Marks. "Don't be surprised if you fail to hear from me for a couple of months or more. If Washington inquires, tell them that I'm up on the border somewhere, and let it go at that." "Going to take anybody with you?" "Not a soul, except maybe a guide that I'll pick up when I need him. If there is a concerted movement to ship silk across the line, and it appears that there is, the more men you have working with you, the less chance there is for success. Border runners are like moonshiners. They're not afraid of one man, but if they see a posse, they run for cover and keep out of sight until the storm blows over, and there isn't one chance in 1,000 of finding 'em meanwhile. You've got to play them just like you would a fish, so the next time you hear from me, you will know that I've either landed my sharks or that they've slipped off the hook." It was about a month later that the little town of Northport, up in the extreme northeastern corner of Washington, awoke to find a stranger in its midst. Strangers were something of a novelty in Northport, and this one, a man named Marks, who stated that he was prospecting for some good lumber, caused quite a bit of talk for a day or two. Then the town gossips discovered that he was not working in the interest of a large company, as had been rumored, but slowly on his own hook, so they left him severely alone. Besides, it was the height of the logging season, and there was too much work to be done along the Columbia River to worry about strangers. Marks hadn't taken this into consideration when he neared the eastern part of the state, but he was just as well pleased. If logs and logging served to center the attention of the natives elsewhere, so much the better. It would give him greater opportunity for observation, and possibly the chance to pick up some information. Up to this time, his trip along the border had been singularly uneventful and lacking in results. In fact, it was practically a toss-up with him whether he would continue on into Idaho and Montana, on the hope that he would find something there, or go back to Seattle and start fresh. However, he figured that it wouldn't do any harm to spend a week or two in the neighborhood of the Columbia, and, as events turned out, it was a very wise move. Partly out of curiosity, and partly because it was in keeping with his self-assumed character of lumber prospector, Marks made a point of joining the gangs of men who worked all day, and sometimes long into the night, keeping the river clear of log jams, and otherwise assisting in the movement of timber downstream. Like everyone who views these operations for the first time, he marveled at the dexterity of the loggers who perched upon the treacherous, slippery trunks with as little thought for danger as if they had been crossing a country road. But their years of familiarity with the current and the logs themselves had given them a sense of balance which appeared to inure them to peril. Nor was this ability to ride logs confined wholly to the men. Some of the girls from the nearby country often worked in with the men, handling the lighter jobs, and attending to details which did not call for the possession of a great amount of strength. One of these, Marks noted, was particularly proficient in her work. Apparently, there wasn't a man in Northport who could give her points in a log riding, and the very fact that she was small and wiry provided her with a distinct advantage over men who were twice her weight. Apart from her grace and beauty, there was something extremely appealing about the girl, and Ezra found himself watching her time after time as she almost danced across the swirling bark-covered trunks, hardly seeming to touch them as she moved. The girl was by no means oblivious to the stranger's interest in her ability to handle at least a part of the men's work. She caught his eye the very first day he came down to the river, and after that, whenever she noted that he was present, she seemed to take a new delight in skipping lightly from log to log, lingering on each just long enough to cause it to spin dangerously, and then leaping to the next. But one afternoon she tried the trick once too often. Either she miscalculated her distance, or a sudden swirl of the current carried the log for which she was aiming out of her path, for her foot just touched it, slipped, and, before she could recover her balance, she was in the water, surrounded by logs that threatened to crush the life out of her at any moment. Startled by her cry for help, 3 of the lumbermen started toward her, but the river, like a thing alive, appeared to thwart their efforts by opening up a rift in the jam on either side, leaving a gap too wide to be leaped, and a current too strong to be risked by men who were hampered by their heavy hobnailed shoes. Marks, who had been watching the girl, had his coat off almost as soon as she hit the water. An instant later he had discarded his shoes and had plunged in, breasting the river with long overhand strokes that carried him forward at an almost unbelievable speed. Before the men on the logs knew what was happening, the operative was beside the girl, using one hand to keep her head above water, and the other to fend off the logs which were closing in from every side. "Quick!" he called. "A rope! But the trunk of a tree, striking his head a glancing blow, cut short his cry and forced him to devote every atom of his strength to remaining afloat until assistance arrived. After an interval which appeared to be measured in hours rather than seconds, a rope splashed within reach, and the pair were hauled to safety. The girl, apparently unhurt by her drenching, shook herself like a wet spaniel and then turned to where Marks was seated, trying to recover his breath. "Thanks," she said, extending her hand. "I don't know who you are, stranger, but you're a man." "It wasn't anything to make a fuss about," returned Ezra, rising and turning suspiciously red around the ears, for it was the first time that a girl had spoken to him in that way for more years than he cared to remember. Then, with the Vermont drawl that always came to the surface when he was excited or embarrassed, he added, "It was worth getting wet to have you speak like that." This time it was the girl who flushed, and with a palpable effort to cover her confusion, she turned away, stopping to call back over her shoulder, "If you'll come up to Dad's place tonight, I'll see that you're properly thanked." "Dad's place?" repeated Ezra to one of the men nearby. "Where's that?" "She means her stepfather's house up the river," replied the lumberman. "You can't miss it. Just this side of the border. Ask anybody where old man Peterson lives." Though the directions were rather vague, Marks started up the river shortly before sunset, and found but little difficulty in locating the big house, half bungalow and half cabin, where Peterson and his stepdaughter resided, in company with half a dozen foremen of lumber gangs, and an Indian woman who had acted as nurse and chaperone and cook and general servant ever since the death of the girl's mother a number of years before. While he was still stumbling along, trying to pierce the gloom which settled almost instantly after sunset, Marks was startled to see a white figure rise suddenly before him, and to hear a feminine voice remark, "I wondered if you'd come." "Didn't you know I would?" replied Ezra. "Your spill in the river had me scared stiff for a moment, but it was a mighty lucky accident for me." At the girl's suggestion, they seated themselves outside, being joined before long by Peterson himself, who, with more than a trace of his Slavic ancestry apparently in his voice, thanked Marks for rescuing his daughter. It was when the older man left them, and the girl's figure was outlined with startling distinctness by the light from the open door, that Ezra received a shock which brought him to earth with a crash. In the semi-darkness, he had been merely aware that the girl was wearing a dress which he would have characterized as something white. But once he saw her standing in the center of the path of light which streamed from the interior of the house, there could be no mistake. The dress was of white silk. More than that, it was made from material which Marks would have sworn had been cut from the same bolt as the sample which the collector had shown him in Seattle. "What's the matter, Mr. Marks?" inquired the girl, evidently noting the surprise which Ezra was unable completely to suppress. "Seen a ghost or something?" "I thought for a moment I had," was the operative's reply, as he played for time. "It must be your dress. My sister had one just like it once." "It's rather pretty, isn't it? In spite of the fact that I made it myself out of some silk that Dad brought home." Ezra thought it best to change the subject, and as soon as he could find the opportunity, said good night, with a promise to be on hand the next day to see that the plunge in the river wasn't repeated. But the next morning he kept as far away from the girl, Fay Peterson, as he could, without appearing to make a point of the matter. He had thought the whole thing over from every angle, and his conclusion was always the same. The Petersons were either hand in glove with the gang that was running the silk across the border, or they were doing the smuggling themselves. The lonely cabin, the proximity to the border, the air of restraint which he had noted the previous evening, based principally upon the fact that he had not been invited indoors, the silk dress, All were signs which pointed at least to a knowledge of the plot to beat the customs. More than that, when Marks commenced to make some guarded inquiries about the family of the girl whom he had saved from drowning, he met with a decidedly cool reception. "Old man Peterson has some big logging interests in these parts," declared the most loquacious of his informants, "and they say he's made a pile of money in the last few months. Some say it's timber, and others say well, it ain't nobody's concern how a man makes a living in these parts, so long as he behaves himself." "Isn't Peterson behaving himself?" asked Ezra. "Stranger," was the reply, "it ain't always healthy to pry into another man's affairs. Better be satisfied with going to see the girl. That's more than anybody round here's allowed to do." So there was an air of mystery about the Peterson house after all, Marks thought. It hadn't been his imagination, or an idea founded solely upon the sight of the silk dress. The next fortnight found the operative a constant and apparently a welcome visitor at the house up the river. But, hint as he might, he was never asked indoors, a fact that made him all the more determined to see what was going on. While he solaced himself with the thought that his visits were made strictly in the line of duty, that his only purpose was to discover Peterson's connection with the smuggled silk, Ezra was unable entirely to stifle another feeling, something which he hadn't known since the old days in Vermont, when the announcement of a girl's wedding to another man had caused him to leave home and seek his fortunes in Boston. Fay Peterson was pretty. There was no denying that fact. Also, she was very evidently prepossessed in favor of the man who had saved her from the river. But this fact, instead of soothing Marks's conscience, only irritated it the more. Here he was on the verge of making love to a girl, really in love with her as he admitted to himself, and at the same time planning and hoping to send her stepfather to the penitentiary. He had hoped that the fact that Peterson was not her own father might make things a little easier for him, but the girl had shown in a number of ways that she was just as fond of her foster parent as she would have been of her own. "He's all the daddy I ever knew," she said one night, "and if anything ever happened to him, I think it would drive me crazy," which fell far short of easing Ezra's mind, though it strengthened his determination to settle the matter definitely. The next evening that he visited the Petersons, he left a little earlier than usual, and only followed the road back to Northport sufficiently far to make certain that he was not being trailed. Then, retracing his steps, he approached the house from the rear, his soft moccasins moving silently across the ground, his figure crouched until he appeared little more than a shadow between the trees. Just as he reached the clearing which separated the dwelling from the woods, he stumbled and almost fell. His foot had caught against something which felt like the trunk of a fallen tree, but which moved with an ease entirely foreign to a log of that size. Puzzled, Marks waited until a cloud which had concealed the moon had drifted by, and then commenced his examination. Yes, it was a log, and a big one, still damp from its immersion in the river. But it was so light that he could lift it unaided, and it rang to a rap from his knuckles. The end which he first examined was solid, but at the other end the log was a mere shell, not more than an inch of wood remaining inside the bark. It was not until he discovered a round plug of wood, a stopper which fitted precisely into the open end of the log, that the solution of the whole mystery dawned upon him. The silk had been shipped across the border from Canada inside the trunks of trees, hollowed out for the purpose. Wrapping the bolts in oiled silk would keep them perfectly waterproof, and the plan was so simple as to be impervious to detection, save by accident. Emboldened by his discovery, Marks slipped silently across the cleared space to the shadow of the house, and thence around to the side, where a few cautious cuts of his bowie knife opened a peephole in the shutter which covered the window. Through this he saw what he had hoped for, yet feared to find. Peterson and 3 of his men packing bolts of white silk in boxes for reshipment. What was more, he caught snatches of their conversation which told him that another consignment of the smuggled goods was due from Trail, just across the border, within the week. Retreating as noiselessly as he had come, Marks made his way back to Northport, where he wrote 2 letters, or rather a letter and a note. The first, addressed to the sheriff, directed that personage to collect a posse and report to Ezra Marks of the Customs Service on the 2nd day following. This was forwarded by special messenger, but Marks pocketed the note and slipped it cautiously under the door of the Peterson house the next evening. "It's a 50-50 split," he consoled his conscience. "The government gets the silk, and the Petersons get their warning. I don't suppose I'll get anything but the devil for not landing them." The next morning, when the sheriff and his posse arrived, they found only an empty house. But in the main room were piled boxes containing no less than 30,000 yards of white silk, valued at something over $100,000. On top of the boxes was an envelope addressed to Ezra Marks, Esquire, and within it a note which read, "I don't know who you are, Mr. Customs Officer, but you're a man." There was no signature, but the writing was distinctly feminine. "And was that all Marks ever heard from her?" I asked when Quinn paused. "So far as I know," said the former operative. "Of course, Washington never heard about that part of the case. They were too well satisfied with Ezra's haul and the incoming cargo, which they also landed, to care much about the Petersons. So the whole thing was entered on Marks's record precisely as he had figured it, a 50-50 split. You see, even government agents aren't always completely successful, especially when they're fighting Cupid as well as crooks. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Clue in the Classified Column. Quinn tossed his evening paper aside, with a gesture in which disgust was mingled in equal proportion with annoyance. "Why is it," he inquired testily, "that some fools never learn anything?" "Possibly that's because they're fools," I suggested. "What's the trouble now?" "Look at that." And the former Secret Service operative recovered the paper long enough to indicate a short news item near the bottom of the first page, an item which bore the headline, "New $50 Counterfeit Discovered." "Yes," I agreed. "There always are people foolish enough to change bills without examining them any too closely, but possibly this one is very cleverly faked." "Fools not to examine them," echoed Quinn. "That isn't the direction in which the idiocy lies. The fools are the people who think they can counterfeit Uncle Sam's currency and get away with it. Barnum must have been right. There's a sucker born every minute, and those that don't try to beat the ponies or buck the stock market turn to counterfeiting for a living. They get it, too, in Leavenworth or Atlanta or some other place that maintains a federal penitentiary. They never seem to learn anything by others' experience either. You'd think, after the Thurene case, it would be perfectly apparent that no one could beat the counterfeiting game for long. The Thurene case? I don't seem to remember that. The name is unusual, but... Yes, and that wasn't the only part of the affair that was out of the ordinary, Quinn cut in. Spencer Graham also contributed some work that was well off the beaten path, not forgetting the assistance rendered by a certain young woman. Probably the most remarkable portion of the case, continued Quinn, was the fact that Graham didn't get in on it until Thurene had been arrested. Nevertheless, if it hadn't been for his work in breaking through an ironclad alibi, the government might have been left high and dry, with a trunk full of suspicions and mighty little else. Somewhere around the latter part of August, the New York branch of the Secret Service informed Washington that a remarkably clever counterfeit $50 bill had turned up in Albany, a bill in which the engraving was practically perfect, and the only thing missing from the paper was the silk fiber. This, however, was replaced by tiny red and blue lines, drawn in indelible ink. The finished product was so exceptionally good that if it had not been for the lynx-like eyes of a paying teller, plus the highly developed sense of touch which bank officials accumulate, the note would have been changed without a moment's hesitation. The man who presented it, who happened to be well known to the bank officials, was informed that the bill was counterfeit, and the matter was reported through the usual channels. A few days later, another bill, evidently from the same batch, was picked up in Syracuse, and from that time on it rained counterfeits so hard that every teller in the state threw a fit whenever a $50 bill came in, either for deposit or for change. Hardly had the flow of upstate counterfeits lessened than the bills began to make their appearance in and around New York, sometimes in banks, but more often in the resorts patronized by bookmakers from Jamaica and the other nearby race tracks. The significance of this fact didn't strike the Secret Service men assigned to the case until the horses had moved southward. The instant one of the bills was reported in Baltimore, 2 operatives were ordered to hunt the pari-mutuel booths at Pimlico, with instructions to pay particular attention to the windows where the larger wagers were laid. An expert in counterfeits also took up his position inside the cage to signal the man outside as soon as a phony bill was presented. It was during the rush of the betting after the 2-year-olds had gone to the post for the first race that the signal came, indicating that a man about 45 years of age, well-dressed and well-groomed, had exchanged 2 of the counterfeits for a $100 ticket on the favorite. Hollister and Sheehan, the Secret Service men, took no chances with their prey. Neither did they run the risk of arresting him prematurely. Figuring that it was well within the realms of possibility that he had received the bills in exchange for other money, and that he was therefore ignorant of the fact that they were spurious, they contented themselves with keeping close to him during the race and the interval which followed. When the favorite won, the man they were watching cashed his bet and stowed his winnings away in a trousers pocket. Then, after a prolonged examination of the jockeys, the past performances, and the weights of the various horses, he made his way back to the window to place another bet. Again the signal, and this time Hollister and Sheehan closed in on their man, notifying him that he was under arrest and advising him to come along without creating any disturbance. "Arrest for what?" he demanded. "Passing counterfeit money," replied Hollister, flashing his badge. Then, as the man started to protest, Sheehan counseled him to reserve his arguments until later, and the trio made their way out of the enclosure in silence. When searched in Baltimore, 2 sums of money were found upon the suspect, one roll in his left-hand trousers pocket being made up of genuine currency, including that which he had received for picking the winner of the first race, and the one in the right-hand pocket being entirely of counterfeit $50 bills, 48 in number. When questioned, the prisoner claimed that his name was Robert J. Thurene of New Haven, and added that there were plenty of people in the Connecticut city who would vouch for his respectability. "Then why," inquired the chief of the Secret Service, who had come over from Washington to take charge of the case, "do you happen to have $2,400 in counterfeit money on you?" At that moment, Thurene dropped his bomb, or rather, one of the many which rendered the case far from monotonous. "If you'll search my room at the Belvedere," he suggested, "you'll find some $5,000 more." "What?" demanded the chief. "Do you admit that you deliberately brought $7,500 of counterfeit money here and tried to pass it?" "I admit nothing," corrected the arrested man. "You stated that the $50 bills which you found upon me when I was searched against my will were false. I'll take your word for that. But if they are counterfeit, I'm merely telling you that there are 100 more like them in my room at the hotel." "Of course you're willing to state where they came from?" suggested the chief, who was beginning to sense the fact that something underlay Thurene's apparent sincerity. "Certainly. I found them." "Old stuff," sneered one of the operatives standing nearby. "Not only an old alibi, but one which you'll have a pretty hard time proving." "Do you happen to have a copy of yesterday's news handy?" Thurene asked. When the paper was produced, he turned rapidly to the Lost and Found column and pointed to an advertisement which appeared there. "Found. An envelope containing a sum of money. Owner may recover same by notifying Robert J. Thurene, Belvedere Hotel, and proving property." "There," he continued, after reading the advertisement aloud. "That is the notice which I inserted after finding the money which you say is counterfeit." "Where did you find it?" "In the Pennsylvania station, night before last. I had just come in from New York, and chanced to see the envelope lying under one of the rows of seats in the center of the waiting room. It attracted my attention, but when I examined it, I was amazed to find that it contained 150 $50 bills, all apparently brand new. Naturally, I didn't care to part with the money unless I was certain that I was giving it up to the rightful owner, so I carried it with me to the hotel and advertised the loss at once. The next afternoon I went out to the track and found, when it was too late, that the only money I had with me was that contained in the envelope. I used a couple of the bills, won, and being superstitious, decided to continue betting with that money. That's the reason I used it this afternoon. Come to think of it, you won't find the original $5,000 in my room. Part of it is the money which I received at the track, and which I replaced in order to make up the sum I found. But most of the bills are there." "You said," remarked the chief, striking another tack, "that your name is Thurene, and that you live in New Haven. What business are you in?" "Stationery. You'll find that my rating in Bradstreet's is excellent, even though my capital may not be large. What's more," and here the man's voice became almost aggressive, "any bank in New Haven and any member of the Chamber of Commerce will vouch for me. I've a record of 10 years there, and some 10 in Lowell, Mass., which will bear the closest possible inspection. And he was right at that. In the first place, a search of his room at the hotel brought to light a large official envelope containing just the sum of money he had mentioned, counterfeit bills and real ones. Secondly, a wire to New Haven elicited the information that Robert J. Thurene, answering to description and inquiry received, has operated a successful stationery store here for the past 10 years. Financial standing excellent. Wide circle of friends, all of whom vouch for his character and integrity. When this wire was forwarded to Washington, the chief having returned to headquarters, Spencer Graham received a hurry-up call to report in the main office. There he was informed that he was to take charge of the Thurene case and see what he could find out. "I don't have to tell you," added the chief, "that it's rather a delicate matter. Either the man is the victim of circumstances, in which case we'll have to release him with profound apologies and begin all over again, or he's a mighty clever crook. We can't afford to take any chances. The case, as it finally stands, will have to be presented in court, and, therefore, must be proof against the acid test of shrewd lawyers for the defense, lawyers who will rely upon the newspaper advertisement and Thurene's spotless record as indications of his innocence." "That being the case, Chief, why take any chances right now? The case hasn't gotten into the papers, so why not release Thurene?" "And keep him under constant surveillance? That wouldn't be a bad idea. The moment he started to leave the country, we could nab him, and meanwhile we would have plenty of time to look into the matter. Of course, there is always the danger of suicide, but that's proof of guilt, and it would save the service a lot of work in the long run. Good idea. We'll do it." So it was that Robert J. Thurene of New Haven was released from custody with the apologies of the Secret Service, who retained the counterfeit money but returned the real bills, while Spencer Graham went to work on the Baltimore end of the case. 4 operatives took up the job of trailing the stationer, and Rita Clark found that she had important business to transact in Connecticut. Anyone who didn't know Rita would never have suspected that, back of her brown eyes, lay a fund of information upon a score of subjects, including stenography, the best methods of filing, cost accounting, and many other points which rendered her invaluable around an office. Even if they found this out, there was something else which she kept strictly to herself: the fact that she was engaged to a certain operative in the United States Secret Service, someone known as Number 33, and sometimes as Spencer Graham. In reply to Spencer's often repeated requests that she set a day for the wedding, Miss Clark would answer, "And lose the chance to figure in any more cases? Not so that you would notice it. As long as I'm single, you find that you can use me every now and then, but if I were married, I'd have too many domestic cares. No, Spencer, let's wait until we get one more big case, and then, well, we'll say 1 month from the day it's finished." Which was the reason that Graham and his fiancée had a double reason for wanting to bring Thurene to earth. The first place that Graham went to in Baltimore was the Pennsylvania station, where he made a number of extended inquiries of certain employees there. After that he went to the newspaper office, where he conferred with the clerk whose business it was to receive the lost and found advertisements, finally securing a copy of the original notice in Thurene's handwriting. Also some other information which he jotted down in a notebook reserved for that purpose. Several days spent in Baltimore failed to turn up any additional leads, and Graham returned to Washington with a request for a list of the various places where counterfeit $50 bills had been reported during the past month. The record sounded like a megaphonic call of a train leaving Grand Central Station. New York, Yonkers, Poughkeepsie, Syracuse, Troy, and points north, with a few other cities thrown in for good measure. So Spencer informed the chief that he would make his headquarters in New York for the next 10 days or so, wired Rita to the same effect, and left Washington on the midnight train. In New York, he discovered only what he had already known, plus one other very significant bit of evidence, something which would have warranted him in placing Thurene again under arrest had he not been waiting for word from Rita. He knew that it would take her at least a month to work up her end of the case, so Graham put in the intervening time in weaving his net a little stronger, for he had determined that the next time the New Haven stationer was taken into custody would be the last, that the government would have a case which all the lawyers on earth couldn't break. Early in December he received a wire from Rita, a telegram which contained the single word, "Come," but that was enough. He was in New Haven that night, and in a quiet corner of the Taft grill, the girl gave him an account of what she had found. "Getting into Thurene's store was the easiest part of the whole job," she admitted. "It took me less than a day to spot one of the girls who wanted to get married, bribe her to leave, and then arrive bright and early the following morning, in response to the stenographer wanted advertisement." "Thurene's had a lot of practice writing ads lately," remarked Graham with a smile. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Tell you later. What did you find in the store?" "Not a thing, until day before yesterday. I thought it best to move slowly and let matters take their own course as far as possible. So I contented myself with doing the work which had been handled by the girl whose place I took, dictation, typing, and the rest. Then I found that the correspondence files were in shocking shape. I grabbed the opportunity to do a little night work by offering to bring them up to date. "Certainly," said the boss, and then took good care to be on hand when I arrived after dinner that night. The very way he hung around and watched every movement I made convinced me that the stuff was somewhere on the premises. But where? That's what I couldn't figure out. Having demonstrated my ability by 3 hours of stiff work on the files, I suggested a few days later that I had a first-hand knowledge of cost accounting, and that I would be glad to help get his books in shape for the holiday business, the old man who usually attends to this being sick. Again Thurene assented, and again he blew in to explain any entries which might prove troublesome. I'll say this for him, though. There isn't a single incriminating entry on the books. Every purchase is accounted for, down to the last paper of pins. Then, when I felt that I had wormed myself sufficiently well into his good graces, I hinted that I might be able to help out by supervising the system in the engraving department, checking up the purchases, watching the disbursements, keeping an eye on the stock, and so on. Rather to my surprise, he didn't offer any objection. Said that my work had been of so much help elsewhere that he would be glad to have me watch the engraver's work. It was there that I got my first real lead. At least I hope it's a lead. Back of the engraving department is a small room, locked and padlocked, where the boss is supposed to ride his personal hobby of amateur photography. I asked one of the men the reason for guarding a dark room so carefully, and he replied that Thurene claimed to be on the verge of making a great discovery in color photography, but that the process took a long time, and he didn't want to run the risk of having it disturbed. I'm to have a look at his color process tonight." "What?" cried Graham. "He's going to show you what is in the double-locked room?" "That's what he's promised to do. I haven't the least hope of seeing anything incriminating. All the evidence will probably be well hidden. But this morning I expressed a casual interest in photography, and remarked that I understood he was working on a new color process. I did it mainly to see how he would react, but he never batted an eyelid. "I've been making some interesting experiments recently," he said, "and they ought to reach a climax tonight. If you'd care to see how they turn out, suppose you meet me here at 9 o'clock, and we'll examine them together." "But Rita," Graham protested, "you don't mean to say that you're going to put yourself entirely in this man's power?" The girl's first answer was a laugh, and then, "What do you mean, put myself in his power?" she mocked. "You talk like the hero of a melodrama. This isn't the first time that I've been alone in the store with him after dark. Besides, he doesn't suspect a thing, and it's too good a chance to miss. Meet me here the first thing in the morning, around 8:30, and I'll give you the details of Thurene's secret chamber, provided it contains anything interesting." "Rita, I can't—" Graham started to argue, but the girl cut in with, "You can't stop me? No, you can't. What's more, I'll have to hurry. It's 10 minutes to 9 now. See you in the morning." The next thing Graham knew, she had slipped away from the table and was on her way out of the grill. When Rita reached the Thurene establishment promptly at 9, she found the proprietor waiting for her. "On time as usual," he laughed. "Now, you'd better keep your hat and coat on. There's no heat in the dark room, and I don't want you to catch cold. The plates ought to be ready by this time. We'll go right down and take a look at them." Guided by the light from the lantern which the stationer held high in the air, the girl started down the steps leading to the basement, where the engraving department was located. She heard Thurene close the door behind him, but failed to hear him slip the bolt which, as they afterward found, had been well oiled. In fact, it was not until they had reached the center of the large room, in one corner of which was the door to the private photographic laboratory, that she knew anything was wrong. Then it was too late. Before she could move, Thurene leaned forward and seized her, one arm about her waist, the other over her mouth. Struggle as she might, Rita was unable to move. Slowly, relentlessly, Thurene turned her around until she faced him, and then, with a sudden movement of the arm that encircled her waist, secured a wad of cotton waste which he had evidently prepared for just such an emergency. When he had crammed this in the girl's mouth and tied her hands securely, he moved forward to open the door to the dark room. "Thought I was easy, didn't you?" he sneered. "Didn't think I'd see through your scheme to get a position here, and your infernal cleverness with the books and the accounts? Want to see something of my color process, eh? Well, you'll have an opportunity to discover it at your leisure, for it'll be 12 good hours before anyone comes down here, and by that time I'll be where the rest of your crowd can't touch me. Come along, in with you." At that moment there was a crash of glass from somewhere near the ceiling, and something leaped into the room, something that took only 2 strides to reach Thurene and back him up against the wall, with the muzzle of a very businesslike automatic pressed into the pit of his stomach. The whole thing happened so quickly that by the time Rita recovered her balance and turned around, she only saw the stationer with his hands well above his head, and Spencer Graham, her Spencer, holding him up at the point of a gun. "Take this," snapped the operative, producing a penknife, "and cut that girl's hands loose. No false moves now, or I'm likely to get nervous." A moment later, Rita was free, and Thurene had resumed his position against the wall. "Frisk him," ordered Graham, and then, when the girl had produced a miscellaneous collection of money, keys, and jewelry from the man's pockets, Spencer allowed him to drop his arms long enough to snap a pair of handcuffs in place. "This time," announced the Secret Service man, "you won't be released merely because of a fake ad and the testimony of your friends. Pretty clever scheme, that, inserting a found advertisement to cover your possession of counterfeit money in case you were caught. But you overlooked a couple of points. The station in Baltimore was thoroughly swept just 5 minutes before your train arrived from New York, and every man on duty there is ready to swear that he wouldn't have overlooked anything as large as the envelope containing that phony money. Then, too, the clerk in the news office received your advertisement shortly after noon the next day. So you didn't advertise it at once, as you said you did. But your biggest mistake was in playing the game too often. Here," producing a page from the classified section of a New York newspaper, "is the duplicate of your Baltimore ad, inserted to cover your tracks in case they caught you at Jamaica. I've got the original, in your handwriting, in my pocket." "But how'd you happen to arrive here at the right moment?" exclaimed Rita. "I wasn't any too well convinced that you'd fooled our friend here," Graham replied. "So I trailed you, and, attracted by the light from Thurene's lantern, managed to break in that window at the time you needed me." "There's only one thing that puzzles me," the operative continued, turning to Thurene. "What made you take up counterfeiting? Your business record was clear enough before that. And, of course, being an engraver, it wasn't hard for you to find the opportunity. What was the motive?" For a full 60 seconds the man was silent, and then, from between his clenched teeth, came 2 words: "Wall Street." "I might have guessed that," replied Graham. "I'll see you safely in jail first, and then have a look through your room. Want to come along, Rita?" "No thanks, Spencer. I've had enough for one evening. Let's see. This is the 6th of December. Suppose we plan a certain event for the 6th of January." "And so they were married and lived happily ever after?" I added as Quinn paused. "And so they were married," he amended. "I can't say as to the rest of it, though I'm inclined to believe that they were happy. Anyhow, Rita knew when she had enough, and that's all you can really ask for in a wife." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. In the Shadow of the Capitol. It won't be long until they're all back, with their pretty clothes and their jeweled bags, and their air of innocent sophistication. But until at least a dozen of them gather here, Washington won't be itself again. Bill Quinn and I had been discussing the change which had come over Washington since peace had disrupted the activities of the various war organizations, and then, after a pause, The former member of the Secret Service had referred to them and to their pretty clothes. "What do you mean?" I inquired. "With the possible exception of some prominent politicians, I don't know anyone whose presence is essential to make Washington itself again. And certainly nobody ever accused politicians, with the possible exception of J. Ham Lewis, of wearing pretty clothes. Even he didn't carry a jeweled bag." "I wasn't thinking of congressmen or senators or even members of the cabinet," replied Quinn with a smile. "Like the poor, they are always with us, and also like the poor, there are times when we would willingly dispense with them. But the others, they make life worth living, particularly for members of the Secret Service, who are apt to be a bit bored with the monotony of chasing counterfeiters and guarding the president. The ones I refer to are the beautifully gowned women whose too perfect English often betrays their foreign origin almost as certainly as would a dialect. They are sent here by various governments abroad to find out things which we would like to keep secret, and their presence helps to keep Washington cosmopolitan and interesting. During the war, well, if you recall the case of Jimmy Callahan and the electric sign at Norfolk, the affair which I believe you wrote under the title of A Flash in the Night, you know what happened to those who were caught plotting against the government. In times of peace, however, things are different." "Why? Isn't a spy always a spy?" "So far as their work is concerned, they are. But by a sort of international agreement, tacit but understood, those who seek to pry into the affairs of other governments during the years of peace are not treated with the same severity as when a nation is fighting for its life." "But surely we have no secrets that a foreign government would want," I protested. "That's one of the earmarks of a republic. Everything is aired in the open, even dirty linen." Quinn didn't answer for a moment, and when he did reply, there was a reminiscent little smile playing around the corners of his mouth. "Do you remember the disappearance of the plans of the battleship Pennsylvania?" he asked. "Yes, I think I do. But as I recall it, the matter was never cleared up." "Officially it wasn't. Unofficially it was. At least, there are several persons connected with the United States Secret Service who are positive that Sylvia Stern lifted the blueprints and afterward, well, we might as well begin the story at the first chapter. The name she was known by on this side of the Atlantic," continued the former government agent, "was not that of Stern, though subsequent investigations proved that that was what she was called in Paris and Vienna and Rome and London. When she arrived in Washington, her visiting cards bore the name of the Countess Stefani, and as there are half a dozen counts of that name to be found in the peerages of as many principalities, no one inquired too deeply into her antecedents. Yes, she admitted that there was a count somewhere in the background, but she led those who were interested to the conclusion he had never understood her peculiar temperament, and that therefore she was sojourning in Washington, seeking pleasure and nothing more. A slow, soulful glance from her violet eyes usually accompanied the statement, and caused the man to whom the statement was made, it was always a man, to wonder how anyone could fail to appreciate so charming a creature. Charming is really a very good word to apply to the Countess Sylvia. Her manner was charming, and her work was likewise. Charming secrets and invitations and news out of those with whom she came in contact. Her first public appearance, so far as the Secret Service was concerned, was at one of the receptions at the British Embassy. She was there on invitation, of course, but it was an invitation secured in her own original way. Immediately upon arriving in Washington, she had secured an apartment at Brickley Court, an apartment which chanced to be directly across the hall from the one occupied by a Mrs. Sheldon, a young widow with a rather large acquaintance in the diplomatic set. Some 10 days after the Countess Sylvia took up her residence on Connecticut Avenue, she visited one of the department stores and made several purchases, ordering them sent COD to her apartment. Only, instead of giving the number as 436, her tongue apparently slipped, and she said 437, which was Mrs. Sheldon's number. Of course, if the parcels had been paid for or charged, they would have been left at the desk in the lobby. But, being collect, the boy brought them to the door of 437. As was only natural, Mrs. Sheldon was about to order them returned when the door across the hall opened and the Countess, attired in one of her most fetching house gowns, appeared and explained the mistake. "How stupid of me!" she exclaimed. "I must have given the girl the wrong apartment number. I'm awfully sorry for troubling you, Mrs. Sheldon." The widow, being young, could not restrain the look of surprise when her name was mentioned by a woman who was an utter stranger, but the Countess cut right in with, "You probably don't remember me, but we met 2 years ago on Derby Day in London. The Count and I had the pleasure of meeting you through Lord Cartwright, but it was just before the big race, and when I looked around again you had been swallowed up in the crowd." Mrs. Sheldon had been at the Derby 2 years before, as the Countess doubtless knew before she arrived in Washington, and also she remembered having met a number of persons during that eventful afternoon. So the rest was easy for Sylvia, particularly as the first half-hour of their conversation uncovered the fact that they had many mutual friends, all of whom, however, were in Europe. Through Mrs. Sheldon, the Countess met a number of the younger and lesser lights of the diplomatic corps, and the invitation to the reception at the British Embassy was hers for the suggestion. Before the evening was over, several men were asking themselves where they had met that very charming Countess before. Some thought it must have been in Paris, others were certain that it was in Vienna, and still others maintained that her face brought back memories of their detail in St. Petersburg. The name of the Russian capital had not then been altered. Sylvia didn't enlighten any of them. Neither did she volunteer details, save for the vaguest nature, contenting herself with knowing glances, which hinted much, and bits of frothy gossip, which conveyed nothing. The beauty of her face and the delicate curves of her figure did the rest. Before the evening was over, she had met at least the younger members of all the principal embassies and legations, not to mention 3 men whose names appeared upon the roster of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. To one of these, Senator Latimer, she paid particular attention, assuring him that she would be honored if he would drop in some afternoon for tea, an invitation which the gentleman from Iowa accepted with alacrity a few days later. As was afterward apparent, the Countess had arranged her schedule with considerable care. She had arrived in Washington early in the fall, and by the time the season was well under way, she had the entree to the majority of the semi-private functions, teas and receptions and dances, to which a number of guests were invited. Here, of course, she had an opportunity to pick up a few morsels of information, crumbs which fell from the tables of diplomacy, but that wasn't what she was after. She wanted a copy of a certain confidential report referring to American relations abroad, and, what's more, she'd have gotten it if she hadn't overstepped herself. Through what might have been termed in vulgar circles pumping Senator Latimer, though the Countess's casual inquiries from time to time evinced only a natural interest in the affairs of the world, Sylvia found out that the report would be completed early in March, and that a copy would be in the senator's office for at least 2 days, or, what interested her more, 2 nights. She didn't intimate that she would like to see it. That would have been too crude. In fact, she deftly turned the subject and made the senator believe that she was interested only in his views with respect to the stabilization of currency, or some such topic far removed from the point they had mentioned. Just before he left, however, Senator Latimer mentioned that there was going to be a big display of fireworks around the Washington Monument the following evening, and inquired if the Countess would be interested in witnessing the celebration. "Surely," said she. "Why not let's watch them from the roof here? We ought to be able to get an excellent view." "I've got a better idea than that," was the senatorial reply. "We'll go down to the State, War, and Navy Building. The windows on the south side ought to be ideal for that purpose, and there won't be any trouble about getting in. I'll see to that," he added, with just a touch of pomposity. So it happened that among the dozen or more persons who occupied choice seats in a room in the Navy Department that next night were the Honorable Arthur H. Latimer and the Countess Stefani. The next morning it was discovered that plans relating to certain recent naval improvements, radical changes which were to be incorporated in the battleship Pennsylvania, were missing. The chief learned of the loss about 9:30, and by 10 o'clock every available man was turned loose on the case, with instructions to pry into the past records and watch the future actions of the people who had been in the room on the previous evening. Because he particularly requested it, Owen Williams, whose connection with the Secret Service was not a matter of general information, was detailed to learn what he could of the Countess Stefani. "I've run into her a couple of times recently," he told the chief, "and there's something not altogether on the level about the lady. I don't suppose we have time to cable abroad and trace the particular branch of the family to which she claims to belong, but I have a hunch that she is not working altogether in the interest of Europe. A certain yellow-skinned person, whom we both know, has been seen coming out of Brickley Court on several occasions within the past month, and, well, the Countess is worth watching." "Trail her, then," snapped the chief. "The department has asked for quick action in this case, for there are reasons which render it inadvisable for those plans to get out of the country." "Right," replied Williams, settling his hat at a rather jaunty angle and picking up his gloves and stick. "I'll keep in close touch with you and report developments. If you want me within the next couple of hours, I'll probably be somewhere around Brickley Court. The Countess never rises until around noon." But that morning, as William soon discovered, something appeared to have interfered with the routine of the fair Sylvia. She had called the office about 9 o'clock, made an inquiry about the New York trains, ordered a chair reserved on the 11 and a taxi for 10:45, all of which gave Owen just enough time to phone the chief, tell him of the sudden change in his plans, and suggest that the Countess's room be searched during her absence. "Tell New York to have someone pick up Stefani as soon as she arrives," Williams concluded. "I'm going to renew my acquaintance with her en route, find out where she's staying, and frame an excuse for being at the same hotel. But I may not be able to accompany her there, so have someone trail her from the station. I'll make any necessary reports through the New York office." Just after the train pulled out of Baltimore, the Countess Stefani saw a young and distinctly handsome man, whose face was vaguely familiar, rise from his seat at the far end of the car and come toward her. Then, as he reached her chair, he halted, surprised. "This is luck," he exclaimed. "I never hoped to find you on the train, Countess. Going through to New York, of course?" As he spoke, the man's name came back to her, together with the fact that he had been pointed out as one of the eligible young bachelors who apparently did but little, and yet had plenty of money to do it with. "Oh, Mr. Williams, you gave me a bit of a start at first. Your face was in the shadow, and I didn't recognize you. Yes, I'm just running up for a little shopping. Won't be gone for more than a day or two, for I must be back in time for the Demari dance on Thursday evening. You are going, I suppose?" Thankful for the opening, Williams occupied the vacant chair next to hers, and before they reached Havre de Grace, they were deep in a discussion of people and affairs in Washington. It was not Williams's intention, however, to allow the matter to stop there. Delicately but certainly, he led the conversation into deeper channels, exerting every ounce of his personality to convince the Countess that this was a moment for which he had longed, an opportunity to chat uninterruptedly with the most charming woman in Washington. "This is certainly the shortest 5 hours I've ever spent," he assured his companion, as the porter announced their arrival at Manhattan Transfer. "Can't I see something more of you while we are in New York? I'm not certain when I'll get back to Washington, and this glimpse has been far too short. Are you going to stop with friends?" "No, at the Vanderbilt. Suppose you call up tomorrow morning, and I'll see what I can do." "Why not a theater party this evening?" "I'm sorry, but I have an engagement." "Right. Tomorrow morning, then." And the operative said good-bye with a clear conscience, having noted that one of the men from the New York office was already on the job. Later in the evening, he was informed that the Countess had gone directly to her hotel, had dressed for dinner, and then, after waiting in the lobby for nearly an hour, had eaten a solitary meal and had gone back to her room, leaving word at the desk that she was to be notified immediately if anyone called. But no one had. The next morning, instead of phoning, Williams dropped around to the Vanderbilt and had a short session with the house detective, who had already been notified that the Countess Stefani was being watched by Secret Service operatives. The houseman, however, verified the report of the operative who had picked up the Countess at the station. She had received no callers and had seen no one save the maid. "Any phone messages?" "Not one." "Any mail?" "Just a newspaper, evidently one that a friend had mailed from Washington. The address was in a feminine hand, and—" "Tell the maid that I want the wrapper of that paper if it's not in the Countess's room," interrupted Williams. "I don't want the place searched for it, but if it happens to be in the wastebasket, be sure I get it." A moment later he was calling the Countess Stefani, presumably from the office of a friend of his in Wall Street. "I'm afraid I can't see you today," and Sylvia's voice appeared to register infinite regret. "I wasn't able to complete a little business deal I had on last night. Succumbed to temptation and went to the theater, so I'll have to pay for it today." Here Williams suppressed a chuckle, both at the manner in which the lady handled the truth, and at the fact that she was palpably ignorant that she had been shadowed. "I'm returning to Washington on the Congressional, but I'll be sure to see you at the Dumaris, won't I? Please come down, for my sake." "I'll do it," was Owen's reply. "And I can assure you that my return to Washington will be entirely because I feel that I must see you again. Au revoir until Thursday night." On the Congressional Limited, eh? He muttered as he stepped out of the booth. Maybe it's a stall, but I'll make the train just the same. Evidently one of the lady's plans has gone amiss. Here's the wrapper you wanted, said the house detective, producing a large torn envelope, slit lengthwise, and still showing by its rounded contour that it had been used to enclose a rolled newspaper. Thanks, replied Williams as he glanced at the address. I thought so. Thought what? Come over here a minute, and he steered the detective to the desk, where he asked to be shown the register for the preceding day. Then, pointing to the name Countess Sylvia Stefani on the hotel sheet, and to the same name on the wrapper, he asked, Note everything? The handwriting is the same. Precisely. The Countess mailed this paper herself at this hotel before she left Washington. And if I'm not very much mistaken, she'll mail another one to herself in Washington before she leaves New York. You want it intercepted? I do not. If Sylvia is willing to trust the post office department with her secret, I certainly am. But I intend to be on hand when the paper arrives. Sure enough, just before leaving for the station that afternoon, Williams found out from his ally at the Vanderbilt that the Countess had slipped a folded and addressed newspaper into the mailbox in the lobby. She had then paid her bill and entered a taxi, giving the chauffeur instructions to drive slowly through Central Park. Siebert, the operative who was trailing her, reported that several times she appeared to be in the point of stopping, but had ordered the taxi driver to go on, evidently being suspicious that she was followed and not wishing to take any chances. Of this, though, Williams knew nothing, for a glance into one of the cars on the Congressional Limited had been sufficient to assure him that his prey was aboard. He spent the rest of the trip in the smoker, so that he might not run into her. In Washington, however, a surprise awaited him. Instead of returning at once to Brickley Court, the Countess checked her bag at the station and hired a car by the hour, instructing the driver to take her to the Chevy Chase Club. Williams, of course, followed in another car, but had the ill fortune to lose the first taxi in the crush of machines which is always to be noted on dance nights at the club, and it was well on toward morning before he could locate the chauffeur he wanted to reach. According to that individual, the lady had not gone into the club at all, but, changing her mind, had driven on out into the country, returning to Washington at midnight. Did she meet anyone? Demanded Williams. Not a soul, sir. Said she just wanted to drive through the country, and that she had to be at the Senate Office Building at 12 o'clock. The Senate Office Building? Echoed the operative. At midnight? Did you drop her there? I did, sir. She told me to wait, and she was out again in 5 minutes, using the little door in the basement, the one that's seldom locked. I thought she was the wife of one of the senators. Then I drove her to Union Station to get her bag, and then to Brickley Court, where she paid me and got out. The moment the chauffeur had mentioned the Senate Office Building, a mental photograph of Senator Latimer had sprung to William's mind, for the affair between the Countess and the Iowa statesman was public property. Telling the chauffeur to wait in the outer room, the operative called the Latimer home and insisted on speaking to the senator. Yes, it's a matter of vital importance, he snapped. Then, a few moments later, when a gruff but sleepy voice inquired what he wanted, This is Williams of the Secret Service speaking, Senator. Have you any documents of importance, international importance, in your office at the present moment? No, nothing of particular value. Wait a minute. A copy of a certain report to the Committee on Foreign Relations arrived late yesterday, and I remember seeing it on my desk as I left. Why? What's the matter?" "Nothing, except that I don't think that report is there now," replied Williams. "Can you get to your office in 10 minutes?" "I'll be there." But a thorough search by the two of them failed to reveal any trace of the document. It had gone, vanished, in spite of the fact that the door was locked as usual. "Senator," announced the government agent, "a certain woman you know took that paper. She got in here with a false key, lifted the report, and was out again in less than 5 minutes. The theft occurred shortly after midnight, and—" "If you know so much about it, why don't you arrest her?" "I shall, before the hour is up. Only I thought you might like to know in advance how your friend the Countess Stefani worked. She was also responsible for the theft of the plans of the battleship Pennsylvania, you know." And Williams was out of the room before the look of amazement had faded from the senator's face. Some 30 minutes later, the Countess Sylvia was awakened by the sound of continued rapping on her door. In answer to her query, "Who's there?" a man's voice replied, "Open this door, or I'll break it in." Williams, however, knew that his threat was an idle one, for the doors at Brickley Court were built of solid oak that defied anything short of a battering ram. Which was the reason that he had to wait a full 5 minutes, during which time he distinctly heard the sound of paper rattling, and then the rasp of a match as it was struck. Finally, the Countess, attired in a bewitching negligee, threw open the door. "Ah!" she exclaimed. "So it is you, Mr. Williams. What do you—" "You know what I want," growled Owen. "That paper you stole from Latimer's office tonight. Also the plans you lifted from the Navy Department, the ones you mailed in New York yesterday afternoon, and which were waiting for you here." "Find them," was the woman's mocking challenge, as Williams's eyes roved over the room and finally rested on a pile of crumbled ashes beside an alcohol lamp on the table. A moment's examination told him that a blueprint had been burned, but it was impossible to tell what it had been, and there was no trace of any other paper in the ashes. "Search her," he called to a woman in the corridor. "I'm going to rifle the mailbox downstairs. She can't get away with the same trick 3 times." And there, in an innocent-looking envelope addressed to a certain personage whose name stood high on the diplomatic list, Williams discovered the report for which a woman risked her liberty and gambled 6 months of her life. "But the plans?" I asked as Quinn finished. Evidently that was what she had burned. She'd taken care to crumple the ashes so that it was an impossibility to get a shred of direct evidence. Not that it would have made any difference if she hadn't. The government never prosecutes matters of this kind, except in time of war. They merely warn the culprit to leave the country and never return, which is the reason that, while you'll find a number of very interesting foreigners in Washington at the present moment, the Countess Sylvia Stefani is not among them. Neither is the personage to whom her letter was addressed. He was recalled a few weeks later. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. $1 Million Quarter. "What's in the vial?" I inquired one evening, as Bill Quinn, formerly of the United States Secret Service, picked up a small brown bottle from the table in his den and slipped it into his pocket. "Saccharin," retorted Quinn laconically. "Had to come to it in order to offset the sugar shortage. No telling how long it will continue, and meanwhile, we're conserving what we have on hand. So I carry my lump sugar in my vest pocket, and I'll keep on doing it until conditions improve. They say the trouble lies at the importing end. Can't secure enough sugar at the place where the ships are, or enough ships at the place where the sugar is. This isn't the first time that sugar has caused trouble either. See that 25-cent piece up there in the wall? Apparently it's an ordinary, everyday quarter, but it cost the government well over $1 million, money which should have been paid in as import duty on tons upon tons of sugar. Yes, back of that quarter lies a case which is absolutely unique in the annals of government detective work. The biggest and most far-fetching smuggling plot ever discovered, and the one which took the longest to solve. 9 years seems like a mighty long time to work on a single assignment, but when you consider that the Treasury collected more than $2 million as a direct result of one man's labor during that time, you'll see that it was worthwhile. The whole thing really started when Dick Carr went to work as a regular sampler, continued Quinn, his eyes fixed meditatively upon the quarter on the wall. Someone had tipped the department off to the fact that phony sampling of some sort was being indulged in, and Dick managed to get a place as assistant of one of the docks where the big sugar ships unloaded. As you probably know, there's a big difference in the duty on the different grades of raw sugar, a difference based upon the tests made by expert chemists as soon as the cargo is landed. Sugar which is only 92% pure, for example, comes in half a cent a pound cheaper than that which is 96% pure, and the sampling is accomplished by inserting a thin glass tube through the wide meshes of the bag or basket which contains the sugar. It didn't take Carr very long to find out that the majority of the samplers were slipping their tubes into the bags at an angle instead of shoving them straight in, and that a number of them made a practice of moistening the outside of the container before they made their tests. The idea, of course, was that the sugar which had absorbed moisture, either during the voyage or after reaching the dock, would not assay as pure as would the dry material in the center of the package. A few experiments, conducted under the cover of night, showed a difference of 4 to 6% in the grade of the samples taken from the inside of the bag and that taken from a point close to the surface, particularly if even a small amount of water had been judiciously applied. The difference, when translated into terms of a half a cent a pound import duty, didn't take long to run up into hundreds of thousands of dollars, and Carr's report, made after several months investigating, cost a number of sugar samplers their jobs and brought the wrath of the government down upon the companies which had been responsible for the practice. After such an exposure as this, you might think that the sugar people would have been content to take their legitimate profit and to pay the duty levied by law. But Carr had the idea that they would try to put into operation some other scheme for defrauding the Treasury, and during years that followed, he kept in close touch with the importing situation and the personnel of the men employed on the docks. The active part he had played in the sugar sampling exposure naturally prevented his active participation in any attempt to uncover the fraud from the inside, But it was the direct cause of his being summoned to Washington when a discharged official of one of the sugar companies filed a charge that the government was losing $500,000 a year by the illicit operations at a single plant. "Frankly, I haven't the slightest idea of how it's being done," confessed the official in question, "but I am certain that some kind of a swindle is being perpetrated on a large scale. Here's the proof." With that, he produced two documents. One, the bill of lading of the steamer Murbar, showing the amount of sugar on board when she cleared Java, and the other, the official receipt, signed by a representative of the sugar company, for her cargo when she reached New York. "As you will see," continued the informant, "the bill of lading clearly shows that the Murbar carried 11,734,687 pounds of raw sugar. Yet when she weighed under the supervision of the custom house officials a few weeks later, the cargo consisted of only 11,032,016 pounds, a shrinkage of 702,671 pounds, about 6% of the material shipment. And at the present import duty, that would amount to about in the neighborhood of $12,000 loss on this ship alone," stated the former sugar official. "Allowing for the arrival of anywhere from 50 to 100 ships a year, you can figure the annual deficit for yourself." Carr whistled. He had rather prided himself upon uncovering the sampling frauds a few years previously, but this bade fair to be a far bigger case, one which would tax every atom of his ingenuity to uncover. "How long has this been going on?" inquired the acting Secretary of the Treasury. "I can't say," admitted the informant. "Neither do I care to state how I came into possession of these documents. But, as you will find when you look into the matter, they are entirely authoritative and do not refer to an isolated case. The Murbar is the rule, not the exception. It's now up to you people to find out how the fraud was worked." "He's right at that," was the comment from the acting secretary, when the former sugar official had departed. "The information is undoubtedly the result of a personal desire to get even, for our friend recently lost his place with the company in question. However, that hasn't the slightest bearing upon the truth of his charges. Carr, it's up to you to find out what there is in 'em." "That's a man-sized order, Mr. Secretary," smiled Dick, "especially as the work I did some time ago on the sampling frauds made me about as popular as the plague with the sugar people. If I ever poked my nose on the docks at night, you'd be out the price of a big bunch of white roses the next day." "Which means that you don't care to handle the case?" "Not so that you could notice it," snapped Carr. "I merely wanted you to realize the handicaps under which I'll be working, so that there won't be any demand for instant developments. This case is worth $1,000,000 if it's worth a cent. And because it is so big, it will take a whole lot longer to round up the details than if we were working on a matter that concerned only a single individual. If you remember, it took Joe Gregory nearly 6 months to land Phyllis Dodge, and therefore it ought to take about 60 years to get to bottom of this case, eh?" "Hardly that long. But I would like an assurance that I can dig into this in my own way, and that there won't be any hurry-up message sent from this end every week or two." "That's fair enough," agreed the assistant secretary. "You know the ins and outs of the sugar game better than any man in the service. So hop to it, and take your time. We'll content ourselves with sitting back and awaiting developments." Armed with this assurance, Carr went back to New York and began carefully and methodically to lay his plans for the biggest game ever hunted by a government detective, a ring protected by millions of dollars in capital and haunted by the fear that its operations might someday be discovered. In spite of the fact that it was necessary to work entirely in the dark, Dick succeeded in securing the manifests and bills of lading of 3 other sugar ships which had recently been unloaded, together with copies of the receipts of their cargoes. Every one of these indicated the same mysterious shrinkage en route, amounting to about 6% of the entire shipment, and, as Carr figured it, there were but 2 explanations which could cover the matter. Either a certain percentage of the sugar had been removed from the hold and smuggled into the country before the ship reached New York, or there was a conspiracy of some kind, which involved a number of the weighers on the docks. The first supposition, argued Carr, is feasible, but hardly within the bounds of probability. If the shortage had occurred in a shipment of gold, or something else which combines high value with small volume, that's where I'd look for the leak. But when it comes to hundreds of thousands of pounds of sugar, that's something else. You can't carry that around in your pockets, or even unload it without causing comment, and employing so many assistants that the risk would be extremely great. No, the answer must lie right here on the docks, just as it did in the sampling cases. So it was on the docks that he concentrated his efforts, working through the medium of a girl named Louise Wood, whom he planted as a file clerk and general assistant in the offices of the company which owned the Bar and a number of other sugar ships. This, of course, wasn't accomplished in a day, nor yet in a month. As a matter of fact, it was February when Carr was first assigned to the case, and it was late in August when the Wood girl went to work. But as Dick figured it, this single success was worth all the time and trouble spent in preparing for it. It would be hard, therefore, to give any adequate measure of his disappointment when the girl informed him that everything in her office appeared to be straight and above board. "You know, Dick," reported Louise, after she had been at work for a couple of months, "I'm not the kind that can have the wool pulled over my eyes. If there was anything crooked going on, I'd spot it before they'd more than laid their first plans. But I've had the opportunity of going over the files and the records, and it's all on the level." "Then how are you to account for the discrepancies between the bills of lading and the final receipts?" queried Carr, almost stunned by the girl's assurance. "That's what I don't know," she admitted. "It certainly looks queer, but of course it is possible that the men who ship the sugar deliberately falsify the records in order to get more money, and that the company pays these statements as a sort of graft. That I can't say. It doesn't come under my department, as you know. Neither is it criminal. What I do know is that the people on the dock have nothing to do with faking the figures." "Sure you haven't slipped up somewhere and given them a suspicion as to your real work?" "Absolutely certain. I've done my work and done it well. That's what I was employed for, and that's what's given me access to the files. But as for suspicion, there hasn't been a trace of it." It was in vain that Carr questioned and cross-questioned the girl. She was sure of herself and sure of her information, positive that no crooked work was being handled by the men who received the sugar when it was unloaded from the incoming ships. Puzzled by the girl's insistence, and stunned by the failure of the plan upon which he had banked so much, Carr gave the matter up as a bad job, telling Louise that she could stop her work whenever she wished, but finally agreeing to her suggestion that she continue to hold her place in the bare chance of uncovering a lead. Of course, concluded the girl, you may be right after all. They may have covered their tracks so thoroughly that I haven't been able to pick up the scent. I really don't believe that they have, but it's worth the gamble to me if it is to you. More than a month passed before the significance of this speech dawned upon Dick, and then only when he chanced to be walking along Fifth Avenue one Saturday afternoon and saw Louise coming out of Tiffany's with a small cubical package in her hand. "Tiffany's," he muttered. "I wonder." Then, entering the store, he sought out the manager and stated that he would like to find out what a lady, whom he described, had just purchased. The flash of his badge which accompanied this request turned the trick. "Of course, it's entirely against our rules," explained the store official, "but we are always glad to do anything in our power to assist the government. Just a moment. I'll call the clerk who waited on her." The lady, he reported a few minutes later, gave her name as Miss Louise Wood and her address as— "I know where she lives," snapped Carr. "What did she buy?" "A diamond and platinum ring." "The price?" $850. "Thanks," said the operative, and was out of the office before the manager could frame any additional inquiries. When the Wood girl answered a rather imperative ring at the door of her apartment, she was distinctly surprised at the identity of her caller, for she and Carr had agreed that it would not be wise for them to meet except by appointment in some out-of-the-way place. "Dick," she exclaimed, "what brings you here? Do you think it's safe?" "Safe or not," replied the operative, entering and closing the door behind him, "I'm here, and here I'm going to stay until I find out something. Where did you get the money to pay for that ring you bought at Tiffany's today?" "Money? Ring?" echoed the girl. "What are you talking about?" "You know well enough. Now don't stall. Come through. Where'd you get it?" An aunt died and left it to me." But the girl's pale face and halting speech belied her words. "Try another one," sneered Carr. "Where did you get that $850? "What business is it of yours? Can't I spend my own money in my own way without being trailed and hounded all over the city?" "You can spend your own money, the money that you earn by working, and the money I pay you for keeping your eyes open on the docks as you please. But," and here Carr reached forward and grasped the girl's wrist, drawing her slowly toward him, so that her eyes looked straight into his, "when it comes to spending other money, money that you got for keeping your mouth shut and putting it over on me, that's another story." "I didn't, Dick. I didn't." "Can you look me straight in the eyes and say that they haven't paid you for being blind? That they didn't suspect what you came to the dock for and declared you in on the split? No, I didn't think you could." With that he flung her on a couch and moved toward the door. Just as his hand touched the knob, he heard a voice behind him, half sob and half plea, cry, "Dick!" Reluctantly he turned. "Dick, as there's a God in heaven, I didn't mean to double-cross you. But they were on to me from the first. They planted some stamps in my pocket during the first week I was there, and then gave me my choice of being pulled for thieving or staying there at double pay. I didn't want to do it, but they had the goods on me, and I had to. They said all I had to do was to tell you that nothing crooked was going on, and they'll pay me well for it." "While you were also drawing money from me, eh?" "Sure I was, Dick. I couldn't ask you to stop my pay. You'd have suspected. Besides, as soon as you were done with me, they were too. That's where the $850 came from? Yes, and a lot more. Oh, they pay well, all right. For fully a minute there was silence in the little apartment, broken only by the sobs of the girl on the couch. Finally, Carr broke the strain. "There's only one way for you to square yourself," he announced. "Tell me everything you know, the truth, and every word of it." "That's just it, Dick. I don't know anything, for sure. There's something going on, no doubt of that. But what it is, I don't know. They keep it under cover in the scale house." "In the scale house?" "Yes, they don't allow anyone in there without a permit. Somebody uptown tips 'em off whenever a special agent is coming down, so they can fix things. But none of the staff knows, though nearly all of them are drawing extra money for keeping their mouths shut." "Who are the men who appear to be implicated?" "Mahoney, the checker for the company, and Derwent, the government weigher." "Derwent?" "Yes, he's in on it, too. I tell you, Dick, the thing's bigger than you ever dreamed. It's like an octopus, with tentacles that are fastened on everyone connected with the place." "But no clue as to the location of the body of the beast?" "Can't you guess? You know the number of their office uptown. But there's no use hoping to nab them. They're too well protected. I doubt if you can even get at the bottom of the affair on the dock." "I don't doubt it." Carr's chin had settled itself determinedly, and his mouth was a thin red line. "I'm going to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go back to work as usual on Monday. Don't let on, by word or gesture, that anything has changed. Just await developments. If you'll do that, I'll see that you're not implicated. More than that, I'll acknowledge you as the proper time as my agent, planted there to double-cross the fraud gang. You'll have your money and your glory and your satisfaction of having done the right thing, even though you didn't intend to do it. Are you on?" "I am, Dick. I won't say a word, I promise." "Good. You'll probably see me before long, but don't recognize me. You'll be just one of the girls, and it'll probably be necessary to include you in the roundup. I'll fix that later. Goodbye." And with that he was off. Not expecting the car would be able to complete his plans for at least a week, Louise was startled when the operative arrived at the dock on the following Monday morning. He had spent the previous day in Washington, arranging details, and his appearance at the company's office, while apparently casual, was part of the program mapped out in advance. What was more, Carr had come to the dock from the station, so as to prevent the inside man from flashing a warning of his arrival. Straight through the office he strode, his right hand swinging at his side, his left thrust nonchalantly in the pocket of his topcoat. Before he had crossed halfway to the door of the scale room, he was interrupted by a burly individual who demanded his business. "I want to see Mr. Derwent or Mr. Mahoney," replied Carr. "They're both engaged at present," was the answer. "Wait here, and I'll tell them." "Get out of my road," growled the operative, pulling back the lapel of his coat sufficiently to afford a glimpse of his badge. "I'll see them where they are." And before the guardian of the scale house door had recovered from his astonishment, Carr was well across the portals. The first thing that caught his eye was the figure of a man bending over the weight beam of one of the big scales, while another man was making some adjustments on the other side of the apparatus. Derwent, who was facing the door, was the first to see Carr, but before he could warn his companion, the special agent was on top of them. "Who are you? What business have you in here?" demanded the government weigher. "Carr is my name," replied Dick. "Possibly you've heard of me. If so, you know my business. Catching sugar crooks." Derwent's face went white for a moment, and then flushed a deep red. Mahoney, however, failed to alter his position. He remained bending over the weight beam, his fingernails scratching at something underneath. "Straighten up there," ordered Carr. "You, Mahoney, I mean. Straighten up." "I'll see you in hell first," snapped the other. "You'll be there soon enough if you don't get up," was Carr's reply, as his left hand emerged from his coat pocket, bringing to light the blue steel barrel of a .45. "Get—" Just at that moment, from a point somewhere near the door of the scale room, came a shrill, high-pitched cry, a woman's voice. "Dick!" it called. "Look out! Jump!" Instantly, involuntarily, the operative leaped sidewise, and as he did so, a huge bag of raw sugar crashed to the floor, striking directly on the spot where he had stood. "Thanks, Lou," called Carr, without turning his head. "You saved me that time, all right. Now, gentlemen, before any more bags drop, suppose we adjourn uptown. We're less likely to be interrupted there." And he sounded a police whistle, which brought a dozen assistants on the run. "Search Mahoney," he directed. "I don't think Derwent has anything on him. What's that Mahoney has in his hand?" "Nothing but a quarter, sir, and what looks like an old wad of chewing gum." Puzzled, Carr examined the coin. Then the explanation of the whole affair flashed upon him, as he investigated the weight beam and found fragments of gum adhering to the lower part, near the free end. "So that was the trick, eh?" he inquired. "Quite a delicate bit of mechanism, this scale, in spite of the fact that it was designed to weigh tons of material. Even a quarter, gummed on the end of the beam, would throw the whole thing out enough to make it well worth while. I think this coin and the wad of gum will make very interesting evidence, exhibits A and B, at the trial, after we've rounded up the rest of you." "And that," concluded Quinn, "is the story which lies behind that 25-cent piece. Probably the most valuable bit of money, judged from the standpoint of what it has accomplished, in the world." "Derwent and Mahoney?" I asked. "What happened to them? And did Carr succeed in landing the men higher up?" "Unfortunately," and Quinn smiled rather ruefully, "there is such a thing as the power of money. The government brought suit against the sugar companies implicated in the fraud, and commenced criminal proceedings against the men directly responsible for the manipulation of the scales. It developed that they had another equally lucrative method of using a piece of thin corset steel to alter the weights. But the case was squashed upon the receipt of a check for more than $2 million, covering back duties uncollected, so the personal indictments were allowed to lapse. It remains, however, the only investigation I ever heard of in which success was so signal and the amount involved so large. Todd, of the Department of Justice, handled a big affair not long afterward, but, while some of the details were even more unusual and exciting, the theft was only a paltry $250,000. "Which case was that?" "The looting of the Central Trust Company, replied the former operative, rising and stretching himself. "Get along with you. It's time for me to lock up." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, The Looting of the CTC. There was a wintry quality in the night itself that made a comfortable chair and an open fire distinctly worth the payment of a luxury tax. Add to this the fact that the chairs of the library den of William J. Quinn, formerly Bill Quinn, United States Secret Service, were roomy and inviting, while the fire fairly crackled with good cheer, and you'll know why the conversation, after a particularly good dinner on the evening in question, was punctuated by pauses and liberally interlarded with silences. Finally, feeling that it was really necessary that I say something, I remarked upon the fierceness of the wind and the biting, stinging sleet which accompanied a typical January storm. "Makes one long for Florida," I added. "Yes," agreed Quinn, "or even some point farther south. On a night like this you can hardly blame a man for heading for Honduras, even if he did carry away $250,000 of the bank's deposits with him." "Huh? Who's been looting the local treasury?" I asked, thinking that I was on the point of getting some advance information. "No one that I know of," came from the depths of Quinn's big armchair. "I was just thinking of Florida and warm weather, and that naturally led to Honduras, which, in turn, recalled Rockwell to my mind. Ever hear of Rockwell?" "Don't think I ever did. What was the connection between him and the $250,000 you mentioned?" "Quite a bit. Rather intimate, as you might say, but not quite as much as he had planned. However, if it hadn't been for Todd—" "Todd?" "Yes, Ernest E. Todd, of the Department of Justice. Extra Ernest, they used to call him, because he'd never give up a job until he brought it in, neatly wrapped and ready for filing. More than one man has cause to believe that Todd's parents chose the right name for him. He may not have been much to look at, but he sure was earnest. Take the Rockwell case, for example," Quinn went on, after a preliminary puff or two to see that his pipe was drawing well. "No one had the slightest idea that the Central Trust Company wasn't in the best of shape. Its books always balanced to a penny. There was never anything to cause the examiner to hesitate, and its officials were models of propriety, particularly Rockwell, the cashier. Not only was he a pillar of the church, but he appeared to put his religious principles into practice on the other 6 days of the week as well. He wasn't married, but that only boosted his stock in the eyes of the community, many of which had daughters of an age when wedding bells sound very tuneful and orange blossoms are the sweetest flowers that grow. When they came to look into the matter later on, nobody seemed to know much about Mr. Rockwell's antecedents. He'd landed a minor position in the bank some 15 years before, and had gradually lifted himself to the cashiership. Seemed to have an absolute genius for detail and the handling of financial matters. So it was that when Todd went back home on a vacation and happened to launch some of his ideas on criminology, ideas founded on an intensive study of Lombroso and other experts, he quickly got himself into deep water. During the course of a dinner at one of the hotels, E.E. commenced to expound certain theories relating to crime and the physical appearance of the criminal. "Do you know," he inquired, "that it's the simplest thing in the world to tell whether a man, or even a boy for that matter, has criminal tendencies? There are certain unmistakable physical details that point unerringly to what the world might call laxity of conscience, but which is nothing less than a predisposition to evil, a tendency to crime. The lobes of the ears, the height and shape of the forehead, the length of the little finger, the contour of the hand, all these are of immense value in determining whether a man will go straight or crooked. Employers are using them more and more every day. The old-fashioned phrenologist, with his half-formed theories and wild guesses, has been displaced by the modern student of character, who relies upon certain rules which vary so little as to be practically immutable. "Do you mean to say," asked one of the men at the table, "that you can tell a man is a criminal simply by looking at him?" "If that's the case," cut in another, "why don't you lock 'em all up?" "But it isn't the case," was Todd's reply. "The physical characteristics to which I refer only mean that a man is likely to develop along the wrong lines. They are like the stars, which, as Shakespeare remarked, incline but do not compel. If you remember, he added, the fault, dear Brutus, lies in ourselves. Therefore, if a detective of the modern school is working on a case, and he comes across a man who bears one or more of these very certain brands of Cain, he watches that man very carefully, at least until he is convinced that he is innocent. You can't arrest a man simply because he looks like a crook, but it is amazing how often the guideposts point in the right direction." "Anyone present that you suspect of forgery or beating his wife?" came in a bantering voice from the other end of the table. "If you're in earnest," answered the government agent, "lay your hands on the table." And everyone present, including Rockwell, cashier of the Central Trust Company, placed his hands, palm upward, on the cloth, though there was a distinct hesitation in several quarters. Slowly, deliberately, Todd looked around the circle of hands before him. Then, with quite as much precision, he scanned the faces, and particularly the ears of his associates. Only once did his gaze hesitate longer than usual, and then not for a sufficient length of time to make it apparent. "No," he finally said, "I'd give every one of you a clean bill of health. Apparently you're all right, but," and he laughed, "remember, I said apparently. So don't blame me if there's a murder committed before morning and one or more of you is arrested for it." That was all there was to the matter until Todd, accompanied by two of his older friends, left the grill and started to walk home. "That was an interesting theory of yours," commented one of the men. "But wasn't it only a theory? Is there any real foundation of fact?" "You mean my statement that you can tell by the shape of a man's head and hands whether he has a predisposition to crime?" "Yes." "It's far from a theory, inasmuch as it has the support of hundreds of cases which are on record. Besides, I had a purpose in springing it when I did. In fact, it partook of the nature of an experiment." "You mean you suspected someone present?" "Not suspected, but merely wondered if he would submit to the test. I knew that one of the men at the table would call for it. Someone in a crowd always does, and I had already noted a startling peculiarity about the forehead, nose, and ears of a certain dinner companion. I merely wanted to find out if he had the nerve to withstand my inspection of his hands. I must say that he did, without flinching." But who was the man?" "I barely caught his name," replied Todd, "and this conversation must be in strict confidence. After all, criminologists do not maintain that every man who looks like a crook is one. They simply state and prove that 95% of the deliberate criminals, men who plan their wrong well in advance, bear these marks. And the man who sat across the table from me tonight has them, to an amazing degree." "Across the table from you? Why, that was Rockwell, cashier of the Central Trust." "Precisely," stated Todd. "And the only reason that I am making this admission is because I happen to know that both of you bank there." "But," protested one of the other men, "Rockwell has been with them for years. He's worked himself up from the very bottom and had hundreds of chances to make away with money if he wanted to. He's as straight as a die." "Very possibly he is," Todd agreed. "That's the reason that I warn you that what I said was in strict confidence. Neither one of you is to say a word that would cast suspicion on Rockwell. It would be fatal to his career. On the other hand, I wanted to give you the benefit of my judgment, which, if you remember, you requested. But it didn't take a character analyst to see that the Department of Justice man had put his foot in it, so far as his friends were concerned. They were convinced of the cashier's honesty, and no theories founded on purely physical attributes could swerve them. They kept the conversation to themselves, but Todd left town feeling that he had lost the confidence of two of his former friends. It was about a month later that he ran into Weldon, the federal bank examiner for that section of the country, and managed to make a few discreet inquiries about Rockwell and the Central Trust Company, without, however, obtaining even a nibble. "Everything's flourishing," was the verdict. "Accounts straight as a string, and they appear to be doing an excellent business. Fairly heavy on notes, it's true, but they're all well endorsed. Why do you ask? Any reason to suspect anyone?" "Not the least," lied Todd. "It's my hometown, you know, and I know a lot of people who bank at the CTC. Just like to keep in touch with how things are going. By the way, when do you plan to make your next inspection?" "Think I'll probably be in there next Wednesday. Want me to say hello to anybody?" "No, I'm not popular in certain quarters," Todd laughed. "They say I have too many theories, go off half-cocked and all that sort of thing." Nevertheless, the Department of Justice operative arranged matters so that he reached his home city on Tuesday of the following week, discovering, by judicious inquiries, that the visit of the examiner had not been forecast. In fact, he wasn't expected for a month or more. But that's the way it is best to work. If bank officials know when to look out for an examiner, they can often fix things on their books, which would not bear immediate inspection. Weldon arrived on schedule early the following morning and commenced his examinations of the accounts of the First National, as was his habit. As soon as Todd knew that he was in town, he took up his position outside the offices of the Central Trust, selecting a vantage point which would give him a clear view of both entrances of the bank. "Possibly," he argued to himself, "I am a damn fool. But just the same, I have a mighty well-defined hunch that Mr. Rockwell isn't on the level, and I ought to find out pretty soon." Then events began to move even quicker than he had hoped. The first thing he noted was that Jaffrey, one of the bookkeepers of the CTC, slipped out of a side door of the bank and dropped a parcel into the mailbox, which stood beside the entrance. Then a few minutes later a messenger came out and made his way up the street to the State National, where, As Todd, who was on his heels, had little trouble in discovering, he cashed a cashier's check for $150,000, returning to the Central Trust Company with the money in his valise. Of course, Todd reasoned, Rockwell may be ignorant of the fact that Weldon doesn't usually get around to the State National until he has inspected all the other banks. Hence, the check will have already gone to the clearinghouse and will appear on the books merely as an item of $150,000 due, rather than as a check from the Central Trust. Yes, he may be ignorant of the fact, but it does look funny. Wonder what that bookkeeper mailed. Working along the last line of reasoning, the government operative stopped at the post office long enough to introduce himself to the postmaster, present his credentials, and inquire if the mail from the box outside the Central Trust Company had yet been collected. Learning that it had, he asked permission to inspect it. "You can look it over if you wish," stated the postmaster, "but, of course, I have no authority to allow you to open any of it. Even the Postmaster General himself couldn't do that." "Certainly," agreed Todd. "I merely want to see the address on a certain parcel, and I'll make affidavit, if you wish, that I have reason to suppose that the mails are being used for illegal purposes." "That won't be necessary. We'll step down to the parcel room and soon find out what you want." Some 5 minutes later, Todd learned that the parcel which he recognized, a long roll covered with wrapping paper so that it was impossible to gain even an idea of what it contained, was addressed to Jafferay, the bookkeeper, at his home address. "Thanks. Now, if you can give me some idea of when this'll be delivered, I won't bother you any more." "About 5 o'clock this afternoon? Fine." And the man from Washington was out of the post office before anyone could inquire further concerning his mission. A telephone call disclosed the fact that Weldon was then making his examination of the Central Trust Company books and could not be disturbed, but Todd managed to get him later in the afternoon and made an appointment for dinner, on the plea of official business which he wished to discuss. That afternoon he paid a visit to the house of a certain Mr. Jafferay and spent an hour in a vain attempt to locate the bank examiner. Promptly at 6 o'clock, that official walked into Todd's room at the hotel to find the operative pacing restlessly up and down, visibly excited, and clutching what appeared to be a roll of paper. "What's the matter?" asked Weldon. "I'm on time. Didn't keep you waiting a minute." "No," snapped Todd. "But where have you been for the last hour? Been trying to reach you all over town." "Great Scott, man. Even a human adding machine has a right to take a little rest now and then. If you must know, I've been getting a shave and a haircut. Anything criminal in that?" "Can't say that there is," and Todd relaxed enough to smile at his vehemence. "But there is in this," unrolling the parcel that he still held, and presenting several large sheets of ruled paper for the examiner's attention. "Recognize them?" "They appear to be loose leaves from the ledgers at the Central Trust Company." "Precisely. Were they there when you went over the books this morning?" "I don't recall them, but it's possible they may have been." "No, they weren't. One of the bookkeepers mailed them to himself at his home address while you were still at the First National. If I hadn't visited his house this afternoon in the guise of a book agent and taken a long chance by lifting this roll of paper, he'd have slipped them back in place in the morning, and nobody'd been any the wiser." "Then you mean that the bookkeeper is responsible for falsifying the accounts?" "Only partially. Was the cash okay at the Central Trust? Perfectly. Do you recall any record of a check for $150,000 upon the State National drawn and cashed this morning? No, there was no such check. Yes, there was. I was present when the messenger cashed it, and he took the money back to the CTC. They knew you wouldn't get around to the state before morning, and by that time the check would have gone to the clearinghouse, giving them plenty of time to make the cash balance to a penny. Whom do you suspect of manipulating the funds? The man who signed the check, Rockwell, the cashier. That's why I was trying to get hold of you. I haven't the authority to demand admittance to the Central Trust vaults, but you have. Then, if matters are as I figure them, I'll take charge of the case as an agent of the Department of Justice. Come on, was Weldon's response. We'll get up there right away. No use losing time over it. At the bank, however, they were told that the combination to the vault was known to only 3 persons: the president of the bank, Rockwell, and the assistant cashier. The president, it developed, was out of town. Rockwell's house failed to answer the phone, and it was a good half-hour before the assistant cashier put in an appearance. When, in compliance with Weldon's orders, he swung back the heavy doors which guarded the vault where the currency was stored, he swung around, amazed. "It's empty," he whispered. "Not a thing there save the bags of coin. Why, I put some $250,000 in paper money in there myself this afternoon." "Who was here at the time?" demanded Todd. "Only Mr. Rockwell. I remember distinctly that he said he would have to work a little longer, but that there wouldn't be any necessity for my staying. So I put the money in there, locked the door, and went on home." "Do you know where Rockwell is now?" "At his house, I suppose. He lives at—" "I know where he lives," snapped Todd. "I also know that he isn't there. I've had the place watched since 5 o'clock this afternoon, but Rockwell hasn't shown up. Like the money, I think we can say with the money, he's gone, disappeared, vanished." "Then," said Weldon, "it's up to you to find him. My part of the job ceased the moment the shortage was disclosed." "I know that, and if you'll attend to making a report on the matter, order the arrest of Jaffarey, and spread the report of Rockwell's embezzlement through police circles, I'll get busy on my own hook. Goodbye." And an instant later, Todd was hailing a taxi and ordering the chauffeur to pick all the speed laws in reaching the house where Rockwell boarded. Examination of the cashier's room and an extended talk with the landlady failed, however, to disclose anything which might be termed a clue. The missing official had visited the house shortly after noon, but had not come back since the bank closed. He had not taken a valise or suitcase with him, declared the mistress of the house, but he had seemed just a little bit upset. Quickly but efficiently, Todd examined the room, even inspecting the bits of paper in the wastebasket and pawing over the books which lined the mantel. 3 of the former he slipped into his pocket, and then, turning, inquired, "Was Mr. Rockwell fond of cold weather?" "No, indeed," was the reply. "He hated winter. Said he never was comfortable from November until May. He always—" But the queer gentleman, as the landlady afterward referred to him, was out of the house before she could detail her pet story of the cashier's fondness for heat, no matter at what cost. No one at the station had seen Rockwell board a train, but inquiry at the taxicab offices revealed the fact that a man, with his overcoat collar turned up until it almost met his hat brim, had taken a cab for a nearby town, where it would be easy for him to make connections either north or south. Stopping only to wire Washington the bare outline of the case, with a suggestion that the Canadian border be watched, though it is almost certain that Rockwell is headed south, Todd picked up the trail at the railroad ticket office, some 10 miles distant, and found that a man answering to the description of his prey had bought passage as far as St. Louis. But, despite telegraphic instructions, the St. Louis police were unable to apprehend anyone who looked like Rockwell, and the government operative kept right on down the river, stopping at Memphis to file a message to the authorities in New Orleans. It was precisely a week after the looting of the Central Trust Company that Todd stood on the docks in New Orleans, watching the arrival of the passengers and baggage destined to go aboard the boat for Honduras. Singly and in groups they arrived until, when the all-ashore signal sounded, the operative began to wonder if he were really on the right trail. Then, at the last minute, a cab drove up, and a woman, apparently suffering from rheumatism, made her way toward the boat. Scenting a tip, 2 stewards sprang to assist her, but Todd beat them to it. "Pardon me, madam," he said. "May I not—" "Drat that fly!" And with that he made a pass at something in front of his face, and accidentally brushed aside the veil which hid the woman's face. He had barely time to realize that, as he had suspected, it was Rockwell, disguised, before the woman had slipped out of the light wrap which she had been wearing, and was giving him what he later admitted was the scrap of his life. In fact, for several moments, he not only had to fight Rockwell, but several bystanders as well, for they had only witnessed what they supposed was a totally uncalled-for attack upon a woman. In the mix-up that followed, Rockwell managed to slip away, and before Todd had a chance to recover, was halfway across the street, headed for the entrance to a collection of shanties, which provided an excellent hiding place. Tearing himself loose, Todd whipped out his revolver and fired at the figure just visible in the gathering dusk, scoring a clean shot just above the ankle, a flesh wound that ripped the leg muscles without breaking a bone. With a groan of despair, Rockwell toppled over, clawing wildly in an attempt to reach his revolver. But Todd was on top of him before the cashier could swing the gun into action, and a pair of handcuffs finished the career of the man who had planned to loot the CTC of $250,000 in cold cash. "The next time you try a trick like that," Todd advised him on the train that night, "be careful what you leave behind in your room." The 2 torn letterheads of the Canadian Pacific nearly misled me, but the other one, referring to the Honduran line, plus the book on Honduras and the fact that your landlady stated that you hated cold weather, gave you dead away. Of course, even without that, it was a toss-up between Canada and Central America. Those are the only 2 places where an embezzler is comparatively safe these days. I hope, for the sake of your comfort, they give you plenty of blankets in Joliet." Quinn paused a moment to repack his pipe, and then, "So far as I know, he's still handling the prison finances," he added. "Yes, they found at the trial that he had had a clean record up to the moment he slipped. But the criminal tendencies were there, and he wasn't able to resist temptation. He had speculated with the bank funds, covered his shortages by removing the pages from the ledger, and kiting checks through the State National, and then determined to risk everything in one grand cleanup. He might have gotten away with it, too, if Todd hadn't spotted the peculiarities which indicated moral weakness. However, you can't always tell. No one who knew Mrs. Armitage would have dreamed that she was what she was. "Well," I inquired, "what was she?" "That's what puzzled Washington and the State Department for several months," replied Quinn. "It's too long a story to spin tonight. That's her picture up there if you care to study features." And I went home wondering what were the crimes of which such a beautiful woman could have been guilty. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Unsecret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The Case of Mrs. Armitage. To look at him, no one would have thought that Bill Quinn had a trace of sentiment in his makeup. Apparently, he was just the grizzled old veteran of 100 battles with crime, the last of which, a raid on a counterfeiter's den in Long Island, had laid him up with a game leg and a soft berth in the Treasury Department, where, for years, he had been an integral part of the United States Secret Service. But in the place of honor in Quinn's library den, there hung the photograph of a stunningly handsome woman, her sable coat thrown back just enough to afford a glimpse of a throat of which Juno might have been proud, while in her eyes there sparkled a light that seemed to hint at much but reveal little. It was very evident that she belonged to a world entirely apart from that of Quinn, yet the very fact that her photograph adorned the walls of his den proved that she had been implicated in some case which had necessitated Secret Service investigation, for the den was the shrine of relics relating to cases in which Quinn's friends had figured. Finally, one evening I gathered courage to inquire about her. "Armitage was her name," Quinn replied. "Lelia Armitage. At least, that was the name she was known by in Washington, and even the investigations which followed Melville Taylor's exposure of her foreign connections failed to reveal that she had been known by any other, save her maiden name of Lawrence." "Where is she now?" I asked. "You'll have to ask me something easier," and Quinn smiled, a trifle wistfully, I thought. "Possibly in London, perhaps in Paris, maybe in Rio or the Far East. But wherever she is, the center of attention is not very far away from her big violet-black eyes. Also, the police of the country where she is residing probably wish that they had never been burdened with her." "You mean that she was a crook?" "Not as the word is usually understood. But more than one string of valuable pearls or diamonds has disappeared when my Lady Armitage was in the neighborhood, though they were never able to prove that she had lifted a thing. No, her principal escapade in this country brought her into contact with the Secret Service rather than the police officials, which is probably the reason she was nailed with the goods. You remember the incident of the leak in the peace note, when certain Wall Street interests cleaned up millions of dollars?" "Perfectly. Was she to blame for that?" "They never settled who was to blame for it, but Mrs. Armitage was dealing through a young and decidedly attractive Washington broker at the time, and her account mysteriously multiplied itself half a dozen times. Then there was the affair of the Carruthers Code, the one which ultimately led to her exposure at the hands of Taylor and Madeline James. The Carruthers Code, Quinn went on, was admittedly the cleverest and yet the simplest system of cipher communications ever devised on this side of the Atlantic, with a possible exception of the one mentioned in Jules Verne's Giant Raft, the one that Dr. Heinrich Albert used with such success. Come to think of it, Verne wasn't an American, was he? He ought to have been, though. He invented like one. In some ways, the Carruthers system was even more efficient than the Verne cipher. You could use it with less difficulty, for one thing, and the key was susceptible of an almost infinite number of variations. Its only weakness lay in the fact that the secret had to be written down, and it was in connection with the slip of paper which contained this that Mrs. Armitage came into prominence. For some 2 years, Lelia Armitage had maintained a large and expensive establishment on Massachusetts Avenue, not far from Sheridan Circle. Those who claimed to know stated that there had been a Mr. Armitage, but that he had died, leaving his widow enough to make her luxuriously comfortable for the remainder of her life. In spite of the incidents of the jeweled necklaces, no one took the trouble to inquire into Mrs. Armitage's past until the leak in connection with the peace note and the subsequent investigation of Paul Connor's brokerage house led to the discovery that her name was among those who had benefited most largely by the advance information. It was at that time that Melville Taylor was detailed to dig back into her history and see what he could discover. As was only natural, he went at once to Madeline James, who had been of assistance to the service in more than one Washington case which demanded feminine finesse, plus an intimate knowledge of social life in the national capital. "Madeline," he inquired, "what do you know of a certain Mrs. Lelia Armitage?" "Nothing particularly, except that one sees her everywhere. Apparently has plenty of money, supposed to have gotten it from her husband, who has been dead for some time. Dresses daringly but expensively, and while there are at least a score of men, ranging all the way from lieutenants in the army to captains of industry, who would like to marry her, she has successfully evaded scandal and almost gotten away from gossip." "Where'd she come from?" "London, I believe, by way of New York. Maiden name was Lawrence, and the late but not very lamented Mr. Armitage was reputed to have made his money in South Africa." "All of which," commented Taylor, "is rather vague, particularly for purposes of a detailed report." "Report? In what connection?" "Her name appears on the list of Connor's clients as one of the ones who cleaned up on the leak. Sold short and made a barrel of money when stocks came down. The question is, where did she get the tip?" "Possibly from Paul Connor himself." "Possibly. But I wish you'd cultivate her acquaintance and see if you can pick up anything that would put us on the right track." But some 6 weeks later, when Taylor was called upon to make a report of his investigations, he had to admit that the sheet was a blank. "Chief," he said, "either the Armitage woman is perfectly innocent, or else she's infernally clever. I've pumped everyone dry about her, and a certain friend of mine, whom you know, has made a point of getting next to the lady herself. He's dined there a couple of times, and has talked to her at a dozen teas and receptions, but without success. Mrs. Armitage has been very frank and open about what she calls her good fortune on the stock market. Says she followed her intuition and sold short when everyone else was buying. What's more, she says it with such a look of frank honesty that, according to Madeline, you almost have to believe her." "Has Miss James been able to discover anything of the lady's past history?" "Nothing more than we already know. Born in England, Husband made a fortune in South Africa, died, and left it to her. Have you tried tracing her from the other side? Yes, but they merely disclaim all knowledge of her. Don't even recognize the description. That may mean anything. Well, and Chief sighed rather disconsolately, for the leak puzzle had been a knotty one from the start. I guess we'd better drop her. Too many other things going on to worry about a woman whose only offense seems to be an intuitive knowledge of the way Wall Street's going to jump. It was at that moment that Mahoney, assistant to the chief, came in with the information that the Secretary of State desired the presence of the head of the Secret Service in his office immediately. In answer to a snapped, "Come along, this may be something that you can take care of right away," Taylor followed the chief to the State Department, where they were soon closeted with one of the undersecretaries. "You are familiar with the Carruthers Code?" inquired the assistant secretary. "I know the principle on which it operates," the chief replied, "but I can't say that I've ever come into contact with it." "So far as we know," went on the State Department official, "it is the most efficient cipher system in the world. Simple, easy to operate, almost impossible to decode without the key, and susceptible of being changed every day or every hour if necessary, without impairing its value. However, in common with every other code, it has this weakness. Once the key is located, the entire system is practically valueless." "When did you discover the appearance of the code secret?" asked Taylor, examining his cigarette with an exaggerated display of interest. "How did you know it was lost?" demanded the undersecretary. "I didn't, but the fact that your chief sent for mine, and then you launch into a dissertation on the subject of the code itself, is open to but one construction. Someone has lifted the key to the cipher." "Yes, someone has. At least, it was in this safe last night." Here a wave of his hand indicated a small and rather old-fashioned strong box in the corner. "And it wasn't there when I arrived this morning. I reported the matter to the secretary, and he asked me to give you the details." "You are certain that the cipher was there last evening?" asked the chief. "Not the cipher itself, at least not a code book, as the term is generally understood," explained the undersecretary. "That's one of the beauties of the Carruthers system. You don't have to lug a bulky book around with you all the time. A single slip of paper, a cigarette paper would answer excellently, will contain the data covering a man's individual code. The loss or theft of one of these would be inconvenient, but not fatal. The loss of the master key, which was in that safe, is irreparable. If it once gets out of the country, it means that the decoding of our official messages is merely a question of time, no matter how often we switch the individual ciphers." "What was the size of the master key, as you call it?" "Merely a slip of government bond, about 6 inches long by some 2 inches deep." "Was it of such a nature that it could have been easily copied?" "Yes, but anything other than a careful tracing or a photographic copy would be valueless. The position of the letters and figures mean as much as the marks themselves. Whoever took it undoubtedly knows this, and will endeavor to deliver the original as a mark of good faith, if nothing else." "Was this the only copy in existence?" "There are 2 others, one in the possession of the secretary, the other in the section which has charge of decoding messages. Both of these are safe, as I ascertained as soon as I discovered that my slip was missing." A few more questions failed to bring out anything more about the mystery, beyond the fact that the assistant secretary was certain that he had locked the safe the evening before, and he knew that he had found it locked when he arrived that morning. All of which, as Taylor declared, means but little. The safe is of the vintage of 1870, the old-fashioned kind, where you can hear the tumblers drop clean across the room. Look, and he pointed to the japanned front of the safe where a circular mark, some 2 inches in diameter, was visible close to the dial. "Yes, but what is it?" demanded the secretary. "The proof that you locked the safe last night," Taylor responded. "Whoever abstracted the cipher key opened the safe with the aid of some instrument that enabled them clearly to detect the fall of the tumblers. Probably a stethoscope, such as physicians use for listening to a patient's heart. Perfectly simple when you know how, particularly with an old model like this." Finding that there was no further information available, Taylor and the chief left the department, the chief to return to headquarters, Taylor to endeavor to pick up the trail wherever he could. "It doesn't look like an inside job," was the parting comment of the head of the Secret Service. "Anyone who had access to the safe would have made some excuse to discover the combination, rather than rely on listening to the click of the tumblers. Better get after the night watchman and see if he can give you a line on any strangers who were around the building last night." But the night watchman, when roused from his sound forenoon sleep, was certain that no one had entered the building on the previous evening, save those who had business there. "Everybody's got to use a pass now, you know," he stated. "I was on the job all night myself, and divil a bit of anything out of the ordinary did I see. There was Mr. McKnight and Mr. Lester and Mr. Green on the job in the telegraph room, and the usual crowd of correspondents over in the press room, and a score of others who works there regular, and Mrs. Prentice, and—" "Mrs. who?" interrupted Taylor. "Mrs. Prentice, wife of the third assistant secretary. She comes down often when her husband is working late, but last night he must have gone home just before she got there, for she came back a few minutes later and said that the office was dark." Whatever Taylor's thoughts were at the moment, he kept them to himself, for Prentice was the man from whose safe the cipher key had been abstracted. So he contented himself with inquiring whether the watchman was certain that the woman who entered the building was Mrs. Prentice. "Sure, and I'm certain," was the reply. "I've seen her in that green evening cape of hers trimmed with fur too often not to know her." "Do you know how long it was between the time that she entered the building and the time she left?" persisted Taylor. "That I do not, sir. Time is something that you don't worry about much when it's a matter of guarding the door to a building, particularly at night. But I'd guess somewhere about 5 or 10 minutes." "Rather long for her to make her way to the office of her husband, find he wasn't there, and come right back, wasn't it?" "Yes, sir. But you must remember I wasn't counting the minutes, so to speak. Maybe it was only 3, maybe it was 10. Anyhow, it was just 9:30 when she left. I remember looking at the clock when she went out." From the watchman's house, located well over in the northeastern section of the city, Taylor made his way to Madeline James's apartment on Connecticut Avenue, discovering that young lady on the point of setting off to keep a luncheon engagement. "I won't keep you a minute, Madeline," promised the Secret Service operative. "Just want to ask you what you know about Mrs. Melin Prentice." "Wife of the third Assistant Secretary of State?" Taylor nodded. "She's a Chicago woman, I believe. Came here a couple of years ago when her husband received his appointment. Rather good-looking and very popular. I happened to be at a dinner with her last evening, and—" "You what?" "I was at a dinner at the Westovers last night," repeated the James girl, "and Mrs. Prentice was among those present. Looked stunning, too. What's the trouble?" "What time was the dinner?" Taylor countered. 8 o'clock, but of course it didn't start until nearly 8:30. "And what time did Mrs. Prentice leave?" "A few minutes after I did. She was just going up for her wraps as I came downstairs at 11 o'clock. "You are certain that she was there all evening? That she didn't slip out for a half hour or so?" "Of course I'm sure, Mel," the girl replied, a trace of petulance in her voice. "Why all the questions? Do you suspect the wife of the third Assistant Secretary of State of robbing a bank?" "Not a bank," Taylor admitted, "but it happens that the safe in her husband's office was opened last night, and a highly important slip of paper abstracted. What's more, the watchman on duty in the building is ready to swear that Mrs. Prentice came in shortly before 9:30 and went out some 5 or 10 minutes later, stating that her husband had evidently finished his work and left." "That's impossible. No matter what the watchman says, there are a score of people who dined with Mrs. Prentice last evening, and who know that she didn't leave the Westovers until after 11. Dinner wasn't over by 9:30, and she couldn't have gotten to the State Department and back in less than 20 minutes at the inside. It's ridiculous, that's all." "But the watchman!" exclaimed Taylor. "He knows Mrs. Prentice, and says he couldn't miss that green and fur coat of hers in the dark. Besides, she spoke to him as she was leaving." Madeline James was silent for a moment, and a tiny frown appeared between her eyes, evidence of the fact that she was doing some deep thinking. Then, "Of course she spoke. Anyone who would go to the trouble of copying Mrs. Prentice's distinctive cloak would realize that some additional disguise was necessary. Last night, if you remember, was quite cold. Therefore, it would be quite natural that the woman who impersonated Mrs. Prentice should have her collar turned up around her face, and probably a drooping hat as well. The collar, in addition to concealing her features, would muffle her voice, while the watchman, not suspecting anything, would take it for granted that the green cloak was worn by the wife of the undersecretary, particularly when she spoke to him in passing." "You mean, then, that someone deliberately impersonated Mrs. Prentice and took a chance on getting past the watchman merely because she wore a cloak of the same color?" "The same color, the same style, practically the same coat," argued Miss James. "What's more, any woman who would have the nerve to try that would probably watch Prentice's office from the outside, wait for the lights to go out, and then stage her visit not more than 5 minutes later, so's to make it appear plausible. How was the safe open?" "Stethoscope. Placed the cup on the outside, and then listened to the tumblers as they fell. Simplest thing in the world with an antiquated box like that." "What's missing?" By this time, Taylor felt that their positions had been reversed. He, who had come to question, was now on the witness stand, while Madeline James was doing the cross-examining. But he didn't mind. He knew the way the girl's mind worked, quickly and almost infallibly. Her knowledge of women in general, and Washington society in particular, making her an invaluable ally in a case like this. "A slip of paper some 6 inches long and 2 inches wide," he said with a smile. "The key to the Carruthers Code, probably the most efficient cipher in the world, but now rendered worthless. unless the original slip is located before it reaches some foreign power." "Right," snapped Miss James. "Get busy on your end of the matter. See what you can find out concerning this mysterious woman in the green cloak. I'll work along other, and what you would probably call strictly unethical lines. I've got what a man would term a hunch, but in a woman it is intuition, and therefore far more likely to be right. See you later." And with that, she was off toward her car. "But what about your luncheon engagement?" Taylor called after her. "Bother lunch," she laughed back over her shoulder. "If my hunch is right, I'll make your chief pay for my meals for the next year." The next that Taylor heard from his ally was a telephone call on the following evening, instructing him to dig up his evening clothes and to be present at a certain reception that evening. "I have reason to believe," said Madeline's voice, "that the lady of the second green cloak will be present. Anyhow, there'll be several of your friends there, including myself, Mrs. Armitage, and an ambassador who doesn't stand any too well with the administration. In fact, I have it on good authority that he's on the verge of being recalled. Naturally, we don't want him to take a slip of paper some 6 inches by 2 with him." "How do you know he hasn't it already?" "He doesn't return from New York until 6 o'clock this evening, and the paper is far too valuable to entrust to the mails or to an underling. Remember, I'm not certain that it is he who is supposed to get the paper eventually, but I do know who impersonated Mrs. Prentice, and I likewise know that the lady in question has not communicated with any foreign official in person. Beyond that, we'll have to take a chance on the evening's developments." And the receiver was replaced before Taylor could frame any one of the score of questions he wanted to ask. Even at the reception that night, he was unable to get hold of Madeline James long enough to find out just what she did know. In fact, it was nearly midnight before he caught the signal that caused him to enter one of the smaller and rather secluded rooms apart from the main hall. There he found a tableau that was totally unexpected. In one corner of the room, her back against the wall, and her teeth bared in a snarl which distorted her usually attractive features into a dark mask of hate, stood Mrs. Armitage. Her hands were crossed in front of her in what appeared to be an unnatural attitude, until Taylor caught a glimpse of polished steel and realized that the woman had been handcuffed. "There," announced Madeline, "in spite of your friend the watchman, stands Mrs. Prentice. You'll find the green cloak in one of the closets at her home, and the stethoscope is probably concealed somewhere around the house. However, that doesn't matter. The main thing is that we have discovered the missing slip of paper. You'll find it on the table over there." Taylor followed the girl's gesture toward a table at the side of the room. But there, instead of the cipher key that he had expected, he saw only a gold bracelet. "What's the idea?" he demanded. "Where's the paper?" "Snap open the bracelet," directed the girl. "What do you see?" "It looks like, by gad, it is, a tightly wrapped spindle of paper." And a moment later, the original of the Carruthers Code reposed safely in the Secret Service agent's vest pocket. As he tossed the empty bracelet back on the table, he heard a sound behind him, and turned just in time to see the woman in the corner slip to the floor in a dead faint. "Now that we've got her," inquired Madeline James, "what'll we do with her?" "Take off the handcuffs, leave the room, and close the door," directed Taylor. "She'll hardly care to make any fuss when she comes to, and the fact that she is unconscious gives us an excellent opportunity for departing without a scene. But what I'd like to know," he asked, as they strolled back toward the main ballroom, "is how you engineered the affair." "I told you I had an intuition," came the reply, "and you laughed at me. Yes, you did, too. It wasn't apparent on your face, but I could feel that inside yourself you were saying, 'Just another fool idea.' But Mrs. Armitage was preying on my mind. I didn't like the way she had slipped one over on us in connection with the leak on the peace note. Then, too, she seemed to have no visible means of support, but plenty of money. I felt certain that she wasn't guilty of blackmail or any of the more sordid kinds of crime, but the fact that she was on terms of familiarity with a number of diplomats, and that she seemed to have a fondness for Army and Navy officials, led me to believe that she was a sort of super spy, sent over here for a specific purpose. The instant you mentioned the Carruthers Code, she sprang to my mind. A bill, slipped into the fingers of her maid, brought the information about the green cloak, and the rest was easy. I figured that she'd have the cipher key on her tonight, for it was her first opportunity of passing it along to the man I felt certain she was looking for. Sure enough, as she passed him about a half an hour ago, she tapped her bracelet, apparently absent-mindedly. As soon as he was out of sight, I sent one of the maids with a message that someone wanted to see her in one of the smaller rooms. Thinking that it was the ambassador, she came at once. I was planted behind the door, handcuffed her before she knew what I was doing, and then signaled you. Quite elementary, my dear Melville, quite elementary. That, added Quinn, was the last they heard of Mrs. Armitage. Taylor reported the matter at once, but the chief said that as they had the code, they'd better let well enough alone. The following day, the woman left Washington, and no one has heard from her since, except for a package that reached Taylor some months later. There was nothing in it except that photograph yonder, and as Taylor was interested only in his bride, née Madeline James, he turned it over to me for my collection. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents, by William Nelson Taft. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. 5 Inches of Death. "Quinn," I said one evening when the veteran of the United States Secret Service appeared to be in one of his story-spinning moods, "you've told me of cases that have to do with smuggling and spies, robberies and fingerprints and frauds. But you've never mentioned the one crime that is most common in the annals of police courts and detective bureaus." "Murder?" inquired Quinn, his eyes shifting to the far wall of his library den. "Precisely. Haven't government detectives ever been instrumental in solving a murder mystery?" "Yes, they've been mixed up in quite a few of them. There was the little matter of the Hallowell case, where the crime and the criminal were connected by a shoelace, and the incident of the Red Circle. But murder, as such, does not properly belong in the province of the government detective. Only when it is accompanied by some breach of the federal laws does it come under the jurisdiction of the men from Washington. Like the Montgomery murder mystery, for example." "Oh, yes, the one that's connected with a postmark that's framed on your wall over there," I exclaimed. "I'd forgotten about that." Hal Preston handled it, didn't he? The same man responsible for running down the trail of the white mice?" "That's the one," said Quinn, and I was glad to see him settle luxuriously back in his old armchair, for that meant that he was preparing to recall the details of an adventure connected with a member of one of the government detective services. If it hadn't been for the fact that Preston was in California at the time, working on a case of a company that was using the mails for illegal purposes, it is extremely doubtful if the mystery would ever have been solved, Quinn continued. Certainly not in time to prevent the escape of the criminal. But Hal's investigations took him well up into the foothills of the Sierra Nevadas, and one morning he awoke to find the whole town in which he was stopping ablaze with a discussion of the Montgomery mystery, as they called it. It appeared from the details which Preston picked up in the lobby of his hotel that Marshal Montgomery had settled down in that section of the country some 3 years before, but that he had surrounded himself with an air of aloofness and detachment which had made him none too popular. Men who had called to see him on matters of business had left smarting under the sting of an ill-concealed snub, while it was as much as a book agent's life was worth to try to gain entrance to the house. "It wasn't that he was stingy or close-fisted," explained one of the men who had known Montgomery. "He bought more Liberty bonds than anyone else in town, but he bought them through his bank. Mailed the order in, just as he did with his contributions to the Red Cross and other charitable organizations. Wouldn't see one of the people who went out to his place. In fact, they couldn't get past the 6 or 8 bulldogs that guard the house. And yet," said Preston, "I understand that in spite of his precautions, he was killed last night." "Nobody knows just when he was killed," replied the native, "or how. That's the big question. When his servant, a Filipino whom he brought with him, went to wake him up this morning, he found Montgomery's door locked. That in itself was nothing unusual, for every door and window in the place was securely barred before 9 o'clock in the evening. But when Tino, the servant, had rapped several times without receiving any reply, he figured something must be wrong. So he got a step-ladder, propped it up against the side of the house, and looked in through the window. What he saw caused him to send in a hurry call for the police." "Well," snapped Preston, "what did he see?" "Montgomery, stretched out on the floor near the door, stone dead, with a pool of blood that had formed from a wound in his hand." "In his hand?" Preston echoed. "Had he bled to death?" "Apparently not, but that's where the queer angle to the case comes in. The door was locked from the inside. Not only locked, but bolted, so there was no possibility of anyone having entered the room. The windows were tightly guarded by a patented burglar-proof device which permitted them to be open about 3 inches from the bottom, but prevented their being raised from the outside." "Was there a chimney or any other possible entrance to the room?" "None at all. 3 windows and a door. Montgomery's body was sprawled out on the rug near the doorway, a revolver in his right hand, a bullet hole through the palm of his left. The first supposition, of course, was that he had accidentally shot himself and had bled to death. But there wasn't enough blood for that. Just a few drops on the table and a small pool near the body. They're going to hold an autopsy later in the day, and—" It was at that moment that the post office operative became conscious that someone was calling his name, and, turning, he beckoned to the bellboy who was paging him. "Mr. Preston? Gentleman over there'd like to speak to you." Then the boy added in a whisper, "Chief of Police." Excusing himself, Preston crossed the lobby to where a large and official-looking man was standing, well out of hearing distance of the guests who passed. "Is this Mr. Preston of the Postal Inspection Service?" inquired the head of the local police force, adding, after the government operative had nodded, "I am the chief of police here." "Glad to meet you, Chief," was Preston's response. "I haven't had the pleasure of making your acquaintance, though of course I know you by sight." He neglected to add how recently this knowledge had been acquired. "What can I do for you?" "Have you heard about the murder of Montgomery Marshall?" "Only the few details that I picked up in the lobby just now. But a case of that kind is entirely out of my line, you know." "Ordinarily it would be," agreed the other. "But here's something that I think puts a different complexion on things." And he extended a blood-stained scrap of paper for Preston to examine. "That was found under the dead man's hand," the chief continued. "As you will note, it originally formed part of the wrapping of a special delivery parcel which reached Montgomery about 8 o'clock last night, just before the house was locked up, in fact. Tino, the Filipino servant, signed for it and took it in, placing it upon the table in the room in which his master was found this morning. The scrap of paper you are holding is just enough to show the postmark Sacramento, but it's quite evident that the package had something to do with the murder." "Which is the reason that you want me to look into it, eh?" "That's the idea. I knew that you were in town, and the very fact that this box came through the mails makes it necessary for the post office department to take cognizance of what otherwise would be a job for the police force alone. Am I right?" "Perfectly," replied Preston, "provided you have reason to believe that there was some connection between the special delivery package and the crime itself. What was in the box?" "Not a thing." "What?" "Not a thing," repeated the chief. "Perfectly empty, at least when we found it. The lid was lying on the table, the rest of the box on the floor. The major portion of the wrapping paper had been caught under a heavy paperweight, and it appears that Montgomery, in falling, caught at the table to save himself, and probably ripped away the scrap of paper I have just given you." "But I thought his body was found near the door." "It was, but that isn't far from the table, which is jammed against the wall in front of one of the windows. Come on up to the house with me, and we'll go over the whole thing." Glad of the excuse to look into a crime which appeared to be inexplicable, Preston accompanied the chief to the frame dwelling on the outskirts of town, where Montgomery Marshall, hermit, had spent the last 3 years of his life. The house was set well back from the road, but with a single gateway in a 6-foot wall of solid masonry, around the top of which ran several strands of barbed wire. "Montgomery erected the wall himself," explained the chief. "Had it put up before he ever moved into the house, and then, in addition, kept a bunch of the fiercest dogs I ever knew." "All of which goes to prove that he feared an attack," Preston muttered. "In spite of his precautions, however, they got him. The question now is, who are they, and how do they operate?" The room in which the body had been found only added to the air of mystery which surrounded the entire problem. In spite of what he had been told, Preston had secretly expected to find some kind of an opening through which a man could have entered. But there was none. The windows, as the postal operative took care to test for himself, were tightly locked, though open a few inches from the bottom. The bolt on the door very evidently had been shattered by the entrance of the police, and the dark brown stain on the rug near the door showed plainly where the body had been found. "When we broke in," explained the chief, "Montgomery was stretched out there, facing the door. The doctor said that he had been dead about 12 hours, but that it was impossible for the wound in his hand to have caused his death." "How about a poisoned bullet fired through the opening in the window?" "Not a chance. The only wound on the body was the one through the palm of his hand. The bullet had struck on the outside of the fleshy part near the wrist, and had plowed its way through the bone, coming out near the base of the index finger at the back. And it was a bullet from his own revolver. We found it embedded in the top of the table there." And the chief pointed to a deep scar in the mahogany and to the marks made by the knives of the police when they had dug the bullet out. "But how do you know it wasn't a bullet of the same caliber fired from outside the window?" persisted Preston. For answer, the chief produced Montgomery's revolver, with 5 cartridges still in the chambers. "If you'll note," he said, "each of these cartridges is scored or seamed. That's an old trick. Makes the lead expand when it hits and tears an ugly hole, just like the dum-dum. The bullet we dug out of the table was not only a .45, as these are, but it had been altered in precisely the same manner. So, unless you are inclined to the coincidence that the murderer used a poisoned bullet of the same size and make and character as those in Montgomery's gun, you've got to discard that theory." "Does look like pulling the long arm of coincidence out of its socket," Preston agreed. "So I guess we'll have to forget it. Where's the box you were talking about?" "The lid is on the table, just as we found it. The lower portion of the box is on the floor, where the dead man apparently knocked it when he fell. Except for the removal of the body, nothing in the room has been touched." Stooping, Preston picked up the box, and then proceeded to study it in connection with the lid and the torn piece of wrapping paper upon the table. It was after he had examined the creases in the paper, fitting them carefully around the box itself, that he inquired, "Do you notice anything funny about the package, Chief?" "Only that there's a hole at one end of it, just about big enough to put a lead pencil through." "Yes, and that same hole appears in the wrapping paper," announced Preston. "Couple that with the fact that the box was empty when you found it, and I think we will have—" "What?" demanded the chief as Preston paused. "The solution to the whole affair," was the reply. "Or at least as much of it as refers to the manner in which Montgomery met his death. By the way, what do you know about the dead man?" "Very little. He came here some 3 years ago, bought this place, paying cash for it, had the wall built, and then settled down. Never appeared to do any work, but was never short of money. Has a balance of well over $50,000 in the bank right now. Beyond the fact that he kept entirely to himself and refused to allow anyone but Tino, his servant, to enter the gate, he really had few eccentricities. Some folks say that he was a miser, but there are a dozen families here that wouldn't have had any Christmas dinner last year if it hadn't been for him, while his contribution to the Red Cross equaled that of anyone in town." "Apart from his wanting to be alone, then, he was pretty close to being human?" "That's it, exactly. And most of us have some peculiarity. If we didn't have, we'd be even more unusual." "What about Tino, the servant?" queried Preston. "I don't think there's any lead there," the chief replied. "I hammered away at him for an hour this morning. He doesn't speak English any too well, but I gathered that Montgomery picked him up in the Philippines just before he came over here. The boy was frightened half out of his senses when I told him that his master had been killed. You've got to remember, though, that if Tino had wanted to do it, he had 1,000 opportunities in the open. Besides, what we've got to find out first is how Montgomery met his death. Does the Filipino know anything about his master's past? Asked Preston, ignoring the chief's last remark. He says not. Montgomery was on his way back to the States from Africa or someplace, stopped off in the islands, spent a couple of months there, hired Tino, and sailed for San Francisco. Africa, mused the postal operative. Then, taking another track, he inquired whether the chief had found out if Montgomery was in the habit of getting much mail, especially from foreign points. Saunders, the postmaster, said he didn't average a letter a month, and those he did get looked like advertisements. They remembered this special delivery package last night because it was the first time that the man who brought it out had ever come to the house. He rang the bell at the gate, he says, turned the box over to Tino, and went along. Any comment about the package? Only that it was very light and contained something that wobbled around. I asked him because I figured at the time that the revolver might have been in it. But the Filipino has identified that as Montgomery's own gun. Says he's had it as long as he'd known him. Then all we know about this mysterious box, summarized Preston, is that it was mailed from Sacramento, that it wasn't heavy, that it had a hole about 1/4 inch wide at one end, and that it contained something that, what was the word the special delivery man used? Wobbled? That's the word. I remember because I asked him if he didn't mean rattled, and he said, no, wobbled, sorta dull-like. At any rate, that clears up one angle of the case. The box was not empty when it was delivered. Granting that the Filipino was telling the truth, it was not empty when he placed it on the table in this room. That means that it was not empty when Marshal Montgomery, after locking and bolting his door, took off the wrapping paper and lifted the lid. You've searched the room thoroughly, of course? Every inch of it. We didn't leave a... But the chief suddenly halted, his sentence unfinished. To the ears of both men there had come a sound, faint but distinct. The sound of the rattling of paper somewhere in the room. Involuntarily, Preston whirled and scrutinized the corner from which the sound appeared to have come. The chief's hand had slipped to his hip pocket, but after a moment of silence, he withdrew it, and a slightly shamefaced look spread over his face. Sounded like a ghost, didn't it? He asked. Ghosts don't rattle papers, snapped Preston. At least self-respecting ones don't, and the other kind haven't any right to run around loose. So suppose we try to trap this one. Trap it? How? Like you'd trap a mouse, only with a different kind of bait. Is there any milk in the house? Possibly. I don't know. Go down to the refrigerator and find out, will you? I'll stay here until you return, and bring a saucer with you. A few moments later, when the chief returned, bearing a bottle of milk and a saucer, he found Preston still standing beside the table, his eyes fixed upon a corner of the room from which the sound of rattling paper had come. Now all we need is a box, said the postal operative. I saw one out in the hall that will suit our purposes excellently. Securing the box, he cut 3 long and narrow strips from the sides, notched them, and fitted them together with a rough replica of the figure 4, with the lower point of the upright stick resting on the floor beside the saucer of milk and the wooden box poised precariously at the junction of the upright and the slanting stick. "A figure-4 trap, eh?" queried the chief. "What do you expect to catch?" "A mixture of a ghost and the figure of justice," was Preston's enigmatic reply. "Come on, we'll lock the door and return later to see if the trap has sprung. Meanwhile, I'll send some wires to Sacramento, San Francisco, and other points throughout the state." The telegram, of which he gave a copy to the local chief of police, in order to save the expense of sending it, read, "Wire immediately if you know anything of recent arrival from Africa, probably American or English, who landed within the past 3 days. Wanted in connection with Montgomery murder." The message to San Francisco ended with the phrase, "Watch outgoing boats closely," and that to Sacramento, "Was in your city yesterday." Hardly an hour later, the phone rang, and a voice from police headquarters in Sacramento asked to speak to Postal Inspector Preston. "Just got your wire," said the voice, "and I think we've got your man. Picked him up on the street last night, unconscious. Hospital people say he's suffering from poisoning of some kind, and don't expect him to live. Keeps raving about diamonds and someone he calls Marsh. Papers on him show he came into San Francisco 2 days ago on the Manu. Won't tell his name, but has mentioned Cape Town several times." "Right," cried Preston. "Watch him carefully until I get there. I'll make the first train out." That afternoon, Preston, accompanied by 2 chiefs of police, made his way into a little room off the public ward in the hospital in Sacramento. In bed, his face drawn and haggard until the skin seemed like parchment stretched tightly over his cheekbones, lay a man at the point of death, a man who was only kept alive, according to the physicians, by some almost superhuman effort of the will. "It's certain that he's been poisoned," said the doctor in charge of the case, "but he won't tell us how. Just lies there and glares and demands a copy of the latest newspaper. Every now and then he drifts off into delirium, but just when we think he's on the point of death, he recovers." Motioning to the others to keep in the background, Preston made his way to the bedside of the dying man. Then, bending forward, he said, very clearly and distinctly, "Marshal Montgomery is dead." Into the eyes of the other man there sprang a look of concentrated hatred that was almost tangible, a glare that turned, a moment later, into supreme relief. "Thank God," he muttered. "Now I'm ready to die." "Tell me," said Preston quietly. "Tell me what made you do it." "He did," gasped the man in the bed. "He and his damned brutality. When I knew him, his name was Marsh. We dug for diamonds together in South Africa. Found them, too, enough to make us both rich for life. But our water was running low, barely enough for one of us. He, the skunk, hit me over the head and left me to die, taking the water and the stones with him." He paused a moment, his breath rattling in his throat, and then continued, "It took me 5 years to find him, but you say he's dead? You're not lying?" Preston shook his head slowly, and the man in the bed settled back and closed his eyes, content. "Ask him," insisted the chief of police, "how he killed Montgomery." In a whisper that was barely audible came the words, Sheep stinger. Got me first." Then his jaws clicked, and there was an unmistakable gurgle which meant that the end had come. "Didn't he say sheep stinger?" asked the chief of police, after the doctor had stated that the patient had slipped away from the hands of the law. "That's what it sounded like to me," replied Preston. "But suppose we go back to Montgomery's room and see what our ghost trap has caught. I told you I expected to land a figure of justice, and if ever a man deserved to be killed, it appears to have been this same Montgomery Marshall, or Marsh, as this man knew him." The instant they entered the room, it was apparent that the trap had sprung, the heavy box falling forward and completely covering the saucer of milk and whatever had disturbed the carefully balanced sticks. Warning the chief to be careful, Preston secured a poker from an adjoining room, covered the box with his automatic, and then carefully lifted the box, using the poker as a lever. A second later, he brought the head of the poker down on something that writhed and twisted, and then lay still, blending in with the pattern of the carpet in such a manner as to be almost invisible. "A snake!" cried the chief. "But such a tiny one! Do you mean to say that its bite is sufficiently poisonous to kill a man?" "Not only one, but two," Preston declared, "as you've seen for yourself. See that black mark like an inverted V upon the head? That's characteristic of the cobra family, and this specimen, common to the velds of South Africa, where he is known as the sheep stinger, is first cousin to the big king cobras. Montgomery's former partner evidently brought him over from Africa with this idea in mind. But when he was packing him in the box, the air hole in the end of it gave me the first inkling, by the way, he got careless, and the snake bit him. Only medical attention saved his life until this afternoon, else he'd have passed along before Montgomery. I think that closes the case, Chief, and in spite of the fact that the mails were used for a distinctly illegal purpose, I believe your department ought to handle the matter, not mine." "But the trap, the milk, how'd you happen to hit on that?" "When you told me what the special delivery man said about the contents of the package wobbling, I figured that the box must have contained a snake," explained the postal operative. "An animal would have made some noise, while a snake, if well fed, would lie silent for hours at a time. The constant motion, however, would have made it irritable, so that it struck the moment Montgomery removed the lid of the box. That explains the wound in his hand. He knew his danger and deliberately fired, hoping to cauterize the wound and drive out the poison. It was too quick for him, though, or possibly the shock stunned him so that he fell. Then, in spite of the fact that your men claim to have searched the room thoroughly, that noise in the corner warned me that whatever killed Montgomery was still here. Going on the theory that the majority of snakes are fond of milk, I rigged up the trap, and there you are." "Yes," concluded Quinn, "the majority of the cases handled by government detectives have to do with counterfeiting or smuggling or other crimes against the federal law, offenses which ought to be exciting, but which are generally dull and prosaic. Every now and then, though, they stumble across a real honest-to-goodness thrill, a story that's worth the telling. I've got to be away for the next couple of months or so, but drop around when I get back, and I'll see if I can't recall some more of the problems that have been solved by one of the greatest, though least known, detective agencies on the face of the earth." The end. End of Chapter 24. End of On Secret Service, Detective Mystery Stories Based on Real Cases Solved by Government Agents by William Nelson Taft. This recording has been by Roger Melin.